Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on. Is that it? I think we got it. Hold on. It could be an awkward intro. I'm waiting to see if it's live. Yeah, it's gonna be awkward. But good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But yes, holy spy, ladies and gentlemen. The market is down a lot today, and this has to do with what we were discussing. The 10-year has gone as low as 1.24, and now people are starting to react. There's a lot of things just at this morning. People are worried about the reflation trade. Stocks in Europe and Asia have declined. Even the ECB has changed their inflation target, so that would be like the Fed switching up what they were looking for. So that had some effects over there. Asia, Chinese IPO got canceled today. Oil is getting clapped. The dollar is moving. Cryptocurrencies have fell again today. The jobless claims came in, and I'm giving it to you right off the bat. I hope you realize that. So we have a lot to talk about this morning. The jobless claims already went down, or they went up, so people are a little bit worried about that. Google got sued by 36 different states. Nancy Pelosi's husband made $5 million. That's a headline on Alphabet. And VW and BMW got fined today, and then Tesla released a cheaper one. And I think that's where we're gonna start. But a lot of people are tripping out about everything from the virus down to what is causing this move in bonds, and then you got a lot of extra stuff adding a lot of heat to the market. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. You are still going to get some stuff today from, global economic stuff. And we should be having a news call on drug pricing, I believe. But then earnings still hasn't even done its thing, man. Still hasn't even done its thing. So it is going to be excited. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Hey, I know that was a lot right there. Well, you had to say hello, How are you? How you feeling? Yeah, it's good. Oh, a lot of questions here. Yeah, what do you think the move in bonds is? There's more inflation. I think people are freaking out over something. There's clearly something that just switched gears that is very counterintuitive to inflation. But if you respond too short term, just like the last couple months have showed us, it may not always hold up. The last 2 months or 2 months ago showed us the exact opposite. So that is what's very, very hard to say. However, if I'm going to put two and two together, I think this might be related to China a little bit and some of those tensions. China, that was a piece of news. You even heard from the Bank of China. They're actually signaling to cut rates. So yesterday they did an action where they talked about cutting the reserve rate requirement, which is kind of like a pseudo rate cut. And usually anytime their central banker finance minister mentions it, they usually cut within a couple of weeks. So that is part of even the equation here today. So I think when it comes down to bonds, I think you're going to get global bond moves out of China. We're getting some of that baby mama drama. I definitely think it has to play into some of this too. So that, and people are genuinely, at least overseas. But you see how people are reacting now, the Delta variant too. So it's going to be exciting. We got a fun day. We got a fun day ahead of us. I hope your head is on straight. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. Yes, the Olympics news wasn't too good too. They said they don't want spectators. They said no spectation, please. Please, please, please. Please, please, please. No spectation. No spectation. But the bonds right there is very, very key. Those are taking a move. Let's see what we have here for the rest of the day. Again, initial jobless claims already came out today. So this data came in, continued claims. So this is people accepting unemployment and all of that. That actually dropped a little bit. But initial claims was up by 20,000. Expectation was 350. And, oh, wow, last one got revised to 372. So it's a little interesting here to see. But not too bad. I think tomorrow you're only going to get wholesale inventories. Damn, tomorrow's already Friday. Oh, man. Oh, man. So the ECB, too. ECB confirms a symmetric medium-term inflation goal of 2%. They're to include climate change considerations in monetary policy, and it recommends owner-occupied housing to be included in inflation. They plan to apply a new strategy starting July 22nd. Meeting Lagarde says strategy was approved unanimously. So that has a big deal too. I would watch our market up until European close. I think that is going to definitely have an effect, or right after European close, we should be able to chill out a little bit. But we'll talk about that one here a little bit more today. Right now, the main thing, you have the lowest level on the treasuries till February. Rise of virus strength haunts global economy. U.S. futures slump with stocks amid growing anxiety that the spread of COVID variants will upend growth, undoing popular reflation trades. Bonds rallied. Put focus on timing of the first rate hike. Let's see what other headlines. Other than that, it's a lot of big things all kind of happening at once. So let's get this up here. Where is it? So I'll read some of these. China operations biggest. Dick Bove sees China operations for biggest U.S. banks at risk. Crowd binging on tech calls awakens pain trade. Again, the Google antitrust thing, that was really, really key today. A lot of ETF trades got in front of a big drop in the stock market. Stablecoin issuer to go public, $4.5 billion SPAC deal. U.S. initial jobless claims edge up, but hold near pandemic low. What other stuff? These are all your main things here for today. Olympic fans may be excluded. Again, that had some effect here earlier last night. China's dovish switch ignites fears over global recovery trade. So that's what I really think it is. Let me see. Let me get this thing here for you. Yeah, so if you want to find any leading indicator here, I mean, you could just literally just pull up China. So this is the yield on China's 10-year government bond. And honestly, we should probably start pulling some China data here today and taking a look at some things. But they are leading the way down, and this is now even part of the article here. China's dovish switch ignites fears over global recovery trade. So it's not as if people are freaking out for no reason, but you're literally the comments from China yesterday, the 4-day fiasco of them clapping everybody. It's going to get a little bit heated over here. So China authorities signaled they may soon unleash more support for the economy. Unexpected shift in tone that suggests the world's fastest pandemic recovery may be weaker than expected. Investor reaction to China provided a clue for market indexes everywhere. Let's see. What China is dealing now is a good example of all the uncertainties other countries may face as they recover from the pandemic. Oh, where did it go? Let's see what else we got. Tata Consulting. Oh, they released earnings. Alphabet analysts see scant risk from Google's state lawsuit, so that may not be that big. Chinese firm LinkDoc said to halt U.S. IPO. That's what we got here today. $9 trillion binge will take the Fed, ECB, and BOJ decades to unwind. Let's see. One more. Beyond Meat introduces chicken tenders. Huh? Yeah, you guys excited about that one? You like that one? Maybe some of you should relax today. Go get some chicken tenders. You'll be fine. Let's see. Global Finance Ponder, 6:15. Oh, we early on here. Variance threat to reopening isn't that big. Oh, there you go. So that's an opinion article on that. That's good. Usually the opinions are, again, what they are, opinions. Deals. What do we got? Macquarie, Wanda unit, $3 billion pre-IPO. Huffington Thrive. I'm scanning through these. I don't think there's anything big. Plant tenders with beans. So China bonds making it seem like recovery is slower than thought. Well, I mean, think about it. If the United States cut rates tomorrow, what would you say about the economy? Econ and Gov, Apple Spotlight. I think we're pretty good here for now. Lagarde, ECB will actively, forcefully, persistently to adverse stocks. But yeah. What would happen if you cut rates today? And then we were reacting to that pretty much. Yeah, essentially, you'd be like, wait a minute. You'd be like, this is crazy. You'd be like, something's wrong. If we cut rates today, you would say that there's a problem. You would say that there's a government slowdown, economic slowdown. You only cut rates to spur aggregate demand. So in this case, if China is cutting rates, that means that they think their growth is slowing, and they do. So back in April, 3 months ago, they were forecasting, second half performance on their economy at 8%. As of today or yesterday, they're factoring 5%. So it's dropped almost in half. So now, if China goes and says, yeah, we need to cut our rates, that's saying, maybe stuff over there is actually slowing down. And usually the thing about China is when they do mention that they want to cut the rates, they usually do in about 2 weeks, tops. So that's even what Goldman Sachs even expects here in the next few days. So stock sell-off and everything, mood on tech and reflation. Bellwether banks, energy, majors, and big techs are all slipping ahead of the bell with the 10-year yield and break-evens lower, highlighting simultaneous anxiety about the reflation trade and growth stocks. Investors are sorting through reasons for the weeks-long decline in yields and wonder how low they can go. Deutsche Bank, Jim Reed with 300 responses showed bond market supply and demand technicals were the main driver, while fears about secular stagnation came in next, followed by the Fed's pivot, and then COVID Delta variant concerns were viewed as slightly less important. China's tech crackdown weighing heavily on EM equity indexes. And that's it. Let's see now. What do we got for our most active stocks here? Let's see. Pre-market U.S. composites here. ARPO, Arepio Pharma, surges as analysts upgrade to buy on AD merger. So again, right now you could even find the bright spots here in the market, and we already seen this a couple times in the sense that biotechs have really, really been killing it. Stocks to watch at open. On to the 30s. So Xella, that one was moving yesterday. They report significant boost to cash and cash equivalents. They're now 17%. C&D up 4. Circle to go public through combination with Concord acquisitions. AMC down 11. Oh, man, how you going to do that to me? UONE, Urban One Source pre-market set to pair recent declines. DBGI, 36%. Digital Brands announces initial estimate of second quarter revenue. Apple's up there. A lot of bigger names, actually, surprisingly. Test, Naked, Group, they have a filing there. Palantir Class A down 7.3, most in 19 weeks. Oh, yeah, a lot of stuff will get hit today. NVIDIA, AMD. AMD set to gain from new gaming products. Let's see. This is just all the total pre-market most active active plays. AAL. Let's see what else we got. No, AMC 500,000. I mean, I don't think. Maybe not. Who knows? Anything can happen. Maybe China's like, yo, we love AMC. And China's like, yo, we'll buy it out right now. That's what really matters. But let's see here again. Here's all the new sentiment for specific stocks so you can take a look. Largest increase, Stellantis expects bigger merger. Not too big. I usually look for some of the bigger moves here. Bilibi Inc. DD sinks alongside Chinese stocks. Impala falls most in 7 weeks. Market access lower after volume data report. Nothing. These ones aren't that great. It's actually really weird. This is news and reader activity Alibaba, China finds 22 companies on Alibaba is mentioned on there. Alibaba's at a key level of support. Apple stock closes new record high. I think this is as of yesterday's close, this last 8 hours. DD sinks alongside Chinese stocks. That's Baidu. AMC down 9. Moderna and AMD. Moderna starts trial for flu vaccine. Okay, that's good. Biogen updates label for Alzheimer's drug. Coinbase, they were up 7. Oppenheimer, more bullish on Coinbase. That was the upgrade yesterday. Let's see. News sentiment now. Multi-choice group. Nigeria to freeze multi-choice Africa accounts. DR Horton cut to perform from outperform. TriPoint Homes, RBC Capital downgrades TriPoint. So a lot of right off the bat, 2 real estate negative pieces in news on downgrades. And then Raymond James downgrades Regional Financial. Bank of Commerce downgrades Raymond James. They're like, I'm going to downgrade you first. Again, 22 companies got fined there in China. Sundial, boost commitment. Shares of Newegg commercial source 41%. Citrix gets a kick from pandemic. Let's see some positive news. Let's see. Buckle, June total sales up 17.8. Northern Technologies reported financial results. AREP, Airpio Pharmaceuticals, they were up a lot. So that one's going to be good. Digital Bank Brand Group's initial estimate of 2021. Man, you can see it, just biotechs even here. You're not really getting too good. American Tower REIT, price target raised. You're not really getting what you're looking for here. You don't really have even anything getting good news. It looks like it's whack. And then social, again, DR Horton, real estate stocks. That's probably going to be one to watch this morning. Watch any of the REITs or real estate builders. It looks like they got a mass downgrade. Let's see, news volume, Helen of Troy, Q1 earnings, Newegg. That's actually getting talked about, largest total. So a lot of people were talking about Alphabet, Twitter, antitrust, Microsoft, Pfizer. So some of the bigger names are getting most of the volume, but positive and negative been a little bit different here. Moderna down 4. All right, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see. We get any analyst upgrades. What today, my friends? All right, here it is. Oh, wait, where is it? Is that on there? Upgrades, change prices. No, these are change prices. Yeah. CNX raised to buy at MKM, price target 16. Dish raised to hold at HSBC, $40. Flower Serve FLS raised to outperform at Credit Suisse, $48. LN Lundman Mining, LUN, raised to equal weight at Barclays, price target $10. Range Securities, RRC, raised to buy at MKM, $20 price target. RFP raised to sector perform at Scotiabank, $17. Southern Copper, SCCO, raised to equal weight at Barclays, $55. Texas Capital, TCBI, raised to outperform at Raymond James, price target $78. And then Washington Trust, WASH, raised to overweight at Piper Sandler for $58. Downgrades, Bank of Commerce. Bank of Commerce cut by Raymond James. Brookline Bank, BRKL, cut to market perform Raymond James. CARE cut to market perform Raymond James. DR Horton cut to perform at RBC, price target 101. Franco Nevada, FNV, cut to underweight at Barclays. Freeport cut to underweight at Barclays. Dude, they just downgraded every single real estate and commodity stock this morning. TriPoint Homes, Schwab cut to neutral at Goldman. West Bank cut to market perform at Raymond James. And then a lot of initiations. Chewy got rated at new hold at Needham. So Chewy's a new initiation. Baidu rated neutral. Billy rates outperform on KGI Securities. And I'm scanning through these. Etsy's reinstated at Needham. That was part of Overstock. Yeah, Overstock is a part of that list. Smile Direct rated new underperform at Exane. Price target $7. TransUnion reinstated buy at Goldman, $128. And there was a couple more. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We have our work cut out for us. Again, I think there's a lot of little specifics today. But I think the broader term is really what's going to be guiding us here. We got a lot of different things we're going to need to look at. So our work is definitely cut out for us. And I hope you're ready. And I hope you know you're blessed, ladies and gentlemen. And that you live in the greatest country in the world. So let's get the day started. Let's have fun no matter which way it goes. You're going to be ready no matter what. But you got to know you live in the greatest country in the world, baby. And before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, anything, I got to give you a blast from the past, baby. You at one point, a lot of you used to do this every single morning before you started school. And that is the Pledge of Allegiance, baby. So before we do that, why we do that, before we try to make some money, anything is to show our love and respect for the people who have sacrificed. Again, a lot of people have different meanings for a lot of different things, but I just see a lot of people who have sacrificed and worked hard. So this is my special thank you to all the veterans of the United States, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you. We love you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there, baby. We love you guys as well, too. So God bless you and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to jets! It's game time, baby. On. Welcome. Welcome, baby. Oh, you feel it? It's an exciting Thursday. It's exciting Thursday. You're going to get a lot of movement up until that European close. So you got a lot going on. Everything from China, their bonds, everything is setting up a lot. To the reflation trade, to worries about trade, to worries about the Delta variant. What else was there? There's a couple more. You got a lot on your plate, ladies and gentlemen. But again, I think it is going to be more broader here to start with, and then we'll go from there and see how that one plays out. So call out any plays. Shout out to the people who like the video. Y'all holding it down on the channel. If you're not, I mean, on a red day, you don't want that bad karma, so I'm just saying, but we love you. God bless you. God bless you. I'm going to be watching Overstock, Honeywell, Oracle, TLT, UVXY, and TBT, and Google. Very, very straightforward here today. I just want to see how it plays out. If we could play some short-term plays, we'll take them. Otherwise, I think every hour we're going to get a lot of analysis here to really see where we're going or if the market could kind of flip-flop because bonds, again, by the time the market was pre-market till right now, we're about to open in 30 seconds, bonds have already sold off 1%. So there's already a lot packed in there and a lot of different things could already happen. So keep your eyes on that. BBSA. Let's get our analyst recommendations here. We'll keep our eye on that again. Couple of new analyst initiations there. Call out anything. Don't be shy. Get ready to focus on the news. Keep it positive. You got 5 seconds. Run it. Round 1. Fight. See what we got, baby. All right, watch the bonds, see how we go from there. It looks like you're down 1% on everything. Tech is down 1.7. Oh, man, that's dirty. Yeah, so this is probably one of your biggest gap downs off the bat. Y'all haven't dropped like this in a minute. So welcome to summer here. There's Apple. Where is the other ones? How are the banks looking? No, those aren't going to come out. NASDAQ 100 drops off 1.5. Pinduoduo and Baidu lead the declines. So Baba's down 3%. That's huge. That's actually huge. So Baidu's down 3.5. Baba down 3. These are NASDAQ 100 leaders. Pinduo, does that say 8%? Well, that's 5%. Yeah, Amazon's candle really bad. Amazon, I mean, think about it. $34 there, 1%. I mean, it could be worse. Let's see if things kind of start to pick up here. Again, watch the bonds. Anything there. Newegg down 26. Wow, this is very, very crazy. Very, very crazy. XFY, BNED. Down. Gold discounted bull market. Has gold even moved? Some people brought that up right there. Apple coming back fast. Remember, Apple was at all-time highs yesterday, so they were leading a lot. Oh, I forgot about the Microsoft puts. The ones from the other day, huh? Still down on them. The weeklies are still down 70%. The ones from September only down 9%. SPY's green. SPY's still down 1.22, but you're bouncing straight up here at the open. Nasdaq still down 1.6. Small caps down 2%. So they were down 2% yesterday and came back down. What made this happen? A lot of things. Again, bond yields are going down, and I think, bonds are a negative reaction, but then the next question naturally is what made the bond yields come down. So there's a couple of things from Delta variant all the way down to the Olympics saying they don't want spectators. And then my main reason, and my personal opinion, I believe it is China signaling that China wants to cut rates. Roblox call option, January 23, 150 calls. Twitter getting clapped. Mexico seeks to talk to California about reopening border. Newegg. Let's see. Amazon's coming in. So you got a little bit of a run up there. Let's see. It looks like Chinese stocks are the leaders on the downside. Apple's doing good. DraftKings. Oh, and you did get a change with the ECB. There's a lot of central bank stuff if you think about it. Over stock is coming in with the momentum though. They're up 4% right now, so that's great. Very unsuspected, to say the least. To say the least. Check some of the real estate stocks. Again, a lot of them got downgraded. I guess only down 2%. Uber down 3%. Oh, man. No way. Yeah, that's big. So a lot of these, again, it's only been 4 minutes here in the market, but a lot of this, you're getting some very, very big moves here. This is a big gap down. So SPY's working. Bonds are coming down. This is at least good. It's at least chilling out a little bit. Morgan Stanley vendor reports data breach. Lift down 2.5. RKK, UWMC down 2. Oh, Uber's DD stake is getting killed. That makes sense. Zoom down 3 and 5. So even if the stay-at-home trades don't even look like they're carrying the same weight. B of A upgrades tech resources. Buy rating from neutral. Overstock 4. Let's see if Amazon could get some. Amazon and Apple are really going to be your bright spots again, because usually a lot of people were expecting tech to be the bigger rotation. They thought that you would see a little bit of a safe haven, but really, I don't think you have any safe havens at all today. Check my old XOM puts. I think they moved yesterday. I think they just have a wild spread, so they just go a little crazy. Oh, wow. Those are only down 30%, actually. Interesting. Those actually came back a little bit. That's very, very surprising. I thought it was going to be like a weird play. Workhorse up 1.3. That's good. I feel like any of the hype stocks are all going to get a little bit clapped here. Ho. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Good morning. Hard. Yeah, that right there. That means we're good. It's going to be a good day. You got the peach. I don't think you're going to have a lot of activity, but the peach is a good symbol of you're good. Local ETF trader got in front of it. Need more data. McDonald's. How about McDonald's and Walmart? Then watch Amazon up there. They're only down 1%. Walmart's coming back up. Walmart's about to break even here. So, again, some winners. Let's check our breakdown. Let's get our breakdown, ladies and gentlemen. What do you got? Oh, my God. Do you want to see it? I don't want to show you it. I don't want to show you. Oh, this is ugly. I don't want to show you it. Some of y'all are going to freak out. This one's ugly. Oh, yeah, that's ugly. S&P 500, only 17 names are up. So you have 485 names right now that are down 480 or so. So very, very clapped on the S&P. You can see the weakness. I mean, your biggest Costco, 2 points, 3 points. Those are what's adding to the market here. So you are definitely seeing a way different picture than any of the other days that we've had. And then literally only one name, Amgen. Amgen is barely the only name green in the Dow Jones Composite right now. So a lot could happen here. We're going to need a lot of moves here. Let's see. What's that? MS data breach, Walgreens getting crushed. Oh, I forgot about that. I sold the premiums on there. How are the banks looking? Wells Fargo down 2. Newegg halted. Credit spreads effed. I'm trying to see here if it makes sense. I want to get a little bit of exposure on some stuff. Baba, Baidu and Pinduoduo are your leaders on the Nasdaq 100. They came back actually. Pinduo that's already bounced some. You're getting some that have gone really, really good off the open. Again, I think Walmart's even going positive. Oracle just wants green. DraftKings, oh yeah, that was from yesterday. Yeah, Oracle's still green. DraftKings bouncing from yesterday and that news. I think Costco is one of very few names that are green here on the market. So we're still down about 1.125. Nasdaq did catch it. Nasdaq was down another 0.5% more. So kind of catching up here. Small caps are the leader on the downside. Now watch out though. TLT's coming back up. So this is what I said. Keep your eye out for from the morning because TLT was up a lot in the pre-market. Like a lot. Currencies gotten, pretty bigger than usual moves. China's moving 1/3%, yen almost 1%. It's bigger than expected. You do have a lot of volatility, even globally. This was just an overall global reaction. People are worried about a lot of different things, but like I said earlier, I think a main thing has to do with China and the fact that they were signaling a rate cut, which is very different than the rest of the world right now, and the central bank. So that could be saying something. Well, do you want to have any pop? Yeah, theoretically, if they do cut the rates in China, and that's their plan, it is going to cut the rates, or it'll increase the supply of money there, so it should theoretically weaken the yen or the yuan. Supply support 404. Coming back down a little bit here. I'm looking at a play. Please hold. Yo, what? Fill me on that. There it is. All right. Started small. I'm going into it. I mean, I want to see, and then I want to look for another play. This one is just, it's pretty basic, honestly. I did debit spread. Yeah, TLT's going on that. Is that good? I think it's good. I have one more play I'm going to be looking at too. But do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I started with a $200 downside protection play, but I did it as a debit spread. We already have some other plays that we've talked about, or that even I have some old plays that expired. So I got to be cautious with it. I spent about $200. I did a SPY put debit spread. I bought the 5 of the 418s, and then I sold 5 of the 412s for July. Net debit 60 cents, about $250 initial investment. Gives me some exposure if we come down here, but other than that, I don't want to chase anything too much. I have one more play idea that I want, and then we're just going to ride out everything else for the rest of the day. Let's see. Oh, 17. $20, $70, $40. So SPY coming down. This is what Burr is talking about. This one's a little different. I mean, no, because the market's coming. This is actually fucking Burry. Think about it. The market's coming down and it's just destroying his bond, his bond short. It's pretty crazy to think. I mean, that's why this is it's a very, very interesting move here. Newegg halted again. Well, that's been exciting a little bit here. So I got one more play I'm looking at to get some protection here, but we'll see it here as it plays out. Got a couple ideas. It's actually moving pretty slow, though. I mean, this isn't moving as much. You had the tech bounce in the morning. That bought you some time, but it's not as if you're selling off. You just have broader market weakness. Like, everything is weak right now. So you could just see, again, you only have 2 names in the green. Walmart was able to kick back up for us here. So that's why I was throwing a $200 shorter term play. I might do another one here, a different type, but other than that, it's not too aggressive just yet. So that's what we're waiting for. So watch your little bounce here. Amazon selling off. There's DraftKings. Let's see, Apple. Microsoft going. Apple switch gears. Apple's down 2% now. Where's Tesla? Tesla's actually holding up pretty decent. Yeah, Walmart's the only other Dow name that's up right now. What day is it? Tuesday? Today's Thursday, Wednesday, so this move. UVXY puts, no. That's even I was looking at a different ETF, but some of those ETFs with puts, it plays a little bit different there. Let's see. It looks kind of chill though. Again, we'll see here. You're down 1.9 on the NASDAQ. It is only been about 20 minutes. So the real question is, how fast do we move from here? If velocity picks up. Yeah, that K-Web guy got clapped. UONE unhalted. They've been halted on the upside. Same thing with Carver. The possible rest of July will be like this. No, I mean, you're having a lot of different things happen. I mean, just think about it. It's literally been 4 days in a row of China fucking you. I mean, that's how I'm interpreting it. Again, you literally started off from last week with Didi. Then they came back with more regulation. Then they came back attacking crypto. Then they come back yesterday, and now they're saying we're going to cut rates while Powell is talking about when we're going to taper and raise rates. I think it adds a whole nother leg to the discussion. Yeah, you're getting China's CPI and PPI tomorrow. So that could even come in, and it could be bad. The dollar's down today, so again, that one's very interesting. But this is one of those days where market was following along, so kind of expected this one here. Let's see, how did it play out from there? Should I watch out for something like May? But we're bouncing off the bottom here. IBM doing very, very well. There's a couple of names still holding up, so it's not too bad. Oracle's going negative again. Beyond actually wants to go positive off Beyond Chicken. So UEP, that one's just dropping in general. That one's now, this is giving the chance for TLT to really lead the way, which it's been doing for the last couple days here. Maybe acquiring more stocks for the long term. We made our deposit this month, I believe, early on. I got at the beginning of the month. I went with Airbnb. Earnings OPK. Starbucks coming up. I forgot about the Starbucks play. Yeah, Starbucks looks decent. AT&T on the high. Spectators bar from Tokyo Olympics. Yeah, so that came out yesterday and wasn't good. China Freer talking about cutting rates. Yeah, so their finance minister, they brought it up yesterday about how they want to, and again, that means their economy is slowing. So China's economy is slowing, and they're letting the world know, and they're about to diverge from the policy of everybody. That would make the only sense of what could have randomly woken up the bond market in the last 4 days, and then what ironically has occurred over the last 4 days. You've had 4 days in a row of China freaking out about capital leaving, being literally, think about it, they've been freaking out about Bitcoin, freaking out about IPOs. Chinese IPO got canceled today. It was supposed to price. So they are talking about it, and then the thing why it could have such a big effect so far on the market is because anytime China has mentioned a rate cut by their finance minister, like literally over the last few years, about 2 weeks later, they've always cut. So they don't mention it without doing it. So we'll see, though. It does depend. Beyond is green now. That's in the top right. It just depends if things kind of hold up at this rate, though. You're going to need, if China does get bad, if they do end up cutting and if it switches gears, I mean, it's just really going to look like Chinese economy it's going to start slowing down. VeriSign. I think VeriSign had a deal yesterday. UK signs free trade deal with Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. And again, I think by the time the euro market closes, we'll have a move because you are also the ECB made changes to how they're viewing inflation. So that has a lot of effects right there. There's a lot. Today's there's a lot of broader stuff happening. That's why it's hard to see a lot of individual names lead the way. Chewy on the low. I think they got initiated with a buy. Why would China cutting rates affect our rates? Because it's more or less signaling an economic slowdown in China. So China is your second biggest economy. I mean, if China is slowing down, do you think that it won't affect you? This is how China has been able to do whatever the fuck they want. It's more or less along the lines of, their business. You're a trade partner. So usually, and it is what happened in 2015 when China decided to weaken their currency, a forceful weaken or a purposeful devaluation. Biogen up 1.7. Abivi green. IBM pop, like a pop, a pop on a red day, kind of. IBM's positive now, so a lot of stuff is kind of coming back here, or little stuff you can see it working on there. So the race to the bottom begins. Because it contradicts a lot of it could with the currency, but not with the bond rates. That's the problem, is that it's very counterintuitive to the rest of the world. China is essentially at a different policy stage. So everybody in the world right now is still fighting COVID, doing all this stuff. They've put all this money into the system, and people are thinking about, okay, how can we normalize? So the rest of the world is talking about normalization. That's what all of our Fed meetings are about. We're talking about tapering. We're talking about when are rates going to go up. Everybody in the stock market has been pricing rates going higher for the last year. I mean, we're saying, when are we going to go back? When are we going to go back? So now China is diverging from the rest of the world right now. So while the rest of the world is recovering and saying we're recovering so well that we need to cut rates and slow down these purchases, right? Like, some of you are getting mad that the Fed is buying stuff, and then you have China way off away there saying we need to cut rates, actually. Our economy is slowing down. 3 months ago, we expected our GDP at 8%. Now it's at 5%. So they're hitting that stage where they were wrong, or they forecasted wrong, and now they could either be leading the recovery or lagging it. And that right there is what gets confusing. And this is what could explain people with money freaking out going to the bonds. Oh, no way. Are these going to be cheap? When do we get those other ones? Hold on. Let's see. TLT is just the U.S. bonds, but again, it could be very, very early. And like I showed yesterday, the bond yields are, anytime the bonds have gone below 1.5, 1.45, it starts to get pretty ugly, or it starts to signal a recession. Not recession, or economic slowdown, excuse me. IBM still going up. Dwayne, it's uncertainty. China PMI last month dropped more than ours, so if they cut rates, then it says we're likely to follow suit. I agree. It's part of the discussion. And that's what it comes down to. And then who's going to be, or someone's really right or someone's really wrong. I think this is where I delete my long-term app and go back to bed. Oh yeah. Some of you, hey, I'm sorry, we're talking China. It's been 30 minutes, big down day. Everybody's down, the S&P only got like 10 companies doing good. But like, oh man, don't forget the power of that strategy. It's like 7 a.m., you could just turn on the power, turn the power off, and just take a little nap. Trust me, because by 10 a.m., everybody going to do their thing. You know what I'm saying? Don't you worry. You'll be good. You'll be good. TrueCar big pop. If TrueCar pops on today's day, I think it's just funny. Why is TrueCar leading? Beyond is up almost 1%. INO up 5%. There's Overstock. Overstock came down, but still up 2.6%. Fubo green. UWMC green. Well, yeah, I don't know why UWMC rates just dropped like 50%. Think puts for earnings will be the move. Well, so far the trend has actually been going up. That's what people have talked about. Abivai Palantir green. Make sure you're alive. UBS raises Charles Schwab price target to 71. Keeps neutral. They also raised for what? Oh, AT&T? Or no, T. Rowe Price. You're a true teacher. Keep it up. Also, go to the gym, nerd. Bro, I'm ripped right now. I had such a good workout yesterday. You crazy. Talking crazy. So go to the gym. You go to the gym. We in there, baby. We're born there. Well, I was Overstock given a 150 price target. They like it. They were saying the reason for the need him price target on Overstock was that they said if you looked at Overstock sales over the last 5 years before the pandemic, they were actually flat. So now Overstock has been able to break out of that, and they're looking for upside on margin and sales that make it a standout. And then if you compare it to how it comps against itself, Overstock has actually been outperforming over the last 2 years. Comparatively to the last 5 years at a way different pace. So a little back and forth. Again, this isn't too bad. Again, the fact that you did not sell off immediately. The big problem is going to be if we do sell off. GoodRx and DoorDash partner with access to GoodRx. They're popped a little bit. DoorDash still down, but GoodRx, GDRX, a little pop and stop. IBM to acquire hybrid cloud consulting Boxboat Technologies. Snowflake on the high. High ticker is picking up right now. It's looking pretty decent. Again, GDRX on the high. Bonds are not getting above that 1%. Again, bonds are up 1.5. Do you guys realize that? This is where the bonds were this morning. So you were up there. So that's at least chilling out. Again, people were a little bit more concerned. Snow pop. Yeah, that showed up on the high ticker. 1.7. Oh, Snowflake, a big candle right there. I don't know if there's any news on that one, but they're doing great right there. Again, you're starting to get a little bit of names starting to break out. Some winners and losers. Valander on the high. Interesting. Let's see, BA. Yeah, Snowflake still going beyond. That one's just been moving a little bit slower there. Yeah, Snow is it's up. It's getting volume and a little bit of activity. AMC on the high. Look at it. High ticker is going crazy right now. So you're getting a little bit of a move. Surprise. I think it's your bigger name tech companies holding things down. Boeing is aiming for the high. Yeah, Apple's still in the gutter there a little bit. Oracle's up. Honeywell's down. Starbucks wants to go up. I think it's Walmart still green. Snowflake's still going. More volume. Snowflake going through the top. Macy option volume jumps led by August 20th, 21 calls. Yeah, Macy just got a crazy call sweep there. And back-to-back volume on those candles. Yeah, Macy got a call sweep and it's moving, but it looks a little slow there. That's crazy, but look at the high ticker right now. Everything is running right there. This is why you go to sleep, you'd be good. You'd be good. You'd be good. If this continues, you'll be fine. Is Newegg done? So are you ready for this? Are you ready for my tinfoil? It's crazy tinfoil. Crazy tinfoil. It's actually nuts. Do you want to know why nobody has talked about Newegg? Like, is it just me or has nobody talked about Newegg? right? Some of you were like, we talked about it, obviously, but like, have you really seen Newegg not talked about? I think I know why. I think I know why. Kramer talked about it. Yeah, but no, think about like the last 3 days. Like we called it out, like Charlie called it out at 11. It's because I think YouTube and a lot of the social media sites, like you got the mods would even say it in here, like when people would type the ticker, it would get censored for like spam. It would think it was offensive. So that's why I think it's not getting talked about. Like legitimately, every time you type it out, it's not allowing people to pump it. So they're blocking it or slowing it down. So I think that just shows the power of social media there, because it's very weird. Yeah, look at all the mods are laughing right now because they see you guys trying to type it out. Some of them go through, some of them don't. Like, how can you pump something if every time you put the ticker, it doesn't go through? Because I was going to put it in yesterday's title for the video, but I got a warning on it. That's why I was like, huh, interesting. Amazon Prime Day sales, I think they just came in. There's a headline. So some of them get through. I was going to put the ticker Newegg, Negg, and they think it's offensive, apparently. The system is not smart enough yet. Fubo going. Spy's chilling out. High ticker's still pumping. I think it's just a couple of names holding us down. Again, you still only have 4 names in the Dow that are up. Let's take a look at the SPY. Oh, come on. Why you do this to me? SPY is double the amount of names that are up, but you only have 47 names in the green right now. So SPY coming down a little bit. I don't think it's there. Overstock gas in. I think it's the big name techs holding us. Where's Google? Google's only down 1.1, 1.5. Overstock looking great, especially on a day like today, up 6%. If it keeps going, that might be a very, very good bright spot. Damn. That was a 20,000 order. Why is there 20,000 in volume on those Macy's? Stock market breadth remains extremely low. Even before the stock sell-off today, the market breadth was extremely poor. It speaks to the lack of conviction and momentum of the current rally. We first looked at the issue a couple weeks ago. S&P hit the record on June 29th. Only 47% of stocks traded above their 50-day moving average, the lowest since 1999. It rose to only 51% yesterday. So here's a nice little pretty picture. I know you guys like them. Usually narrow breadth, lowest percent of stocks above 50 DMA since 1999. So you can see any other. This is showing you that breadth. This is why high ticker is gassing right now. Look at the difference. Do you guys see that? This is on 5 minute, 1 minute, 5 second velocity. You have the high ticker going crazy, but you're not getting everything really getting weighted up. So this is showing you that not every stock is the reason why. It does mean that it is broader, but it does also mean you do have an issue with breadth there, because it's both. It does mean it's broader, but it's also meaning that a couple of names are leading the way at the same time. So as much as we want to say it's a broader market, yeah, you have other names going up, but they're not hitting, they could be running up today, but they're still the, 2-month, 3-month, 4-month trend. They're still not running up like Amazon or Apple or anything like that. Overstock's going. That's at least good. Selling conviction strongest since May. Man, that almost looked like an ugly open. That was that's the headline from what analyst? This is from Kriti Gupta, market reporter in New York. They said, man, that almost looked like an ugly open. It looks like the selling conviction is strong. All comes down to breadth. The record highs in the S&P were thanks to only a handful of stocks. It's no surprise the market was due for some selling. Tick index, which measures buying positive, selling negative ticks, posted a reading today extremely close to its record low in mid-May when we saw a 4% mini correction in the S&P. Today's market open was worse since then. Come on, give me the pretty picture. So here's the tick indicator. We've looked at this, but probably one of the worst all year. It's almost, this is almost as worse as that 4% down that we saw the other day. And then watch out for support levels on bonds. And that's it. And then people say another leg likely if the treasuries keep going, they say it could trigger a capitulation on the bonds. So some people are saying that pretty much if you get one more leg on the bonds, some people think it's likely bonds are just going to go apeshit and go a little bit. Again, the bonds are crazy. I mean, if you watch the watch list, I think you got a nice little mini lesson there. But we brought this up yesterday, and this is the key for today. Dude, 1.28 is insane. So take a look now. This is us dropping, but then over the last 10 years now, you are below every 10-year point. That's it. Only time you've seen rates come this low was literally during March of 2020 in the pandemic, and now you're right here below it. So every single one of these is a huge event. I even think if I pull on 25 years, I mean, it never goes this low. So that's why people are saying if it drops from here now and we capitulate back to these ranges, it could get a little crazy. So high taker's still ripping, but SPY is literally just pinned right at open. So I don't think your bigger names are moving with it. And bonds did not fully come back there. Novax, we saw Novax dying the other day. We had plays on it the last time, but it's been very, very volatile. That's why yesterday was a bad day. So for them to come up even 4%, it's not as if it is they're not rallying. They're more kind of making up some of the back and forth losses that they took the other day. I would say on bonds, they need a bigger catalyst. What does that mean? They need a reason. So, like, right now, you could argue that the catalyst is China and their actions to want to cut rates, or it could also be all of the economic data we've received, the job openings, the jobless claims even today, all of that. Those are little catalysts, but now the question is, what's really going to send the bonds lower? What could it be? And that's why China's CPI, PPI tomorrow may have an effect. But then coming into our CPI is next week. So think about that. If our CPI is bad, and then even the PCE, you could kind of see the bonds front running it to a degree. Myrna, Jason Tingley. Oh, I love that name. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, man. Oh, good morning. So how you feeling? Everybody on board the Colt Express. You could still go to bed right now. We encourage you not to look at your long term. All it is going to do is scare you. You know what I'm saying? Last thing you want, just don't look down. That's all. Just look up. You know, just smile to yourself, and you'll be good. You'll be good. What did bigger catalyst mean? I just answered that one. Unfortunately, with a good response. You have DVR, so you could record back on that. I left it on today. I want to buy, though. Buy something. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'm paying for the stream alerts. I want to know what the expiration for the SPY debit spread is. First thing I'll tell you is cancel the stream alerts for that because you probably don't understand them at this point if we've talked about this one, but it's July 16th. Anytime I mention a July one or any contract without a date. So, and everybody gets treated the same. Hashtag freemium. We love you. Acronyms. Disney. I like the Disney ones. I'm looking at them. Amazon's hitting the high again, so that could probably wake us up a little bit. At what level would I consider buying DD? I wouldn't touch that. That's why I said the other day I'd rather go with Baba if I was forced to buy any of those. Yeah, the DVR is going to mess with a lot of you. The biggest long-term drop. I haven't logged into the long-term yet, actually. Should I log in? I want to do it, but I don't want you guys to do it. I mean, you can't do it. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just if you're more the type to like freak out, you know what I'm saying? You probably shouldn't want to. Otherwise, you'll be good. Skip it. I'm already logging in. Don't do it. Please don't do it. If one of us checks, then we all go through it. Yeah, you were working. You didn't want to be an asshole. No, same too though. I wasn't trying to be an asshole. I'm literally saying though, like if the options, I don't want stream alerts used like that. If you're not really familiar with it, or like contracts and like the difference between a weekly and a monthly, and as it gets stated, it might be better to paper trade for a little longer. I'm only down $600 on the long term today. Not bad. We lost our 50% mark by 2%. That's not bad at all. I lost more in Bitcoin in 10 minutes. I said, fine. I've been conditioned. I've been strongly conditioned this year. You know, this year has conditioned me to take just absurd amount of losses very, very well. You know, because it can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. SPY's coming down now. Very, very weird with Amazon coming up. That means you're losing some of the momentum. We are switching gears here. Which ones are those? Those TLTs, the old TLTs are only down 8%. That's a smaller position on there. Oh, did those Microsofts come back? Nope, still down 72%. The Septembers came back on Microsoft. I usually like trades in the morning and then towards close. That's when you get more activity, but it depends. Today, we're probably going to get a lot of everything. I think you're going to get this first move down 1.5. Let's see how it picks up from here. Yeah, some people are thinking the bond market. People are saying everyone's just giving up on bonds. So this is just the Fed. That's crazy. HD on the low. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Overstock gave it up. Yeah, a lot of people were saying growth over value trade could reemerge, but that was the problem with today. Everybody got clapped. So about to hit another new low on the SPY. It's switching gears. Where our markets are all down. Breaking news: markets crashed to levels not seen since last week. I'm trying to pull up some of the other data. I want to see Europe right now. Because, again, right after Europe closed, it's been an hour so far, and we danced around just to come back here to the new low, down 1.5 on tech, 1.5 on the S&P, and then 1.4 on the Dow. Small caps did recover a little bit. We're running back Starbucks. That one, we'll see. The Starbucks one, I like it. Again, this is just going to get in the way of earnings here. But this is the whole thing, too. This could easily go away very, very quickly. Again, it's whenever the bonds just chill out. That's it. So, again, that's where talking about bonds needing a catalyst, this is actually key. Because we've seen this before on the downside, right? We've seen the bonds do the exact opposite coming down, and then what happened all of a sudden, it stopped, and then the market is able to kind of catch its footing again. So here's the world right now. Who's the only one up? Mongolia is killing it. Pakistan killing it. And then Laos is killing it. That's about it. Otherwise, again, these ones in black, they don't have accessible financial markets. But you can see here, Europe, everybody else right now, this is just broader. Everybody's getting clapped. The arrows is because they're open. So right now they're open, right? You know, France and all of them, they're coming down. Percent change down 2.53, 2.59. South Africa 2.6. So everybody is about down 2%, roughly. What time is it? 7:25. A lot of news came in. The reason I shouldn't buy the DraftKings long term. No, I like it. I mean, I think if it keeps going, it just depends on what price you're in. Because, like I said yesterday, I think you got a nice discount off of everything from yesterday with that little lawsuit thing. So I take it. I think it's good. FB Twitter tide, baby. On Isaac. My man. With the Joker. The Joker pick, it looks so ominous with the markets down 2%. It's like, He caused this, the Joker. No, it's good, bro. No other crazy headline news so far. Let's do another roundup. Equity movers here. Retail traders like AMC and GameStop stumble for the 5th straight day. Pressure across market leak more air out of the meme stock mania. ARPO Pharmaceuticals, ARPO is up 50%. So Chad just posted that one right there. Still holding. Came down a little bit. Cryptocurrency exposed stocks are trading lower as Bitcoin goes back to 33. DD falls 6%. Digital Brands rises 21. DBGI. DR Horton and TR Point Homes declined more than 3% after they got downgraded. Golden Nugget Online Gaming gains 4%, initiated with a buy. Helen of Troy slides 9% as it forecasts adjusted earnings per share. Kansas Southern dip 8% amid reports that Biden administration may push regulators to address consolidation in anti-competitive price and ocean shipping railroad industries. Sequential Brands SQPG dips below 6. That Martha Stewart sold 10,000 shares. Damn, bro. Martha again. SPY popping right there. And then Tesco gains 14 after they announced preliminary Q1 revenue. Nice little pop there. Check the bigger tech names. Martha sold Sequential Brands. She sold 10,000 shares. Neo's on the high. Yeah, there you go. Facebook taking a run up there. Still down a lot, but high tickers getting some steam now with tech stocks pulling up. Techs are now the leader. So they were outpacing in the morning. Oh, he's pretty low today. Yeah, again, I mean, a lot of today looked like it was about to be hideous. Oh, no. That's not low volume. It's been 1 hour. You have 30 million. This shit's on every other day we've gotten, actually. Think about that. You've done all day, like literally on May 28th, we did 35 million the whole day. We're 1 hour in on the dot, on the minute. XBI, Roblox, UWMC. Again, it's like the chart that I showed yesterday. Let me pull it up. But essentially, like UWMC, it's either going to get clapped by this, but it should do very, very well. We just have to wait for the lag. So here it is. Whoop, whoop, doop. So even though mortgage rates, this is since March, you can see what happened here. Mortgage refinances were coming back up, but as rates started to decline, refis started to increase a lot. So right now the refis are lagging because otherwise, right now, even though bonds is pretty negative, that should benefit the hell out of UWMC. So it sucks that they got clapped a little bit the other days, but still. What you need to know about the highly contagious Delta variant. That's one of our headlines we'll throw in there. Amazon Micro's kind of flip-flopping a little bit there, but still both down 1%. Minority refi already did it and can't do it. That's what I was thinking. And not only that, a lot of just new home purchases. But in general, that's just usually a big market. But as prices do go higher, anybody who didn't refi, they have the ability. But I think it was like 30 or 40% of people refied during the last year. It was a lot. That's why they all made so much money. Natural gas inventories rose 16 BCF last week. How's oil? Oil back 70. Oil is actually pretty stable here. So SPY's back, right back up to open. NASDAQ is coming to take the lead, but SPY and Dow went up there with it too. What do you think banks will do next week? That's going to be hard to say. I mean, the real only bank I'm worried about is the central bank. I mean, I want to know what's obviously what the Fed's going to do, the CPI, but now China, I can't ignore it. China is in focus. I would really, I would argue with anybody who would say otherwise because China is literally right now. It's getting to that point where the last 5 days in a row and the level of escalation, and then that's just literally the cherry on top from what you've seen out of China since January. But now it's getting to that point where, if China cuts their rates and it leads to something like the triple R cut, their reserve requirements, they don't know their currency weakening now. It could say something, but the reason why they would do it is actually more ominous than anybody would expect, and that is it's an economic slowdown. So it's literally China could be slowing down so heavily that now that's the only time they've ever did this, essentially. They've never really, China doesn't slow down or try to stimulate their economy unless it's like clapped. Oh yeah, the Xi Jinping speech. Forced to create. Yes. It's just getting to you've seen a lot in the last coming days. Is it the same thing that happened in 2015? Kind of. It's just a little different. Instead of weakening the currency directly, they're doing it indirectly. China has no issue with growth. It's currency war. Then why did they cut their GDP estimate by almost 50% yesterday when the estimate was made on April? And then why would they cut their reserve ratio requirement for banks when last time they did that was probably another 5 to 10 years prior? I think they hinted at it the month prior, but it's essentially their economy is slowing. I would say so. And again, it's usually a hard thought for people to wrap their head around. That's what they said in 2015 as well too. But I mean, I think it's getting a lot more clear here. But we will find out. I mean, everything they're doing is, even the DD thing. They canceled the Chinese IPO today. You know that? So there was another Chinese company supposed to IPO today. They literally they stopped it. They just said, "Nah, we're not we're not going to go public anymore. Actually, our country is not we can't do that right now. Okay, we can't do that right now." Baba, etc. That's more of a at this point. They canceled an IPO today. But there was what's it called? Baba has been around on the market for a long time. So Baba obviously could get clapped, but it's not like, again, Trump wanted to do the China ban and all that. I mean, it sucks because the stocks came down a little bit now and you might be able to get away with it, but I don't think those are the real risk as much as it is stopping new capital. Well, that's why I said it on the watch list 2 days ago. I said, all of China's moves look like capital controls. Hold on. Last time. They're not going put. What? I'll get the company name. I'm looking at a play, but it was some companies. It was pretty small. It was a couple $100 million, but they were supposed to price their IPO today and they canceled. And they were a Chinese ADR. Boy coming down. Yeah, that's the thing. We just might repeat this. That's the only problem. It's this move in reverse. Obviously, SPY's coming down instead of rates coming up. You have rates coming down now. And again, May was that big tick drop that you saw. So we might get a couple more days like this, but then earnings is going to pick up. That's just the only problem. So you're going to have to be, I think, on the put plays or anything of that nature, you're going to have to flip them. Anyway, Microsoft hitting a new low. Keep watch TLT. Cancel DVR. Is it messing with you guys that bad? I don't know if people like it or not. I accidentally left it on. I just thought I'd keep it there. I love it. Oh wow. Yeah, I think you low key like it gives you a chance to go back, listen to anything if you need it. You remember when DVR first came out? That shit was heat, bro. They have terminal info on shareholder of private companies. Unfortunately, no. I mean, no public. If they issued bonds or if they issued debt, we could find that out. But you can't get anybody's. You can't get. It's private for a reason. TLT new high of the day. So watch out. That's probably going to upset the markets if that keeps going there. I saw those Fubo spreads, yeah. So get out of China stocks now. Not necessarily. Right now, we want to see if this escalates any further. You're at a breaking point when it's either everything is either going to Like, you're going to get another catalyst with bonds. Something is going to come from here and bonds chill out. Otherwise, this is all you're going to get. Market will trip out for a little bit, and then there comes earnings and then everything else, and then people are going to chill out for some. So you're really right here in the middle. Again, the bonds are the last 2 days. People are like, wow, that's big. Okay, something's happening. But now this whole trend here, and you broke every single support level on the bonds. The 10 years is dropping very, very rapidly. So if now the reasons why it can make it drop, is that going to be enough to kind of mess up the summer here or not? That's the real question. Let's see, Microsoft's come back. The Microsoft Septembers came back to break even. I'm still clapped on those weeklies. CVAC on the high, and then C. CureVac. Wells Fargo tells customers shuttering all personal lines of credit. What? How? What does that mean? Why? Wait. What? What do you mean Wells Fargo, huh? With shuttering all personal lines of credit. What does that mean? It's shutting all personal lines of credit the next week. No longer offers the product. The product gave users $3,000 to $100 in revolving credit lines to consolidate higher interest. May have an impact on your credit score. They're like, yo, we might affect your credit score because we about to shut out all your credit lines. My bad. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all need a home loan. What? That's crazy. I wonder how that affects them. China Finance Online, JRJC, resume trading. What's this? JRJC. Banks want the collateral, no more signature. That makes that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but that's a weird one. Personal lines of credit, like credit cards, or personal loans, like credit cards. Both of them. Anything just a personal, like a credit line, like credit cards. Like Wells Fargo Bank isn't going to offer credit cards. Yeah, I love eastbound and down. And that's the only problem here with I'm seeing is some of you guys are re-asking questions after I answer them. It's probably because of the DVR. Yeah, no, we just got the Wells Fargo one. That news is crazy. I wonder, I mean, I don't think they make as much money from it. That would make sense, but it is pretty popular. Not true about the credit cards. So, well, I think any personal lines of credit. So I think it's not like, I mean, what would they, like, no, they're going to keep car loans. They'll keep house loans, but like just a revolving credit line is a credit card. No, Wells Fargo does a lot. They need to do a lot more with homes. Yeah, unsecured personal loans, I think. Just that's why they said it might hurt your credit score because it'll affect one of your credit lines. Yeah, I think personal unsecured credit lines that aren't credit cards, but that is a, I don't know. It's one or the other, but Either way, very, very weird move. What if other banks start to follow? It'll be hard for you to get money. That's because that's based on my interpretation. They stopped Heliox last year. And this is the exact other way. That's what I was just. I mean, they want him to give money and do all that, but it is a little opposite, especially with the money they're getting. Isn't that deleveraging to a degree, or it could be consolidating into certain areas that they want to cut? That's why I was like, how much you could probably see the revenue of what they make on it. Valero EPS consensus cut by 13. Beijing asked Didi to change mapping function over security fears. Is that what it is? Is China just doesn't want anybody to have a map of China? They're like, yeah, Didi, we don't like this whole interactive map thing you got going on. China's internet regulator requested multiple changes to the mapping function of the ride-hailing app group Didi app before its U.S. listing, fearing it could reveal sensitive government locations. Dude, that's they will clap a whole financial market just so you don't see a map. Why is SPY following TLT? Shouldn't it be the inverse? Well, bonds are going down, so it is. I mean, today now stock market's going down with bonds going down. It should be, but it's hitting that point where you have the concerns. It's just like yesterday. I mean, I brought it up on the watch list. Even towards the end, I said, I mean, literally the title of yesterday's video, the bond market is going crazy because it is. So now, with even another gap down in the rates today, below 1.2, it's pretty nuts. So that's why the market is reacting. The correlation is broken, but there is a correlation between the market kind of freaking out a little bit after rates are dropping like that, especially given the price that the bonds are at, the yield. That yield of below 1.4, huge. Below 1.3 now, below 1.2. You're literally at 1.28 right now. Absolutely insane. The suituring of credit can affect the housing market. It might. I mean, it'll affect us. It's going to lower some people's credit scores, access to money they have. The Wells Fargo move is just a little weird. I think it has implications. Hard to say now. I'm sure we're going to come back. I feel you're going to come back to that in a couple months, and then you'll realize what it was. But right now, it's just very interesting, and the timing. Wow, 7K on a Silverado 120. Got repoed 2 months ago. Sold at an auction for 13, resulting in them sending me a check now. Used car inflation is super real. Yeet. Yeah, that's still, the prices are still up. Well, that's the next part moving forward. If prices all start to stay maintained. In the last 3 to 6 months, you've seen a lot of what's it called? You've seen a lot of just rapid and big price gyrations. Happy Thursday, baby. Amen. Amen. Tomorrow, Friday. Could it be TLT It's a short covering. That's what one of the articles today said. It was saying that the bond vigilantes quit. So all the bond vigilantes, trying to force the Fed, and they're like, no, we think there's gonna, like, think about like Michael Burry, right? They're like, oh no, we think there's gonna be inflation. We think there's gonna be inflation. It's gonna be bad. They're shorting the bonds. So the fact that the bond yields are coming down now and people are buying back into them, it could be a massive amount of covering. That could be it, and that's why they're saying it could capitulate now, because you're just fighting the Fed. That's why TLT should theoretically go up or hold a level. PAGS. What's PAGS? Page Seguro Digital. PAGS dropping. Big red. No news on this one. PAGS, I'm not seeing any news on that. Things in. Oh, wait. No, there was something Brazil related. Amid reports of talks to buy Banco BV. So they're looking to buy a bank and people don't like it. I don't think I'm going to play it, but that's some news right there. It's coming out now. Check Cone or Coin. PAG still dropping. Coin and Co. Well, Coin and Coin. Overstock still holding up 5%. It's beautiful. Bob Ricks 199. Yeah, well, that's a big level. They haven't broke that level in a long time. That's the thing about it. MO popping. You snake PAGs. MO is coming up. Let's see. Walgreens. They're clapped. But those premiums have not depreciated too heavy. Meme stack screen except Clove. Overstock's my hero. You know what I just realized? I haven't had any caffeine this morning. I think I need some caffeine. That's crazy. I've just been focusing on China in the morning. I was just hyped off that. I got just a straight shot of 2% this morning. You know what I'm saying? 2% down on the Dow. I was like, woo! Good morning. Woo! China. Had too much. I could hear my heart beating. That's good. Olympics about to get canceled. That's crazy. LVS sweep. Las Vegas Sands doing good. Pretty decent. We already used the July deposit for the long term, so we did that at the beginning of the month. I grabbed Airbnb for the long term. Lambda. I honestly, is there really a, like, I don't know if people were trolling, but apparently there is a Lambda variant. Like, is that a joke? Because I keep hearing about it more and more. I don't know if it's a joke or not. No, dude, this shit's real. Jeez. Lambda is the latest COVID variant of interest. What? Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda. How do we get to damn lambda? That's it. And then once it's going to be COVID mu, everybody's going to be like, buy micron. Buy micron. I thought you guys were trolling me. It's lambda, mu, nu, z, omicron, pi, rho, sigma, tau, phi, chi, psi, omega. That's where you're going to really get there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's going to be there. That's crazy. So we don't get that theta. Yeah. Can I teach you that? It's the Greek alphabet. Do you have a match? I can teach you really quick. You go take a match, go light a match, and then flip it upside down and hold it. And then you have to say the alphabet before it burns you. And then that's it. You'll learn that shit quick. Mm-hmm. Again, you'll see this at the cult meetup. Actually, yeah, don't do that. I don't know. Tell me you got hazed without telling me you got hazed. I don't know if that's hazing or not. So, yeah, I can't. I don't want to haze the chat. It's a federal offense. You know that? You know, hazing is a federal offense. That's it. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. We won't haze anybody. You fucking no. Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. You have no idea what's you're fucked, dude. Oh, you guys are all yeah. That's crazy. The lamb. So SPY coming down here. Crude oil inventory 6.8 million. That's good. It was expected to be a lot lower or a lot higher. People were expecting a lot higher. It came in low. That should send oil. Yeah. So oil numbers coming out. And then I think you got a treasury auction happening now too. So watch TLT in the market. You're getting some events here right on the hour, 8 a.m. So again, we'll see here right on the hour. Everybody, again, Europe is still open. Everything is still getting clapped, dude. You're deep red, even on some, even Sweden, Finland, Norway. Everyone's clapped. They don't got nothing. I don't even know which is that. Is that the North? Is that Santa? I don't know. Oh, no. Warren asked Gendler about risks of cryptocurrency exchanges. Honestly, I'm so disappointed in Elizabeth Warren. You know that? I feel like she would have been the first person to bitch about Didi. And I'm like, and then she over here writing like letters about crypto. Like, sweetie, you were like 5 months too late. Like, come on. Come on. Like, why isn't she just getting in on the, like, she should be the one to complain about Didi. I could see her doing that very well. Delta Plus variant includes 3 months of Spotify Premium. Wow. Yeah, so SPY bouncing there again. The oil numbers, you're hanging out. Microsoft's hitting the low. We're getting some sell-off here, but other data is coming in that, or at least the oil data was something good. No outside spectators. That was some of the news yesterday. I don't know if it's there. Oh, wait. New state of emergency. Yeah, that news is coming through Dow Jones Newswire. What plays? All I did was buy a SPY debit spread, a SPY put debit spread. So throw $200, $1,000 max or 1,000% max gain. Give me a $200 play just in case. But I really am going to be focusing in on just overall bonds in this week or pretty much next week after the CPI. But anything China related now is getting really, really key. Don't do it, Josh. Caffeine is the devil. Nah. A girl without the long term from LA is the devil, not caffeine. Caffeine is kind of just like my good friend, but you know, sometimes he just gets a little crazy. You know? Appreciate the real estate call. No, I was trying to get on yesterday. I got clapped. I'm very, very clapped, even now. So I want the caffeine. We had a good one. Yeah, we had the oil numbers like 6.87 barrels or 6.9. And then Bloomberg estimates were about like 7.8 or 7.6. So they came in very, very low. That's why it's shooting up there. Mm. 10 years still dropping. Well, it's coming down a little bit. Ever since the oil numbers, you're chilling out somewhat. Oil coming back. Oil's almost positive. Microsoft selling off. Las Vegas Sands got a call sweep. Got a couple of winners today from like beyond the overstock. From the Amazon to the Amazon. ETA weekly gas supply hits record 10 million barrels a day. That 4,250. Well, I mean, all of these price points, I mean, we've been here. I mean, it's still an all-time high. Obviously, we don't want to, if you break below there, you just start getting back into where we saw the sell-off on in May. But not too crazy. Nothing's too crazy yet, but after what these last 3 days showed you, it could take 3 days and the bonds could go nuts, or like if it actually has a real confirmed reason, or if people start freaking out on the same reasons, there it is. But then literally if nothing escalates in the next 7 days, even after the CPI, which is hard to imagine, but you're going to just get earnings right off the bat. Microsoft wants to bounce a little there. Should I sell 10 cent because of China or keep it? That was a semi. I didn't see your dono earlier. I don't know. Any of the China stuff, especially if it's been around, I guess the only thing I could easily say is I wouldn't really put new capital towards a new Chinese company. That's it. If you're already in something, it depends how you're weighted. You could view your portfolio, but it might, just consider that your diversification over the years. You know what I'm saying? Like if you own Tencent, Baba, JD, Baidu, if it gets clapped, you probably should have gains on it. They are high growth. It's high risk, but I just wouldn't, don't fall in love with them And then, I would not be looking to allocate more capital or average down on them, where you might just let them, I would forget about them for a couple of months, couple of years. And then that way you could still have that exposure overseas, still get a different type of company and go from there. SPY's running up right now. High ticker is picking up and the SPY's moving, but we're trading little mini bounces that are kind of, it's a very slight trend down, but it's taking you right back to open. So it's more bearish neutral right now today. But you've given up, you've recovered at least a 20% maybe of the today's gain. You were down a lot more. You weren't down 20%, but you were down 2%. Now you're only down 1.3. So it could be work. And small caps are picking back up. So get ready here. If you do get a shift with the big caps, that'll be great. Let us take a Ganda here. Let's see what the market's moving with. If you work it, I put my thing down, flip it, then reverse it. It's your, I mean, if you buy puts, get a long term. 56 companies up, 449 down on the S&P. So we opened this morning with only 18 companies in the green today on the S&P. The Dow is literally only one company green right now. Every company on the Dow Jones is just pulling down. So it's good, though, because you were down 2% hour 15 minutes ago. So the fact that it's kind of came down here, it's good. That means everybody's still red, but they've all broadly recovered for the most part. I think it's just reflecting bonds a little bit. I mean, if you flip TLT upside down, you got it. Already went through the equity movers. The news are getting pretty chilling out a little bit. Yeah, Wells Fargo shuts existing credit lines. Global CLOs past 1 trillion. Oh shit, I forgot about that. That might be a weekend video. You guys want to go over CLOs? I made a video on CLOs and CDOs, collateralized loan obligations, and then collateralized debt obligations. So the CDO, the CLO is the new CDO, essentially. It's pretty nuts, but we could get all of them. Yeah, some of you may be behind on the chat. It's good though. I hope it keeps you in the game here. Make sure you're live. Yeah, so the CLO or the CDO is what the Big Short was based on. That's where everybody got clapped. But the CLO is that's like the new market. It's like that's the new way to do it. So they still exist. People are scared. CDO has a bad reputation. CDO is like saying Boeing 737 MAX. It has a bad reputation. Don't mean they can't rebrand it to the Boeing 777 MAX. You know what I'm saying? So the CLO is like the CDO, but they have, and there's a lot of risk in those two. It's only with energy though. That's the thing. I've looked at the CLOs over the last few years. The only thing that is negative about the CLOs is oil drops. That's it. If energy gets clapped, CLOs, that's going to be your biggest debt bubble. Oil would have to go very, very low. Like you'd have to have a really poor oil market because there's a lot of debt in energy. So they've collateralized and done a lot of these obligations on what's it called? On energy stocks, oil stocks specifically. I went to this new restaurant, but it was so 737 Max. I honestly think we should use that as an adjective. I feel like it fits appropriately. I feel like you could determine things or you could show how you feel towards something by calling it a 737 Max. I don't know, right? I don't know. I hate to be insensitive, but I think it holds a lot of meaning. Improper use of a trademark? I don't think so. It's not for any branding or commercial use. IVR down 80% from COVID, 7% dividend. Sounds very familiar, actually. I think IVR is very popular. Yeah, these are very, very popular. Oh, my. It just did that recently. Yeah, I don't like that volatility. I would be careful. There's something, I forgot, there's something deeper on there. There is some mortgage REITs that could do good, but just be careful. A narrative of fear plunging stocks finally heed bond signal. S&P falls from record highs amid worries over growth, virus, and the virus sub 1.25 rate would spark fear something is wrong or broken. So there you go. Not everybody is doing it. So pretty much they're saying rates going below 1.25 is very 737 max. Okay, so there you go. Growth is slowing while stock valuations expand and breadth narrows. There's a surprising drop in treasury yields, and the result is volatility. S&P 500 fell as much as 1.6 on Thursday, the most since May, as major industries slipped. Commodity and financial shares led the rapid retreat, the latest sign that once hot reflation trade is sputtering, with the Delta variant of COVID quickly spreading, and talk about monetary stimulus heating up in China. So there you go, baby. That's your big, quick recap there. Just last week, S&P rose to the record for its seventh straight session, a feat not seen since 1997. For 8 months, the benchmark has gone without a peak-to-trough decline of 5%, the largest stretch since 2018. Ooh. When the market is as expensive as it is today, it doesn't necessarily need a specific catalyst to change investor psychology, said Matt Maley, chief market strategist for Miller Tabak. The treasury market sniffed out these concerns earlier this week, and now the stock market. A wave of selling landed right at the open, the so-called tick index. We already showed you that one. Adrian Miller. So here are all analyst comments here for this morning. So you got a lot of people weighing in on what you got. Adrian Miller, chief market strategist at Coresight Capital. In our view, the bond market is the big brother of the equity market, and with the big brother does something, the little brother follows, no questions asked. If you are to believe economic momentum can only cool from current pace, investors need to determine how much you would pay for an economy returning to a normal glide path, and instead of paying 22 times 2021 SPX earnings or 20 times 2022 earnings, perhaps the right value is 18. Dan Suzuki, Richard Bernstein Advisors, LLC, Deputy Chief Investment Officer. He says there is a growing narrative of fear out there as well. I think investors are wondering whether the bond market is signaling slower growth, which is feeding the idea that peak in growth inflation numbers is going to signal the shift from positive surprises to negative surprises. So that is even related to earnings there. I agree with that comment. I like that one. Josh Wynn, Portfolio Manager at Hennessy. Oh, you got the Hennessy! Sorry, I just got to spice it up. I need caffeine. I get crazy without the caffeine. Just sorry. SPY's at a new high for today. But Mr. Hennessy says the S&P is 16% this year, so certainly give back on the equities side is to be expected. On the bond side, the narrative of inflation driven by labor shortages or product shortages or both, subdued economic growth globally, maybe rationing down expectations that is deflationary. I look at the 10-year and I think growth here will maybe be a little bit less than what we thought. And also the idea that we're going to hit inflation while with the 10-year being, 1.3, something doesn't jive there. I'm going to believe the bond market before I believe people saying there's going to be inflation. Whoo! See, that's what we talked about on the watch list yesterday. It's right now, anybody, even big money, small money, CNBC, anybody, it is very, very hard to say, and everything is very contradicting. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's very hard to look at the bond market and say inflation right now when the rate is just fell below 1.3 right now. So there's that. And again, now look at what's happening, right? Look at what we've talked about with China. There's still a couple more I'm going to read here. But look at what happened in China so far and what you had happen. China literally in the last 3 months was expecting higher growth and now just switched gears and then said we're going to cut, right? And then now factor that in here, you might start getting American investors doing the same thing. We were expecting inflation, expecting all this, and then this happens. And yes, there is argument on both sides. That's the point I'm reading you all of these, and this is why they have them, is that you really get to see, every single viewpoint, and where some people are bringing up certain counter arguments, some people are bringing up certain reasons why, what they're seeing and why. Some people are bringing up valuation, some people are bringing up inflation, the bond yields, all of that. So it's pretty good, but bond yields going lower or not, they're not saying much. Well, it's figuring out why. Everyone's talking about what, this is the difference, or at least what I like to look at is like, yes, you could look at the market today and say, yeah, bond yields went up or went down. That's why the market's getting clapped, but why? Right? And that's why, I'm connecting the dots between China and growth and what this means and how that could do policy. But again, everybody is talking out of their ass. Nobody is going to know until it happens. And then if it shifts, somebody's going to pivot. So we will see. We will see. What about when you look at the SPY compared to M2 and current inflation, and the SPY is undervalued? That may be the case, but I would encourage you to look at an equal weighted SPY index if you wanted to compare that. So most people would look at the SPY, and if you do look at this SPY compared to anything, yeah, it's doing its thing, but this SPY is able to hide stuff through weighting and indexes. So if you look at an equal weighted index, you'll notice even in the last year, this SPY has not even broken out. So on an equal weighted basis. But Chris Casanti, chief equity strategist at MAI Capital, I'm still of the opinion this is a head fake, that we will see higher rates ahead with strong GDP growth and corporate earnings growth. We've stimulated this economy so well in the path for COVID. Even though we have these blips, it's towards normalcy. I would take advantage of these things going on in the marketplace right now, like the travel-related stocks. I think they will come back. This is maybe one of the last opportunities to get on that bandwagon if you missed it. That's a very different approach to what you heard. SPY ripping up. You're breaking out now a little bit. We're getting out of this neutral bound range. And then finally, Chris Harvey, head equity strategy at Wells Fargo. A sharp drop in yield below 1.25 could cause equity portfolio managers to believe that something is wrong or broken. As a result, we see a growing possibility of a 5% sell-off in equities before earnings session. So there you go. That's crazy Kathy talk. I feel that's a good one. I feel that's, Kathy. You know what I'm saying? Kathy. I like Kathy, though. She very, what's it called? I don't know. I don't know. She gets it. I feel like that's crazy. It don't matter what's happening. She's like, oh, yeah, this is a great buying opportunity. You like Kathy? I don't think so. Kathy is an optimist. Honestly, y'all need more Kathys in your friend group. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't hurt to keep a Kathy around. Just no matter what happens. She's like, I don't know. I think it's looking pretty good. I'm really, really excited about it. I think Tesla's going to 10 million. She'd need a Kathy. Everybody needs a Kathy. That's it. And then you add Billy Huang to the prayer group, and you straight. I hate Kramer. We even talk about Kramer. See, that's why you need Kathy in your life. You see, she'd be like, Kramer's not bad. What is bad is the fact that Tesla's not at 1 million. Nah, she likes more than just Tesla. I love her. She's great. I do get a little bit sketched out with Kathy. I'm like, where the hell did she come from when it's all said and done? But, like, she loved Jesus. I love Jesus. I think that's the only thing we have in common. I mean, she does like other stuff too, but still. Where did she come from? Like Kathy Wood, I think that's tinfoil. Kathy Woods was she was just placed here. That's all I get. I've been trading stocks for a long time. I never heard about her until the beginning of 2020 or middle of 2020. She's an industry plant, bro. She's like Little Pump. That I'm telling she's an industry plant. See, like Nancy earned her way. Like Nancy been hitting plays since like Gerald Ford's day. You know what I'm saying? So, like we've heard about Yancey. Like Yancey has a track record. Yancey got family. Like, not Kathy's Little Pump. Yancey, they've talked about it. Her husband made $5.5 million off the Google Play. Yancey's husband. Mm-mm-mm. No, the SEC news is fake. But it's not. It's not insider. It is insider trading, but it's not. I mean, it's hard to explain. Okay, I just welcome. It was all disclosed. We bought Amazon a week before Nancy did, so it's just like she had great timing, but it's not like you saw the report come out. Obviously, she probably knew about the Jedi deal. That's the only thing, but the stock was already up. You know what, 5 to 7% prior to that. Mm-mm-mm. She shouldn't be high in plays. Well, it's her husband, but it's still like, yeah, it is the fact that she's just done it so many times. I get it. I know. It's like, yeah, she lucky, this and that. Could it be weird? It's just she has just done it a lot. That's all. That is hard. That's the only thing, you know. You know when you try to defend your friend, but he keeps doing the same. It's like Mumu. It's like I'm trying to defend Mumu. I'm like, yo, you guys, like seriously, like some of the serious Chads, they don't like Mumu all the time. I'm like, nah, man, he's a good kid. Like, you know, he just keeps not getting the long term, and you're just like, ah. It's like, okay, I get what it looks like. Okay, I know what it looks like, but it's not what it is, man. Mm-mm. Let's see. Bring me back Microsoft. Bonds chilled out a little bit, but bond volatility and how it's moving is crazy. Fauci, all 3 authorized vaccines effective against Delta. You still have that Neo? Yeah, that one share. We got it. We good. Praise God, baby. Amen. Amen. Vistra Corp option volume rises 8 signals since June 8th. Newegg pop. A little bit. Mm-hmm. Avanos Medical to pay $22 million to resolve criminal charge. Coin. If you're going up, it looks like it's chilling out. It looks like it's chilling out. Again, today looked awful off the morning. That's even what analysts were saying. Like, today looked like you were about to go. That's it. You haven't been down 1.5 in the futures in a minute. At least for 2 months. Average price on Altria. We might be down. I have 2 positions. One of them is 46.69. And then the other is 40. Wait, hold on. Wait, where is it? Where's trade price? 45.41. So still got 2% on it. Plus, we've already collected over a year of dividends on the play. The SPY straddle would have made 400% from yesterday. It looked like it would have been a good one. It's good to see. PAGS is still dropping, really? That was the Brazilian bank looking to buy Banco BV. Down 13. Why do I have 2? I have the big account and the small account. So I like Altria a lot. So we bought it in the small account with $8,000. We got $500 of the account is in Altria. And then on the big account worth $80,000, we have $7,000 in there. Watch the dollar start pumping. TLT's hitting the low. This is good. So again, you're seeing the market make up some steam. You're down 1%. Dow is picking back up here. Now you got 4 names in the green on the Dow. So that's you're definitely changing up from what we saw this morning. And then the SPY now 61 names instead of 18. We're coming up a little bit. Again, remember this morning, that looked insane. You guys, like, I don't know if you just, it was ugly. It's chilling out for now. 4 GME on the high. High tickers running. MO drip. Instacart taps top Facebook executive Fiji Simo as new CEO. Shares of Honeywell wouldn't be bad. It's up a decent amount like on the year, but they just got added to the Dow. They're pretty good. It's not bad at all. Coin running, market getting a little bit of steam here. Do you think MO because you think legalizing weed will help it? A little bit, but they are late. So, like a year ago, that was true. But lately, or maybe 2 years ago, but in the last like 6 months, a year, Altria has kind of fell behind in the weed race. But that is part of the reason why I like them. Another reason is just like it works. I mean, it's been around. I mean, they've been making money for a while. That's somebody. I was talking to somebody, and they kept bringing up some like crazy growth stocks, all of that. And then they're like, what do you buy? Like, why are your other they're like, give me some of your boomer stocks. They're like, I know you're a boomer stock guy. I was like, man, fine. But I told them about Altria, and they said, I don't believe in the business. They said, I don't believe that cigarettes are sustainable. You know what I'm saying? So the whole idea is how is it not sustainable if it's sustained itself already for the last 100 years? So that's where I'm kind of, companies like that, that's partly why I like Ultra. They've gone through a lot, they've done a lot, but even if cigarettes and health and all that, but they've been around and they've been making billions of dollars for a while. It's one of the oldest trading products known to man, like cigarettes and tobacco. We love that shit. So, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. 4-week bills draws 0.05, allotted at high 21%. 8-week bills. So where's TLT? Dollar's shooting up in the middle of this though. Low key as the bond yields are coming back to normal. Nicotine mandate. All they did was make Newports more expensive. It's got very, very. And I don't know what their plan was with that, but that's it. But that isn't really expected to clap the company. They're like, we don't want y'all to smoke Newports. We just made them more expensive to our talking. ASRT. ASTR going with SPC. Tech looks weak. It's been pretty even dry here on news so far. You got the oil data, all that. Again, the ECB was a big deal. Wait for the Euro. I think Europe's about to close here, right? Yeah, a little, but there's only a couple of indexes open now. That's crazy. Euro. Well, there you go. You get really, really deep in here. But now anything, I think these are open still. Anything like Germany's closed now. All that. I think UK's closed, right? Yeah, UK doesn't have the arrow anymore. I believe UK is closed. I think. Or about to be. Like the video. Yes, like the video. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for showing love. Thank you for all being respectful. I hope y'all having fun today. Today was a little bit spooky, but now it's a little bit better. Shout out to Mongolia. And shout out to the cult baby. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch as a main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Pags is dropping, man. Pags is getting clapped. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go get me some caffeine protein. Do I have caffeine protein? That'd be dope. Caffeine protein. Yo, someone needs to make that. Someone needs to make caffeine protein. That sounds like a great idea. So I got the caffeination. Okay. Make sure you're on live. Tell the chat. Don't want them falling behind. Ooh, day after the gym, we looking fucking ripped. Oh, look at that. Yo, y'all should see this right now. Y'all should see this right now. This is, bro, I'm getting ripped. I wish y'all see this, man. Y'all gotta see this. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, I'm very impressed. Wow. Am I going to go? I might not go today. I'm really clapped, but it's good. I need to get it out. I'm probably going to be doing back biceps today. Damn, been behind for 2 hours. At least you're here now. That's all that matters. Damn, that DVR really messing up some of you guys, huh? It's so weird, but we've had mixed reactions. Some of you really like it. Some of you didn't. I made that garden look easy. Let's make sure you're live. BA8, it's Wheaties. I don't think that's how you spell Wheaties. I think now the Euro markets close, we'll have time to wiggle. Oh yeah, just because you've been getting the ECB had those big changes today, so the market's been kind of moving a little bit prior to that. So now I think once you get that out the way, you get the Euro futures, Euro dollar futures stop moving, it'll be good. Netflix little pops. Chula Vista, my man. God bless you. DVR is nice. That's good. Because then you could always come back and listen to something if I ever said it and you missed it. We'll see. Nice cheek lace. Spy coming up. Netflix. Bonds are chilling out, though. That I think bonds, if you couldn't tell, the number one thing of the analysts, whether they agreed with it or not, a lot of people are just aware, and hopefully you guys are getting educated on this now, to understand that anytime the bonds go below a certain rate, and if the bonds kind of start falling out of a certain range, it leads people to assume that something's either going on or something's broken. So that you've probably heard that phrase a lot today, and it does have a lot of implications attached to it. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. SPY's hitting a new high. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. I already told you this. So, it's push-up time, ladies and gentlemen. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. You got all this tension, all this volatility. Everything's going back and forth, man. You just need to get your body moving. Trust me. Trust me. You got to just keep the body moving. You got to just keep the body moving, okay? It's good for you. It's very, very good for you. Okay, so get the body moving. Do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, wow. I like it. Oh, PHILO got me to quit smoking and buy MO. Hey, man. That's a double win. That's hype. That's hype. But I need you to relax your shoulders now. Drop the shoulders. Fix the nerd neck. Tuck the hips in. Flex your core. Boom, baby. That's how you're supposed to sit. Drop the shoulders, though. Come on, wiggle them. Wiggle the shoulders. Come on, wiggle the shoulders. Hey, smile too. Smile too. I need you to smile and wiggle the shoulders. Smile and wiggle the shoulders. Smile and wiggle the shoulders. That's it. Just do it. Come on. There you go. Relax the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Legs in front of you. Planted on the ground. Oh, man. Come on. You look good. Like, you look really wow. You got taller. You had to have gotten taller. You have to have. Wow. Look at you right now. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. So listen, you better have good posture because all of your algorithms are listening to you. And you know what they're going to start showing you? You know what I got yesterday? I posted a TikTok. So I posted a TikTok and I got a TikTok back. Like it came up and it was literally a surgery to get taller. You know that? You got us short kings out there getting surgery, okay, to make themselves 3 inches taller. It's insane, okay? It's insane. So this is why you need to just fix your posture now. So please, chest to the sun. Chest to the sun, my friends. Chest to the sun. Just enjoy it. You'll be good. It's crazy. Oh. When is my appointment? Next week. I'm kidding. Oh. So, drop them. Finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. He had his legs extended, not his back. I know, but listen, you could get surgery to be taller, right, and not walk for like 6 months, or you could look taller and by just chest to the sun and working on your posture every day because you're sitting down working 7 hours a day on the stock market anyways. You're going to be here. That's just, we could build a good habit. I could get you an extra 1.5 inches. Easy. You know that? You got an extra 1.5 inches right now. And then 0.5 inch is in your shoulders. Then the rest is in the core and the back. And then your hips are all tightened up. That's at least an easy 1.5 inches. You're not 5'6". You really 5'7.5". You just slunched over. Embrace that positive Kathy energy, baby. It's gonna be okay. Amen. That's free 99. Free 99. Man, y'all are like, man, my wife would love it. I wish I was taller. Yeah. I was just trying to motivate y'all to get your chest to the sun, man. Relax. It's okay. You guys are going to be good. You'll be good. It's good. You got this. Got this. Can't take the chat anywhere. Okay, so surgery is only $4,999. Oh my God. This wasn't supposed to be a sponsored post. I got a hernia surgery. Last thing I'm doing is sticking. Bro, they put a metal nail into your femur, and then it is digitally controlled, and you press a button to lengthen the nail 1 millimeter a day. So little by little, you're just like, bloop, bloop. Oh. It's like, nah, bro. I'm trying to get swole. That's fine. It's okay. Bonds are coming down. SPY's going up. This is looking good. We might get a little bit of our bounce back now. It only took about 2 hours. Market's getting over it. Market's getting over until China does something else. FANG Plus index held back by China ADRs. Records were set by 2 of the 4 FANG stocks yesterday. Amazon and Alphabet, a third Facebook, traded at a new high the day before. The New York Stock Exchange FANG Plus Index, which tracks the 3 companies in Netflix, has been stuck below a February 16th record since last week, thanks to Chinese Alibaba and Baidu. Chinese ADRs have dropped as their home country cracks down on companies listing elsewhere. A FANG-only gauge climbed 12% from the day. FANG Plus peaked through Wednesday. Swole is the way. Oh, yeah. That's it. That's how you balance these things out in life. Okay? Or you go and get a good job. Okay? So here's the FANG versus FANG Plus. I'll show you a nice chart before you guys want a statistic? I believe if you're, they said the math, you have to make to be as attractive as somebody who is 6 foot tall. So if you're not 6 foot tall, to have the same level of attractiveness with height, you have to make an additional $185,000 a year. That they did a survey and poll and study, and they came to the conclusion that 5 foot whatever is the same as 6 foot if you make $185,000 a year. So you could look it up. So y'all got a couple options here. Get a long term, go to the gym. Otherwise, that's it. That's it. What do women have to make? If I said dinner, would that be offensive? I'm asking before I say the joke, because then that way I can't get in that much trouble. But I don't know. They didn't look at the other side of the coin. This was just for my short kings. Oh, no. Oh, I wasn't muted? Okay. But SPY's going up. Bonds came down a little bit. So we're good. Either way. I'm just kidding, Mom. I love you. I have three sisters, or like 8 sisters. I don't even know how many sisters I have. That's it. We're good. We're good. AMC green. That's good. They said that meme stocks were losing some of the air. So this is a good bounce back. Airbus booked 73 plane orders in June, delivered 297 from January to June, and then 77 planes in June were delivered, 73 ordered in June. Comcast deal with Amazon. What's the deal on? AMC pop. Shit. Deal with Comcast licensing. Amazon does look like it's getting volume. Comcast not hitting the same. I'm double checking right now. Come on. Yeah, hits is ahead on that. I'm not seeing anything on that just yet. AMC Discovery's moving. I don't know if that could be. High ticker's pumping now. So if bonds go negative today, again, notice European close. We got that, 5-10 minutes ago, a little bit, or 20 minutes ago. So now everything is kind of coming up here. This is good. I think AMC is a big pop. Watch Discovery and Comcast. Everybody in the AMC. Do I own any Picassos? I do not. I forgot. I was just looking at the one I bought the other. I forgot who the artist was. I have a couple artists that I like. But no Picassos for me. XOM Qualcomm high of the day. Still down though, 1%. NVIDIA break-in. Market really flipped it and reversed it. They did. Yeah, Ford was picking up earlier. XOM's positive. It's probably after the oil numbers. They're chilling out for, again, the bond move. This is a fat move with bonds. Do you guys realize this is just today? You went from 150 to 148 on TLT. Like, this is it's a pretty sizable move, and then compare with the last few days. But bonds could potentially go negative here. That's the thing. As long as we don't get any negative, I wouldn't be surprised to see some negative news come out. But as long as we don't have that, we should be good. Yeah, AMC looks good. Considering the last 2 days that it had, that's actually really good right there. This is good. If we get a stop here, I would love it, but I just hate the range of bonds right now. I'm like excited though. I don't know if you guys could tell. I love it when we're finally getting real bond movements. Realbondshit.com. The United States 10-year bond. www.10yearbond.com. Like, so again, this is the only thing now, because take a look at the chart with TLT, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because you're going to get this run up here. If this turns into a red candle and could kind of peak us out like you've seen some of the bottoms and all of that, that one could actually be very, very good. So I like that prospect there. But now the range between bonds it's going to fluctuate between 1.25% and 1.5%. That you see right here. This is your new range now of 1.5. I don't know though, because again, it's either going to do something like this where we fat rip down, consolidate for a couple months like it has done, at critical moments here. Again, every single time it's ever done this, it's been a critical moment like we went over on the watch list. Again, I think a lot of people missed this out. Remember, this was the first TLT. This was the first time the Fed cut rates in a decade, and that was 2019. Then you had Brexit, and then you had the whole Euro crisis, and then 2 years following the recovery. So I'm expecting now, the only thing I don't like about this move is now our range is going to be here. Well, like we've gone over today, we've talked a lot of the analyst recommendations or what they've been saying. The real question is, what range do the bonds hold? And then are people still going to assume that something's broken now? And that's one of the biggest signals here of what you're getting. It's this is very, very challenging to inflation, or if anything, the bonds are kind of signifying transitory, but we'll see what that means. You see, there's a lot of factors here, and then again, we've already talked a lot about China, but that's probably going to come up again today. We just have to see how we play out. It's only been about 2.5 hours, so still got a lot of time. European markets closed, stock market went up. You're getting some life now. The real recovery is happening in small caps. How do you play it? Little by little. I mean, that's what, we have old TLT plays that came back up. So I'm using those as place markers. I grabbed some SPY puts today, started with a little bit of a debit spread. We're still holding our earnings play. So it's not as if I'm only going for puts here because I still have that Amazon. I have that Shopify. We have that Starbucks. We are a Qualcomm as well, too. I set up for earnings last week on some of these. So do you see what I'm saying? That it's monitoring the bonds, seeing how we could take advantage of the market volatility in the short term, but then also keeping our eyes a little bit ahead on the course of what catalysts we're running into. And that is speaking towards next week. You are going to be getting the CPI next Wednesday. So, and then Powell on 15th in front of Senate Banking Committee. So all of those things could have an effect there, but it's just really, we need this to kind of culminate into a move. Day by day, we will be able to get it. But then also, if you get another big move out of China or bonds, we may be able to jump the gun and get our signal here. And that's pretty much what I'm waiting for. If we do get it, it's pretty much keep your eyes peeled. If you find a gap, take it. If there's no gap, wait and follow the course. Follow what we got with earnings, the Fed events, all of that. But if we start all it takes right now, I really think it's one or two more pieces of China news. If China does another thing hinting at them getting clapped, that might be your gap right there that we could take advantage of. But we will see. We will see. Yeah, Chinese CPI comes out tomorrow. Mm. Mm. SPY moving up. Workhorse Tesla on the high. So here's the financial snapshot of China. Again, you have their CPI year over year comes out tomorrow. It's expected to be 1.2, and then year over year 8%. It's pretty in line there. And then trade balance over the weekend or next week. But let's see. I wish economic forecasts. GDP, see 2021, that was 8%. That one, I believe they got lowered. I don't know if this had been updated here. There was one thing that they changed. It felt so naked. I know, I have to clean it up again. Nextera, both yield 2%. Yeah, Nextera is good. I actually like them. You should even look at their performance during market recessions. They've actually done very good, or even during market volatility. I haven't looked at the chart yet. I'm sure you're going to be paying a premium on the year, so, scale in accordingly. Let's see. What are some of the top searches here today? trending inquiries, reflation, Newegg is trending, USD, HTG, Process, and Pelosi. Those are your 5 top search terms today on Bloomberg. Yeah, retail can't move GME and AMC. Volume spike correlation with TLT for a little bit. I think it just speaks, though. It could be like a direct relation. Some people would assume that. But I really just think that it's just more along the lines of what's it called? Of just yields and high caps or small caps. Again, lower yields, if the yields or, and how they're operating, certain people are going to get affected differently. In the high, when the rates go higher, these small caps, the riskier plays become more attractive. Because now if you're getting this high of a yield on a bond, you could take a little bit more risk to get a better return. So that's why when the yields have gone down, it's hurting. It helps big caps, but not the smaller caps. But that is literally, TLT does kind of look opposite to AMC. Correlation does not imply causation. Indeed. Indeed. Things are so confusing now. Well, it depends on how the time frame you judge them on, right? And that's why, like, I even think there's a lot of I think you're at the peak of uncertainty right now. I mean, do you guys realize this is what I was saying yesterday? It's funny to see today and how it's playing out, but you are in the middle of inflation and deflation, but quite frankly, you are literally in the eye of the storm as far as transitory. So this whole transitory storm, is it transitory or not? Is it inflation or deflation? Is it going to come? You are literally in the eye of the storm right now. That's what the bond market is saying. Because you've literally had all the rates shoot up. People were getting worried. People were like, wait a minute, inflation. Then it chills out a little bit. Prices still go up for a couple more months, all of this. And then all of a sudden, it all just reverses. And now the same people were saying it's inflation. Some have switched sides. Some are still standing by it. You have everybody going back and forth. This is just literally, this is what it would look like. You are just in the middle of transitory. This is the eye of the storm where you don't know which side is going to pull, but it's actually calm to a degree because you're just in the middle of it. So wherever we go from here is going to prove or disprove transitory or not, if you really think about it. LMFA. SPAR going to be red. Storm ramping up. We've been here for a while. It's going to be, it's hard to say. I don't even think you could get the markets moving, but you don't really know where it's at. The key is, and why I say we're right there at the middle of it, because you were literally just at the breaking point of February, the beginning of February, when inflation did go crazy. Mm. What about February? You don't understand? The bond rates are at the same price before the bond rates started to go up a lot. So in February, remember this day in February, the month leading into that, you saw the opposite of what you just saw. The rates started going up out of nowhere as a lot of inflationary pressures, GameStop, all these different things, right? So you didn't know what was going to happen. So back in February, you didn't know what was going to happen. People were talking inflation in February and January, but not, I had it up on, I was talking about it April, August, October, but people really weren't talking about inflation. They weren't that worried. And then all of a sudden, the bond yields skyrocketed. And that was saying, okay, maybe we're going to have inflation now. People started watching the prices, the small caps, the tech, the value rotation. Nobody saw that coming, but the bonds were at this point, and then all of that happened. You didn't know what this next 2-3 months was going to look like. So then it chilled out, and then in that next 2-3 months, the data stayed the same. Other prices, other commodities were moving, but then everybody was arguing back and forth where this is inflation. Some people said it's going to get worse, like Michael Burry, even like Ray Dalio, people like that. And then at the same time, a lot of people were saying it's just transitory. It's transitory. Then little by little, bond rates kind of level out, prices come back. So now you see where we're up, and now the bond rates are coming back down after all of this. But the whole point is why I say you're at the eye of the storm right here, right now, because you're just literally at that same bond yield than before when it broke and changed everything. So now with this much time going on back at these levels, I mean, you will really get to find out here probably very soon, or at least a couple weeks, transitory or not, but it will stay, the Fed is looking years and years out, so keep that in mind. But the relationship inverse today, you're saying between bonds and the market, they should be inversed because prior the other 3 months, bonds and the market were moving together. Stock market was going up, bond yields were going up. That really shouldn't happen. It should be vice versa there. But even today, though, it's just the bond yields move so much back down, and they broke those key levels. Again, anybody managing money or anybody who pays attention to fixed income, below 1.45 is a big deal on that because it's never been there. So I remember at one point, 2018, even 2012, you were looking at that number. You were like, wow, bonds have historically never gone this low, at least on the 10-year. So then coming to 2019, it was the same thing. And then coming to the beginning of the year, it was the same thing. And then anytime it is broken below there, it gets worrisome. So that's why today when you see the stock market sell off, you're watching the bonds. And now what caused the bonds is also hinting at a potential China slowdown. That could be part of it. So that's why it did what it did, if that makes sense. do what it did. I mean, bonds low means money goes back into the market. Not necessarily. Bonds low, bond yields coming lower means people are going into bonds. So they could be pulling their money out of other stuff. But then again, it is also good because lower bond yields could spur other demand, and everything does take a little bit of time here, but that's where some people are looking at it. Again, I'm not the only one who said it today. At least 2 or 3 other people, or analysts, or even fund managers, they just said when the bonds get below 1.45, you're gonna just ask yourself something's wrong or something's broken. That's it at this point. So now, how persistently it stays above there and how it moves from there, that will give us a lot of insight. Why is it so easy to lose money in the stock market and so much harder to pull money out? Just human emotion. I mean, I guess it's easier to eat food than go to the gym, right? Does that make sense? Based on today's move, what do I think? I think it's China. I think China's our real risk. Like, screw everybody else. The way the last couple of days here, I think, and I've already stood by this, but it just, whatever China does here, if China is slowing down, I think that says a lot about the global economic recovery. And to the point where China's slowing down, where they take initiative and then they diverge from every other central bank in the world. But we don't have trade wars. You don't need a trade war. Again, they are demand, right? They are both demand and supply to a degree. If China is not able to consume or get the same level of trade, I mean, if China slows down, you also have to think about it. Why the fuck is China slowing down? They make all of your shit. So what does that mean? Ding, 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 ding. Brandon Tam. That means supply or demand everywhere else is dropped. It's not that they're cutting our supply. It's they're not artificially slowing. Like China plus artificially slowing down doesn't really make sense. They would never do that. Again, they don't want to slow down in China. Why? Because it's harder to defend communism and being a bully, right? If, again, people got pissed off. I mean, go look at when Hong Kong riots and all that, it correlates with economic activity. Again, if people make money, if you're happy, if you have a job, you're making money, you don't give a shit. But now that's where people start to complain if they want to artificially speed it up. That's why they want to cut the rates, because they want to keep it up there. So it could mean they're trying to control capital. That's what, again, you could view it as China being a bully, or if you want to view it from an economic, perspective, they're essentially they're trying to control their money. They're trying to control capital with IPOs. They're now saying they're lowering their estimates. They now want to cut rates. If China is slowing down, that means demand globally has dropped because, again, everyone's buying from China. Polish central bank keeps main rate at 0.10. Earnings today, Levi DCT, ACCD. What about people getting back to work? Is that an issue China is having? Is that a joke? You either choose to work or you get put in work camp. Take your pick, Habibi. That's how it works in China. No, I'm serious. No, China doesn't. Dude, they never stopped. China wasn't like, yo, you think the communist government was like, yo, man, we got to put you on lockdown. Here, let us compensate you since we closed down your business. My bad, man. We're so sorry. Nah, they deleted 20 million phones. You don't remember them locking buildings up with steel? Y'all forgot about those news clips? Y'all don't remember middle of COVID? They were with the street with some fucking Ghostbusters machine, spraying it with all this shit, and then they were literally sealing over buildings with metal. Cabby, welcome back. Yeah, so it's not yeah, no, they don't have any issue getting people back to work. That's not I think that's just more of a cultural thing. I don't know. BlackRock took some chips off the table this morning. That's what we're gonna. Well, that's what's crazy is that it's almost been 45 days since the purchase. It depends on what is bought or sold, but we're gonna also find that out very, very soon. It could be because of their workforce issue. They do. The only issue in China is with workers is not. It's not necessarily getting people back to work, but they have an aging population. That's one of the negative parts. So even we do too in here, but it's not as old like the ad. Like there's a lot of of older people. It's actually like very, very like it's crazy. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get you the data. I'm trying to show you the so here's the data of just total population in China over the years since 2007. I want to see if I can get the age. You get their wages. Ever since 2015, they just stopped giving you. So, again, this is how China works. You'll notice there will be gaps in certain areas when it comes to the data because they don't choose to report everything. I'll see if I can find it. Industry should be demographics. Oh, you guys didn't see what I was looking at. So, my bad. Yeah, so I was looking at here. You could see certain population stuff, like wage data and all of that. They don't even report their disposable income numbers since 2015. But I'm trying to. You can see this is just overall population 1.4, but hasn't really grown too much. I mean, think about it. 2019 and now they grew 1 million people. Year before that it was 5 million. So, but you could see at one point they were growing really, really rapidly. To a degree, it still took a couple years. LMFA halted or unhalted, then halted again. See, look at this is how they hide it too. I fucking love China. So like take a look. Here's their population by age. So this is where I'm saying here, just notice even over the last 13 years it's almost doubled. But then even then look at the young people. So from 2007 to 2020, right? China's population ages 0 to 14 has actually declined by 2 million, right? But in that same time period, you've doubled the population of 65 and over. So that's almost 14 years right there. That is 14 years, right? Yeah, that is. So literally in that 14 years, you've only been able, I mean, obviously the people got older and you could see, but even then the population of 15, it just doesn't make sense. Like it just doesn't literally make any, again, because that means every year these people, or 14 years later, you should have been adding 24 million people here. And you shouldn't have lost that many people going above 65. So China has a very, very old population and it's getting older. But this is what I was laughing at was that look at how they broke it down. Like, does this look weird to you? Ages 0 to 14, and then ages 15 to 64, and then ages 65 and over. Do you get the do you get the like do you see it? Like, is that normal to you? Yeah, there's a very big gap for any demographics. Usually people do 0 to 13, 14 to 23, 24 to 35, 45 to 65, and then 65 and over. They're just like, all right, 0 to 14, 14 to 60, and then 60 and over. There you go. That's all three. 1, 2, 3. Very simple. You got young, middle, old. Very big. Very simple. 15 to 64. That's why I literally just I just LOL'd right when I saw that. Man. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, everything does look kind of shit. Low key, if you look at it, I mean, look at year over year spending. Household spending per capita is dropping through the roof, actually. This is all trash. Disposable income went up, but look at that. You're spending on entertainment, education, and cultural services. Like, that's a big disparity. And that's only from December. That doesn't even factor the last 7 months. So if they are literally going to, what's it called? Yeah, they only put this shit out once a year. So If that goes any lower, I mean, this is a little bit delayed there. Revenue passengers, that has declined heavily, it looks like. You can see since 2020, they got back up in September. We might be able to get a lot of signals from these. Anything that's updated China numbers, it may tell us the story, low-key. I'm at 7%. We'll have to play with that one a little bit. No, that one. I just have to go through that. I think that data might be able to. I think that may be the answer here moving forward. And this is why I got it. This is all I wanted. Remember, I told you guys I just want China data. Amazon pop. A little bit. A little bit. You know what else is popping? Push-up time, baby. Uh-huh. We're live Monday through Friday. 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me at Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We love you. But we've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. You can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Wow. Wow, it's beautiful. Oh, Amazon's popping there. There you go. There you go. That's good. That's good. I feel good. Oh, man. But, come on, please. Can you just put your chest to your son? To your son. Chest to the sun. Drop your shoulders, please. Okay? No nerd neck. I need good posture here. It's a good reminder every hour. It's for your benefit. Damn, why was that muted? You guys didn't get to hear all that? Oh, I muted myself. I was just going pee. Oh yeah, I was talking. I was like, I'm back. I was getting excited how good I looked in the off the gym gains. Legal Zoom popping. I was muted. Nigerian talking Oracle. LMFA again. July 87 call. Okay, Oracle. DVR's on. You might be behind. Don't fall behind. Amen. Art of the Deal painted by Hunter Biden. Is it really worth $500,000? Betting offer: Italy versus England. Boris Johnson is pursuing an accidental program of 1970 style inflation. Lots of different headlines here. Lots of different headlines. Let's see how the bank's doing. AMC, AER, X. AER got a little pop there. AMC's going again. So, bro, small caps bounced 2% again today. NFL Twitter extend media partnership. Market talk. I don't know if that's new right now. Hold on. You might be getting a pop there. It's early. I don't know if it's old news or not. Let's see there if Twitter moves. Facebook is on the high. Amazon's still holding up. Oracle didn't get a pop off the Nigerian pump. Facebook coming up. Facebook still down 1%. Amazon barely green. NASDAQ only down 0.5%. Look at you. Look at you. You scared us with that whole China bond thing this morning. We were scared for you. We thought you died. Yeah, man. We thought you were out, bro. That's crazy. So it wasn't COVID. It was just the flu, just the cold. I thought you were about to get Delta, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Xpeng to join Hang Seng Composite July 20th. I was looking I thought the Lambda thing was a joke. Just kind of, I just don't know how I feel. Honestly, have y'all seen it? Do you want to talk about it, or is it too early? Still 9:30, but we came back up here. Did y'all see Vax that thing up by Juvenile? I don't know how I feel about that one. That one I did not know if it was a joke or serious. Oh yeah, you didn't hear that? You ever seen that one? You know that old school song by Juvenile? You a big fine woman, want you bet that ass. That one. He remixed it to do an ad for the vaccine. And it's called Vax That Thing Up. Oh, go look it up. Please, go look at it. Please. I thought it was satire, but it wasn't. It was real. Him and Manny Fresh. That's the first time in like 20 years that an artist from Cash Money and No Limit Records decided to work together. Vax that thing up. Vax that thing up. It's painfully real. Yeah, it's real. That one got me. No, vax that thing up. Yes, vax that thing up. Amazon shares turn positive. Tommy Hilfiger pays $46 million for my Palm Beach mansion. Should put Blueface. Ooh. Bro, it's so funny. Mustafa could actually talk like Blueface. It's the funniest shit ever. He could make the Blueface voice perfectly. And it's too much fun. Ooh. Diddy bop. See? Wells Fargo to close all personal lines of credit. That was earlier. Wells Fargo. No, well, CNBC was the first one to drop that. That's why, but I think it's just interesting. Disney's positive now. Leslie making a pop, probably a CNBC pick. Oh, 6 minutes behind. No, the Wells Fargo puts aren't running. They got clapped. They're down a little bit, but not enough to. Again, today was bad in the beginning, but you didn't get any follow through. So premiums like came up a slight amount, but not enough to profit you. Leslie, CNBC. You just watched the vax that thing up. That's just like Donald Trump tweeting. I'm like, who was the person who overlooked this and was like, and gave the okay and was like, yeah, this is going to be a hit. They're like, no, this is the one. Come on, everybody knows back that thing up. Why don't we just vax that thing up? Oh, yeah. What if we got Juvenile to do it himself? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm 6'6", so I only got to make 30K. You are also 3 hours behind. So someone should put him on game. Somebody thought that was the best idea, and they put a budget behind it. That's all I'm saying. Someone was like, this is it. It's funny. It's great. It's going to be effective. Like, they ran an analysis. They're like, they probably have an expectation of how many people they thought they were going to reach with that. They had to have. They had to. Like, that's not like Leslie's jump, CNBC mention. I want to see. I think I'm gonna show my mom that video. I want to see what she says. I'm like, Mom, I know you're really into health and all of that stuff. I would like your opinion on this one, please. Inflation expectations are plummeting, but for how long? This morning, the yield of the 10-year sank briefly below 1.25. One could easily see the real yields were falling too. But what's interesting about the recent bond market action is that inflation expectations are falling as well. In fact, in the last month, inflation expectations, as measured by the five-year forward rate, have fallen the most since March 2020, when markets dislocated as pandemic lockdowns began. It will be interesting to see how inflations react to CPI on Tuesday. Expectations are in a month-to-month increase of 0.4 in June figure after a May increase of 0.7. But the hot U.S. housing market may be a surprise pass through the CPI via rising rents and owner equivalent rent, OER. Given what's happening in residential property in the U.S., these components of the CPI should soon be rising quickly. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the OER and rent indexes have the largest weights of the 211-item category, while the May OER was only 2.1. Expect higher numbers going forward. So house prices might fuck up the CPI on Tuesday. Keep that in mind as we start getting into some of these. So right here is the, what's it called? I believe this is the 10-year. That's the 10-year bond rates coming down, but now these are inflation expectations. So now they're starting to drop. Where were we at the beginning of the year? Yeah, remember, that's what I'm saying. We shot up, and now inflation expectations are below, I think, even that February point. Yeah, February 18th. So remember, they dropped for a little bit, and then it started shooting up here. So we will see rail. Biden expects an executive order aimed at reducing rail and ocean freight. That's why what's it called was down. Wasn't it KSS? Or no, Canadian, or was it CN? Remember I said one of those today? One of the railroad companies is down a lot today, KSU. Thank you. Yeah, so that's part of it. So if rail's going, I mean, KSU got clapped on that. So overaction earlier this year. Pretty much, I mean, we'll see unless the data says otherwise. KSU's tiny compared to the big four. Rail's still going, but we kind of have an idea of what he's. The reason why KSU dropped is probably the reason of what he's going to discuss. And Biden speaks at 13 at 1. $1:35 Biden comes on. KSU had a lot of that back and forth. Orphan again. Orphy. Yeah, PayPal getting volume, about to go green, or still needs 1/8% or 80th. July 14th, Fed Powell. Yeah, Wells Fargo will discontinue personal and then shut down existing ones in weeks. We own IRM. That's a REIT that we got our hand in. But we bought it like 60, 70% lower or something. Damn, it's already 9:50. That's crazy. Back from work, first thing I do, hop on YouTube, like this stream. Let's go chat it. Don't look at your long term. Don't look at your long term before you do anything. I know you already liked the video. Actually, okay, you could kind of look. We're below 50% now, but only by 1% in a quarter. We're only down the same amount of 50% as the 10-year bond. A little give or take a couple. Market is weird. I mean, again, it was just tweaking off the bonds, and then Europe and all the global markets, and then Europe closes. I mean, I said that in the morning. I mean, you got DVR. Go back to the morning. I said I thought we were going to sell off heavy, and then at Euro close, I thought we were going to bounce, but we just played a little game of tag, and then at Euro close, we were good. There's a lot to digest. Most of the catalysts were all in the morning, and it was all just bigger things to digest, but nothing active developing. Root pop. Oh, Root. Big pop. What's going on with Root? Root moving. I think it just got a call sweep. Biogen. FDA narrows label of new Alzheimer's drug. I don't know if it's Citron. It's going up. All it looks like there's no news on that. This is the one I need. Root earnings August 4th. Root Inc. I'm not seeing anything. What's going to happen to my Wells Fargo credit cards? They're just going to close them, and that's going to hurt my credit score. So some people are saying it's not credit cards. I mean, I disagree. I think we'll find out here soon. But if that was the case, then yes. If they close any available credit you have, any of those lines, it would hurt your credit, even if it wasn't a credit card or not. But I'm pretty sure any personal credit lines are getting canceled. Yeah, it was just a CNBC article. There's no other detail. They did not respond for comment. The article is first reported by CNBC, and then there's now a Reuters article, but the Reuters article is just saying based on a CNBC report. I mean, it says personal credit lines. So we talked about this a little bit. It says personal lines of credit, and then they said the product usually gave 3 to 100,000 in revolving credit lines. A revolving credit line is a credit card. Like that's what literally like revolving credit is, a credit card. Or or it doesn't, even if you don't have a credit card, it could still be a higher interest. It's an amount that you could open and close, you could add and do everything else. So I think anything personal, it's just your signature. Yeah, unsecured personal lines of credit. I think that's what they're canceling. Wells Fargo already canceled the PHILO last year, but that is not a credit line. That's not a revolving credit line. That one's based on the house, the loan, everything else. Banker, here probably doesn't apply to credit cards. It applies to unsecured lines. So then, what is a credit card? Unless it's a secured credit card. I had a 20K limit on one card that got slashed to 500 in the financial crisis. Damn, they're like, yo, we could give you 20K, but next month it's dropping to 5. Personal line of credit. It says all existing personal lines of credit. Yeah. Why is life so much harder now to make money than back in the day? I don't think it is. I just think prices have gone up. Like back in the day, you wouldn't get money for anything unless it was like real estate. They would hand it out, but then it made money hard to get acquired for the next 10 years. I think we have technology. I think prices are just high, and there's a lot more people, so there's a lot more what's it called? A lot more competition. But I really think if you just give an ounce of shit, like, and you care, and like you really wanted to, I think a lot of people, you would have a better time making money now than any other time in history. Like you could just NFT yourself or something. I don't know. They close the accounts when everyone's credit score dropped. Yeah, if that was a big portion of their credit, available credit. Times it 10. I was on DVR. Make sure you guys are hit live. I kept it on for today because I already forgot, but surprisingly, a lot of you enjoyed it. So, again, like half of you are still at like 7 in the morning. Somebody's watching the stream freaking out. They're like, why the fuck are the bonds moving like that? Dude, they're like, everything's down 1.5, but my Robinhood keeps going up. They're like, I hedge this perfectly. Someone out there is tripping right now. They're just like, I don't get it. They're like, man, this is very. They're like, Josh is really quiet right now. He's probably looking at the bonds. And they're like, man, that's crazy. They're like, I don't get it. I'm winning, though. This is great. Yeah, rail is still going on there. You got the second wave. So news came in early, and now it's getting recycled, I'm pretty sure. But I was just a little hesitant to determine winners and losers after the KSU. Like the video, please. Please and thank you. We appreciate you. SPY's chilling out now. Again, SPY just looking like bonds. You see how they're inverting here, or at least TLT. Railroad stock. I like Union Pacific, UMP. They're pretty good. Otherwise, I don't really have too many. I think it might be, I do want to eventually get into some transport stocks, but I want a deal above all else. Oh, you're all behind on this stream. This is a good one. I think you'll like this. What is a reflation trade and who wins? Inflation's been all but absent from much of the world for over a decade, but so-called reflation trades became all the rage earlier this year as economies started to recover from the pandemic and measures of inflation ticked higher. Loads of cash piled into strategies set to benefit from the trade. By midsummer, however, investors started to worry that the trade has ran its course. That's where you are right now. What is reflation? It's the prospect of a return of global growth after economic hit from COVID-19 pandemic. When several drug makers late last year revealed strong efficacy results of their vaccines, investors piled into those assets that win in an improving economic cycle. Ultra-loose central bank policies and more stimulus under President Biden gave more fuel to these bets. Is it the same thing as inflation? Not really. In markets, the term is used liberally to define an uptick in growth and price pressure after a broad contraction, often referring to the rate of change rather than the absolute level of prices. This year, it sometimes has been used interchangeably with the word reopening. When it comes to inflation expectations in the real world and consumer prices, that's a different ballgame, and one where there currently plenty of debate. Some investors contend with no expense spared, responsive governments around the world to COVID, vow by central banks to keep rates lower for long. How do you trade it? Reflationary trades involve assets exposed to faster economic growth, price pressures, and higher yields. Riskier equities tend to benefit off of the expense of nominal bond or those not protected against inflation. SPY, everything's still going up. What do well? It's in the stock market. It's small caps and cyclicals, such as bank and energy producers. This time, it also includes cruise operators, airlines, and other travel and leisure companies that benefit from an end to pandemic restrictions. For income-oriented investors, it's trades that capture the widening spread between short and long-dated bonds are popular. Another way to play the trend is through break-evens, a market-derived measure of inflation expectations. So there's a lot with it. I will read it to you later. Please hold. I'll keep it there. See Amazon. Why does Super Chat not work? I do not know. I tried to stop you. I love you either way. I love you either way, my buddy. My buddy. My buddy. Wherever I go, he go, my buddy. My buddy. Who's my favorite Avenger? I like Iron Man. If he's considered an Avenger. Try unit. I was thinking at the window, my buddy. Why is life so shitty? Man, there's a lot of human heartache. There's a lot of pressure day to day put on human beings. There's a lot of disparity in this world. If you don't have any spiritual relationship, depending on the humans that you've relied upon, it gets very, very lonely very, very quickly and easily. I mean, there's many, many reasons. However, I do know that your outlook and attitude can affect a lot. So you could do a lot right there with just, maybe lie to yourself. Be like, damn, why is life so good right now? Be like, take a good deep breath of air. I'd be like, man, I feel good. Like, why are you still breathing, man? It's good. So our market does kind of follow Japan, but not necessarily their stock market, more so their currency and bonds and monetary policy could give us a lot. Netflix pop. Yeah, a little bit. It's going up there. Amazon coming down. UWMC needs a lot more steam. UWMC should go crazy, actually, with the rates. Bro, rates drop below 1.25, and they're just at 1.6 or 7. DD on the high. Roblo green. Oh, yeah, Roblo. There you go. Roblo popping. Overstock still holding up 5. Biden backs health measures to protect Olympic athletes. My buddy. Like it says, Japan's government is imposing public health measures necessary to carry out Olympics. UVXY, second largest volume to date, not even full trading day completed. Posted by Chad. Oh, Mac Roberts, there it is. There it is. They stole your message. You thought it wasn't gonna go through, huh? I love you, baby. Hard. Let's go. I know you got something for me. I know you got a message. How you living, Mac? How you living? I hope you got a smile on your face. Can everybody smile right now? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Got a smile. There. Good. Now chest to the sun. Chest to the sun. Please. Chest to the sun. Does anybody, I don't know, should I say it now? I don't know if I'll say it. I saw Mumu. I was going to shit on Mumu right there. I saw it as an opportunity to shit on Mumu, and then I could announce something, maybe. I gave Mumu an offer. I think some of you can help him out. My buddy. I was going to say, just don't be Mumu, okay? That's all. Just remember, okay? Chest to the sun right now. Don't be Mumu. Okay, you can be Mumu. Just depends. I just don't want. That's it. Moo, can you fix it too, bro? Thank you. Thank you. Well, we'll see. If you guys pray for me, I have we'll see if we were trying to work another deal. If I could get this one house, I could give I could give a Chad house away essentially. Well, not give it away, but I'll give it to Moo, and then there's 4 other rooms, and then I'll let you guys rent it out. And then but you'd have to live with Moo. And then you guys, but it's already decked out. I could just give you one of the ones I have with the setup. So, we'll see. I told Moo, he was like, damn. It's a classic. I've done this before, though. I'm scared. I've done this before, and it led to a very, very disastrous outcome. The rent, it would be like $1,000 a person, I think. 1,000 or 1,500, depending on the size. We have to see. Yeah, they fucked up my house last time. And then Moo is gonna live there, so think about it. So do it again. I like your style. Well, I think I would just make sure it gets maintained this time. I wouldn't give anybody, you wouldn't have freedom. You have to have a credit check. You have to work a job. You have to go to the gym 4 times a week. So that's part of the requirements. Yes, I don't know if I could do that technically. I have to check before I put it up for rent because of discrimination laws. But that is one of my standards. That's it. Like that's it. You're fat, well, you'll get to live there and you'll get skinnier. Or if that's not it, just get healthy. I don't even care. I don't care. We didn't say fat or skinny. We just said you have to go to the gym 4 times a week. Taking the China thing seriously. That China comment's great. Can I dedicate my gym time to long term? No. That's one thing think about it. I feel like if everybody in that house had the discipline to work a job and then work out, as well as trading and doing whatever they want, I feel like it's less likely my shit would get destroyed. It's just a certain type of that's it. No, if you don't work out on that, I'm not gonna let you be that influence around everybody else. If you want to work out, you stay out. If you don't want to work out, you stay at home. Stay where you want to stay and don't work out. That's it. All I'm doing is in your ear right now. You could mute me. That's it. But not in person. No. You have to work out. That's it. That's just, it's a discipline thing. It's not even like I don't even care about how you look or anything. It's just all discipline. That's all I want. That's it. You gotta just work. What if they just don't work out and they're fit? I don't care. You have to work out. That's it. How do you look up financial disclosure? It's on the website. It's a little bit harder. I haven't checked it on the, what's it called, the terminal just yet. Discipline South Park. The Chad compound, I backed out of it and I lost $1 million in equity. I was like, I could get a better one. I was like, I'll wait. We'll do it. And then I have the location narrowed down for the mini meetup. We could do it in 2 weeks, but I feel like that might be too short notice for some of you. So either in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, essentially. I don't know. I have it narrowed down to where we want to try the first one. I don't want to tell you just yet. It's because it's good. It's good, and it's actually it's going to be very unique. That's why I want to try it like this. It's going to be I really like the idea. You'll see. But 2 weeks notice. Yeah, I don't know if that's enough. Either 2 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, but I'd want to do it relatively soon. Not Bakersfield. Oh, shit. NFL, how come Twitter didn't pop off the NFL news? It just got reiterated again. It would be in 4 weeks. It's not going to be 4 weeks. It's not going to be a 4 week. That'd be crazy. FDA concerns with invasive specialized orthopedics. Nuva is dropping. FDA concerns with specialized orthopedics. Potential biocompatibility concerns with devices. That's 2 minutes old. Debt limit expiration date difficult to forecast this year. It's going to be on Roblox. Stop playing. It's getting hot in here. So shout out all the chats. I am getting so chat. I want to get a long term with a little bit of stocks and a little bit of hot shots. Let's go. That's a banger, bro. That was a good one. That was a good one. I like that one. That was a good one. It's getting chat in here. I am getting so chat. I want to get a long term. And a little bit of and a little bit of How do you get to this meetup? This meetup will get to you. We have to hope this is good. I'm nervous. I'm telling you, that's the only reason why we wouldn't have had it even now. Like I told you about it a month ago, I was setting this up. But then even every time I step outside, I get nervous. I'm like, man, there's so many things to think about, dealing with it. I'm going to get nervous being around everybody. I'll have to deal with a lot of people. Like, that's it. Like, dealing with Moo was enough. I was like, fuck. I was like, it wasn't bad. I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed it, but it was still, I was like, this is going to be it's a lot to take in. A lot to take in. Closing on my house today. All the Chads will be invited. Gallo's been hunting for that thing, baby. Congratulations. On. Let's go. Did you end up taking that one? The one that you said that like it praised a little bit lower? Did you end up coming in on it? Or did you were able to negotiate? Carve Pop, that's been a hit today. Pag still dropping. That's hype, bro. Congratulations. Bro, Gallo, you paid 20 over. Not bad. Not bad. You've been hunting for a while, bro. I remember you were hunting even on that on the Guess the Price game. Last time we played the Guess the Price game, he was hunting. Amazon is hitting a new high. Wow. Wow, those contracts came back up. No shit. 15 acres for the meter? Oh, is that big? Jeez. You got a compound. Yeah, record high for Amazon. So I need to go pee. Man, I'm dead. Yeah, the rail call. Good work, Chad. Good work on that one. No play on it for me, but very good call. That's hitting 3 legs on there. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. It's getting Chad in here. LMFA again. Do. I'm in the coat. Oh, just ran 2 miles. Hey man. You smell 2, bro. I don't even do 2 miles. I could do like a mile before I work out. That's good. That's good, baby. So you ready for this? It's time for PHILO. It's a mini PHILO today. It's a mini PHILO. It's a very, very mini PHILO. I'm honestly, it's one of those workout days. Thank you all for even dealing with it. I mean, y'all get to deal with my workout bipolarness. Some days I get really, really tired after, but it's like a awake tired. All of that is beautiful, but I still think we should get a positive message in here. There's been a lot even going on my mind, so a lot of things too. And if I can't start it with anything, to God be the glory, baby. Amen. But just listen, okay? Just listen. You might like it. You might like this one. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about it. There's a few different parts. I'm going to tell you about Mumu. I was thinking about a conversation I had with Mumu and changing your life. That's what I'm going to talk about, changing your life. A little mini. I don't know if I'm going to give you anything crazy deep, anything to rock with, but I'm just going to talk to you, share a little story with you. That's going to be the first part, but I'll give you a little segue. Another thing, I found a new goal the other day, yesterday, and it has to do with praying. So that could be another PHILO I'll give you. But I hope you guys do pray and understand that is a little cheat code in and of itself. And make sure you don't ignore that. We're praying for you. I ask you guys to pray for me. But, get in tune. Just get in tune. Some of you could meditate, call it whatever you want. But take that time. And it's a real big cheat code there, okay? A really, really big cheat code. I'm telling you, there's no other way to. It's been a goal. I have prayer goals I got yesterday. That's what I did. So it's pretty crazy. So here's what we're going to talk about with changing your life. It just happens, okay? And it is a collection of habits, and the habits that you build up are going to be difficult. And before you know it, your life will change. And why I was saying that, and this is the main point I was talking with Mumu, because Mumu, I've seen him change a lot and all of that. But Mumu was talking about the last time he saw me, and it was funny because we had this conversation. Literally, last time Mumu saw me was probably 3 years ago. So you guys, like literally, I've successfully ignored him for that long. It was a very big accomplishment. Amazon is insane. Amazon's lifting up everything now. It's not really taking the SPY, but the NASDAQ. So I was able to avoid him for 3 years. Yeah, he was here a couple days ago, but before that, I hadn't seen him in years, face to face, right? Like, I'll see him on the stream. You guys will see him in here. He'll talk, all that. But I didn't see him for a couple years. And he was like, wow, like, damn. Like, he was like, you look a lot better. He's like, I remember when I saw you last time, you didn't look too hot. Like, you were looking, and I even told him, and this was the main point. I was like, I wasn't. I wasn't at all. His posture got a little worse, Mumu's, but other than that, Mumu, I've seen him. I've even said the same thing to him. He was a lot more immature with some stuff, to see him now. Very, very impressed. It's just a good vibe, all of that. But even then, we were talking about that. But like back when he saw me, I was looking awful. And it wasn't that I just looked physically awful. I was in a whole different place. And that's why when I'm looking at it, I'm like, damn, a lot has changed. And this is what I told him. And this is my message to you guys today. Really, honestly, it is for the young guys. But it also goes both ways if you're not young. Because I laughed. I was like, I died at this comment. I told him, I was like, yeah, like, I was 3-4 years younger back then. I was in a different place, all of that. But I even told him, I feel like actually younger and better than I did back then. And it blew my mind. It actually blew my mind. Like right now, I feel younger. My body feels way, way better than what I felt being 20-something years old. Back when I was Mumu's age, essentially. I was the same age he was today back then. And I was like, what? And I was like, it's crazy. Like, it was actually crazy because I was like, damn, all that time went on. Like, I got to eat more food, do all of this. But then at the same time, I feel younger now than any time before. I feel way better. It's crazy. Even I had to get a hernia surgery, all of that. So this is what I'm saying with the young people. You could change your life very, very good, but oftentimes the youth is wasted. That's what I did. I wasted my youth. I made a lot of good decisions, but I also made a lot of bad ones. And that's why it was kind of crazy to think about, because I was realizing it's like some of you guys are like puppies. Like, like picture a husky, right? Those are the cutest little things. When they're like just born, they're a puppy. And like the puppy size from like 0 to 12 weeks, it like grows to a certain size and it's still like a young puppy. And then from like 12 weeks to like 6 months, it still looks like a puppy. And then 6 months to like 2 years, it's still just like now, then it's going to pretty much look like how it looked the whole time. So this is the 0 to 14, 14 to 64, yeah. That's why it's funny to look at, because I think a lot of you guys are puppies in the sense that youth is often wasted, but it's not like you're really wasting your real youth. Some of you may be wasting your 12 weeks to 2 months youth as a puppy. Does that make sense? Like some of you guys, yeah, like you are young. Like if you're 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, you're still in the prime of your youth to a degree. But even if you wasted it, you were partying, whatever it is, you didn't necessarily waste all of your youth. Does that make sense? And now where does that bring in the exciting part? That's for the people who are older. Because some of you now, and this is really, that's why I get to speak to both people right now. Because if you felt like you wasted that, if you feel like you're a little older, yeah, you might be 26. You didn't waste your youth, though. You now still have that 12-month or that couple weeks to a couple years youth left as a puppy. I don't know. Maybe this is a weird example. So, yeah, it's your youth last chance. Yes, thank you. Yes, I needed that. That's exactly what it is. And that's why I'm saying it's exciting. But then I was even thinking about that yesterday. And that's why, I hope all of you really start taking advantage of a second opportunity. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. You know that y'all really don't feel me. Can I say that again? You know? Damn, Luke, you're over 40? That's amazing. That's crazy. You look in your 20s. And I'm sure you feel great. But again, don't waste this second chance. And I think a lot of you all have second chances. You just don't realize it. And I'm talking about your body, your physical health, all of that. But I'm also talking about the opportunities that you have in front of you to pursue with your business, your career, whatever it may be. And like literally just being in your youth. You don't know what you know. Like if you think about it, like, yeah, you were younger. You were exposed to, you could have bought this, you could have bought that, all of that. You wasted it. It's fine. But you know a lot more now. Like you know a lot more. And it doesn't mean your chance is over. And that's where I think a lot of people should probably hone in on this, and you don't really realize it till you realize it. Again, I didn't realize it till I had that I did not take a minute to stop and think. With all the PHILO that I do, with all this thinking, all the praying, whatever you want to call it, man. Never did I did not take a second to just look back and say, holy shit, I was way younger, almost half a decade ago. And I feel way better than I do right now. I remember how I felt. Like, I remember how I felt. I'm talking mentally, physically, my body, everything. I just felt so much, like, worse back then than I did right now. And it's not, even if you took everything away, I know I would still just, again, it's the habits that I built up. And that's the point. And I was just thinking, I was like, how did this happen? That's what I was thinking. I was like, how did that paradox occur where I was young and I felt old, and now I'm older, but now I'm feeling younger? How did that even really occur? Because I'm a very complaining person at times. I'm very sensitive to how I feel when it comes. Like, I know when I need to poop, I gotta poop. You guys could tell when I have to poop, for crying out loud. So that's why I'm like, how did that happen? And how come I didn't really think about it? And I was thinking throughout the day, the other day, and I just realized, I was like, man, this was just a small collection of just little, small good decisions. I mean, little habits. We've talked about this, but that's just the reminder I want to give you here today, is that you won't realize it until it really does fully change, or until you think about it. But these little habits that you build right now, these are going to be the things that will really change your life. And if all of you want to change your life, I'm telling you, it's going to be difficult, because you're going to do these little things and make little small decisions, these small good decisions, and you're not really going to see anything happen. Again, it's not like I instantly felt like I did today. I did have to work to get here. But it was just little by little, and that's what I realized. I was just looking around. I'm like, how do I treat my house? Right? Back then, I would just give people free houses, or I would give these opportunities. I was willing to go. I was willing to travel, go back and forth, do all of this stuff. I had the energy, but I felt miserable. And it was the habits. I didn't set up boundaries for myself. I wasn't eating the right way. I wouldn't even clean my house. I wouldn't even get a cleaner. I wouldn't even, again, going to the gym, taking time to really read my Bible. In that same time period, literally, I could show you my Bible streak. I haven't missed a week, consecutive week. My daily streak, I'm only back down to like 180 or something. But ever since then, I could literally correlate. Thankfully, I have this little Bible app because I could genuinely correlate my shift in habits changing as I did start getting into the Word of God. Like, I know a lot of you don't like that. I know it sounds a certain way, all of that. But I have it. I could literally look back almost 200 weeks ago, and that's my streak. I've never missed a week from there, ever. I may have not missed it on the day, but I've never missed a week for almost 3-4 years now. But it's crazy to think about. It's like I didn't feel it instantly. You know? It does not get, none of these little habits get felt instantly. And it's not about the Bible, okay? You know, I love God. I really do. The rain will shine on the just and unjust alike. And I hope you've heard this PHILO before, because God is a God of principles. You know that? So it doesn't matter. Some of y'all think, you know, God respects principles, not people. So the principle of discipline, the principle of hard work, the principle of making a good decision, you know, being even truthful, being honest, you know, not cheating your neighbor, you know, giving back, loving. Those are all principles. So you could be an evil-ass person. God will still respect that. That's really what it comes down to. So this is why I'm saying it was just kind of this logic that I had where I did start respecting principles more than people or anything else, because I got to the point where it was just these little, small, good decisions that added up. And that's how your life is going to change. Because when I do look back on it, it looks like a very big shift. But I just realize it's how I'm treating myself. It's what I decided to do on a small basis every single day and what it accumulated into. So that's why I want all of you to be able to do this. And honestly, it's great. Again, I got to see Moo change a lot. A lot of you in here, I've seen you change, good and bad. But above all else, I would hope everybody could do this, but I know this seems like an elusive secret, or it's like this elusive thing, hard to get your hand on. But it just starts with these little changes. And that's where, if I could encourage anything, I hope you guys know your big change is going to come through something small. And on that same respect, you're definitely not too late. And you have, I think a lot of people have a second chance and they don't realize it. And honestly, the paradox is you could be young or old and you're going to feel a certain way based on on these little decisions that you make. You know what I'm saying? Because I was in my early 20s feeling like an old man. Some of you could be in your early 30s, early 40s. You may have the same feeling. But those little decisions that you make, you could honestly go 5-10 more years and you will feel younger than you ever did. You know? And that's just, I couldn't shake this thought. You know, I could have gave you another PHILO. I could have, had something, written down, go through all of this, all of that, but it just really just changed your life. And it's not with anything big. It's with small. And I realized we were all just little puppies at different stages. Because really up until we get like really much older, like much, much, much older, your chance is still here. And a lot of people aren't taking it yet. Pogs just rocketed. That was the one that they had the deal to buy out the bank. I feel like I want to give up, man. Honestly, man, back when, I don't know if Moo even knew it. Probably back when he last saw me, I wanted to give up too. In all honesty. I was angry. I was a very angry person. I don't think you realize that. I could even get angry now, but it's a different, like now I'll get annoyed now. I could get hungry. I could get poopy. You know what I'm saying? I could get annoyed. I could get bothered. But, oh, no. Like, there was, like, I wanted to give up. I was angry. I was very, very angry. There's anger about everything. Everything. The stuff I wanted, the stuff that didn't happen, the state of the world, the state of people, the friends I didn't have, the friends I did have, everything. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I felt miserable. Again, I was in my youth, feeling like an old man, just worn out, just dried up, low key, just not like, and how? That's why I'm like, how in the world did I just keep living, going through everything, and like, I feel better now. And it all has to do with these, it was little change. I didn't do anything crazy. Like, I started going to the gym. I started reading a book that was just really nice. Literally, just I love your neighbors, you love yourself. I stopped going out and doing certain things, or if I didn't want to do something, I would say no. And I just started sticking to it. Literally, like little small things. And it wasn't like I just said I'm going to do this and kept with it. No, I would go back and forth between all of it. But eventually, those little things just collectively kept adding up. You know, it's hard to give up on something when you have something small to start with. And again, eventually, as those little habits, it just started opening up another little door to do another little habit. You know, and then I started thinking about, what's it called? You know, just in general, how I could, I just blanked super heavy. Someone said you stop smoking, that's the biggest. It wasn't the biggest. That was one of them, but I would still go back and forth with that. A lot of things. But that's what I'm saying. These little doors are going to open up for you as you get better and better and better, and then it will just lead to more and more of these small, just better habits that are going to take you to where you're going. Before you know it, that's what I'm saying. You're just going to you're going to be you, but you're going to be different. But then you're going to realize it's even what you desired. And that's even the key right here. And maybe that's why I could close it with, and this is even part of the prayer thing I mentioned in the beginning, it really starts with desire to a different degree. You know what I'm saying? It's a desire to just want to do something different. And that's what I'm saying, where you have something small to do, even a little small change, a little small thing you could work on, it's hard to give up when you have that. Even if it's small, it's something to do. You know that? Like, you know, old people, like when you're above 80 years old, you're more likely to live longer if you have an animal, like a cat or a dog or a fish. Why? It gives you something to take care of. That's it. Old people will live longer if they have a cat in their house. If you live by yourself, you're old, all of that, you're going to die earlier. It gives you a reason to keep going. And that's why I'm saying, just something small. Just something small. So, the point is, you are in your prime. You are still a puppy. You are not too late. You all have a second chance, but hopefully you desire something better for yourself. And that's really what it came down to. Because I was sitting there, I did not like things. I didn't feel good, and it's a fucked up cycle, right? Because if your body doesn't feel good and you're tired, it's hard to want to do something. It's like, why do I want? Like, I don't feel good. You know what I'm saying? But so that's why I'm saying it's just really going to have to boil down to the desire, where you kind of need to hit rock bottom to a degree, where you get so sick of everything, where you really are saying, I want to do something, and start with something small. That's why I honestly, like, genuinely, I talk about it a lot, everything, and I hope you don't take it the wrong way. When I'm bringing up the gym, the working out, all of that, it has nothing to do with how you look. All of those are jokes. I hope you guys really do get that. I hope you really do. It was more, literally, that was for my life. That was so I could get moving. I wasn't moving. I was tired. I was depressed. I was just sitting there doing nothing.
Even if I was doing something I wasn't doing, it was just little. That was something there where I said I had enough of that. And the gym was just one of those small steps. The gym was a stepping stone into a lot of things for me. Like that's why I always bring it up. And it's like so hard, but so easy to do. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, all in all, man, you're going to get to a point where you're going to have to do it. Not the gym or anything, but anything you want. Like, you're going to have to get to the point of saying, hey, I do want to change. And it's going to start with little stuff. But to even give you more help with it, it's just not going to happen, like, instantly. And that's just not what happened. Because when I look back at it, I'm just like, why is it like this now? It's because all those years and years, and I feel better now because little by little, I added these little things. Again, I started cleaning. I like a clean house now. I used to not like a clean house. That's why I gave a house to people to go live in and work, and it got destroyed. Yeah, it was partly because of them, but I also didn't care. I wasn't that type of person. Now I was looking around my house, I was like, how the fuck is it so clean right now? I'm like, where did I even get to this? It came out of nowhere. But it started with these little decisions over and over and over again. So I hope you guys are excited about this. And I hope it gives you a realistic view. And I hope you don't give in to anything that is contrary to the fact that you do have a second chance right now. And you're going to look back one day and you will be able to say, holy shit, like, why do I feel better when by nature, practically, I was younger? I have more opportunity. I have more this. I have more that. All of this. I should have been doing a lot. I should have felt a lot better. But it's a beautiful thing. Then at the same time, you are also going to have to realize it's little stuff that is all going to culminate into something. It is not just going to happen. All of it all at once. But no, and the best part is, that's why I was looking back at it yesterday. This is the one thing I could give you, is I was like, damn, it's not going anywhere. And I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about success, anything like that. I'm saying, like, wow, I have this desire now built up in me. I want to go do something. I want to go to the gym. I want to take care of stuff. I want to make sure everything's handled. I want to read my Bible. I want to pray. I want to go deeper with what I could learn with God and everything else. The deeper with the service I could provide to people and anything, the service to God. That's just something when that wasn't my daily habits prior. You see what I'm saying? I had to force myself to want to do that at one point. Now I'm looking back and I'm like, damn, this is just a habit now. It's literally just a habit. I'm here now because I raised that baseline, that base level. So I hope you do it. And really, what I mean by that is just try something really small. Just one little change. Only when but you have to really want it, though. Like, that's it. And I hope it doesn't come with as much despair, you know? Because, like, you are going to have to hit rock bottom to a degree. Or you might be on your way to rock bottom and realizing it, and that may be good enough to shift it. But it's going to be a while. You're going to have to get screwed over by people. You're going to have to deal with this and deal with that before you're really like, okay, I think, you know, I'm going to try anything different. That's what it was. Like, you realize that. Live life, do whatever you want to the point where then when you're really sick of it, you're willing to try anything. You're going to say, fuck it, give me that damn Bible. What the hell is in there? Okay, where's the gym? Because whatever this is, who should I hang around with? These people always smiling, this and that. Why? Okay, who? Because the people I'm with now, they suck. The shit I'm reading now ain't helped me. You know, I'm sitting down and I don't know how I slept for this long, but I still am tired. You see what I'm saying? So, some of you who may even want to give up, you may look back and take some heart in the fact that this might be the thing getting you ready for your shift. Getting you ready to, because it's like, come on, when are you going to be able to see it and make that, you know, you have to decide if you really want it. But the best part about all of this, anything that I'm talking about, it was not like, it was not one thing, and it wasn't anything big, and it wasn't something that was required. It was just this small change. And I focused on one little small thing, and it really did add up. So concentrate. It's time, baby, if you want to. But again, don't forget, okay? You have a second chance. You have a second chance. It's beautiful. So that's your little philo. I hope it helps you. I hope you're excited. I am about it. It got me excited. I'm eternally grateful. You know, God is good. And I'm excited too. And I hope one day too, you will be able to share your story with me and everybody in here. And you'll be able to relate to this at a level. Some of you already do. And I think it will say a lot. So just focus on that. There's a lot of time and a lot of things that can be done. And it doesn't have to be big. And that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. That's good. That's good. That's great. I genuinely didn't think y'all would vibe with it like that. Because it was just a thought I could not shake all the last coming days. That's why I was like, even today I'm tired with that. So I was like, man, this one was easy for me to explain. Very, very easy for me to explain with it. That's why. So I didn't, that's good to hear. Good to hear from you guys. I hope let's run it, man. Let's run it. Let's see. Speakers. Oh, where'd it go? We'll start you off with the sample. I told my God I had a dream. I've been tired on this spot. I've been angry all the time. That's the devil. He a lie. Woo! Let's go, baby. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. First song, Strategy EDM by Young and Old Uncle Amateurs. That one's Legacy. Y'all gotta get you on the drip tape game. They ain't even on the drip tape like that. You know what I'm saying? We're done selling off. We are, kind of. I mean, it chilled out like greatly. Again, right off the morning, this shit was about to be ugly. So we good. We good. Go down like Big Connect. Try to buy Ripple but make almond milk. And I'll do IPOs or ICOs, I guess so. Oh, Matrix. Matrix could be a good one. Matrix. I know what's his name was requesting Money's Gone. I don't know. I was going to. That's it. We only had time for two. Shit's slow. It slowed down a little after the run up. Again, as long as bonds chilled out right at European close. So it's going to be I think we're going to be playing a game of back and forth with the rest of the world. I mean, back and forth until we see there's you got global economies and demand is diverging. I'm probably going to nerd out on China data this weekend or maybe today. There's time right now. But I'll get quiet and then I'll just be looking at stuff. And then if any news, I want to make sure I can't data analyze, if that's a word, and news scan at the same time. Maybe I can, but I like my comfort zone. Let's vote. We can't vote. I got like a couple mail-in votes. They said to just focus, so I guess that's decided. But I'm bummed. Try to get Ripple but Goatly IPO. Open doors, pick locks, fuel workers, big craps. Keep your wrist swatchy by your houses. Imagine that was said in 2017, I think, or 2016. It's the old one. Old one. What time is it? 11 at the hour. You're getting a lot of news dumps or recycling from all the other news today. Let's see where we're at with everything. China's slowdown is greater risk for copper than state sales. China has expressed concern about rising commodity prices to the point of selling some state stocks. That may have been premature, as a slowdown in the world's second biggest economy would do more to keep copper in check than supply-side intervention. The country on Wednesday shocked traders by indicating the economy needs additional central bank support. The state council hinted the PBOC would make more liquidity available to boost bank lending. That this needed the rest of the world is betting on inflation is bigger risk to copper prices than the state sales of 20,000 tons of copper. China is the biggest consumer of metal, and its factories feed the world's demand for goods. But two factors are particularly worrying. First, domestic demand remains lackluster even as COVID restrictions are lifted. And second, global demand is pivoting from goods to services. That ultimately be what may pops the copper bubble. That's from Eddie van der Voort from Market Live in London. Drug companies spend more on buybacks than research. Democrats. Hey, man. I remember, I think it was Elizabeth Warren or somebody was grilling the head of Abivai. And, like, she asked him all those questions, and he answered them. And, like, to her, it was, like, all bad answers. But to me, I was like, fuck yeah. They're like, you have consistently paid a dividend to your investors for 15 years. I'm like, fuck yeah. Amen. That's what we signed up for. I would have been, any other thing would have been, But yeah, drug prices are awful though. I feel you. That's why I invest in Botox. That's like more extra. Strategy EDM. Oh, Baba coming up. So yeah, China is the thing, man. That's it. I really am starting to. I'm glad that a lot of my future ideas are getting met with a couple of, and I'm not even looking for people to confirm my opinion. This is just literally, this is what's coming across just the live scanner for the day. Amazon call record hit through the roof call volume on Tuesday. Oh, you guys can't see. So that's what I'm saying. There's just like a live blog. That's where I'm getting a lot of these from. So the fact that you have, we have people on looking at the same stuff and same factors, I think is very, very key. The question, I think you're just going to get a big back and forth between the rest of the world as we adjust to it until eventually, whenever China moves, I think that's going to be the trigger. At least for a little mini correction. And then everybody is going to, because if we have to reassess China and China demand, everybody is going to reassess everything else. Yeah, what was it? I think Wells Fargo analyst said he expects 5% correction before earnings. Dragon head bearish spy chart. What the fuck does that mean? It's a dragon head bearish spy. I think you're on the Yu-Gi-Oh live stream. I feel though. Hey, C-130 inbound. Enemy UAV online. We'll get him again next time. I felt my brain collapsing from watching Vaxstat thing. Hopefully, you might be behind on, give a nice reminder to get everybody on here. But yeah, that shit was crazy. Frag out. Double kill. Triple kill. Kill-tacular. Killing spree. My voice is a little rusty. Cover me, I'm shorting. Reloading. Betrayal. Kilimanjaro. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Okay. Tell me it's not power hour without telling me it's not power hour. We're like right there. We're in that. Let's say we're planning Claymore. Kiev Post. You bought Halo, never played it? Oh, I don't know. You should have seen it back in the day, bro. Halo used to be the like hub of video games. Like Halo Xbox Live was like, oh my gosh. Remember Halo 2 on Xbox Live? That was like, even Xbox 360, even Halo 3. Like that was crazy. Like that was the prime. Like it was such a vibe. You have no idea. Time for TLT. If China does something, if we could confirm an economic slowdown in China, I would be, y'all will see what happens next. If we could genuinely confirm, honestly, that's why I think with some of this data and what we could be looking at, if they're truly slowing down, and then, unfortunately, you could try to anticipate it. but China could do whatever the hell they want. But if they do any action that confirms a slowdown, just like even today, if they're hinting at it and it happens, I wouldn't underestimate people to ignore it, but that would be the confirmation that something is up. Yes, that is the direct quote. Girl, you look good. Won't you vax that thing up? You a handsome young brother. Won't you vax that thing up? Date in real life. You need to vax that thing up. Feeling freaky all night. I need to vax that thing up. That's the lyrics. I wouldn't underestimate people to ignore it. Low-key flame. It's true. I mean, so I've hit a China play like this before. I mean, I am borderline obsessed with China. Thankfully, I've gotten to, spend years witnessing so much with it that I have, learned a lot about it. But in 2015, they devalued their currency. It was very similar to what they would be doing here. And it was the first time they did it in 15 years. And it led to a crazy play. The stock market had one of the fastest corrections ever, even to this day. Even though was very COVID was very big and fast, the flash crash is still it holds its own record in and of itself. But one thing that happened, thank God they made vax that thing up. Now I realize, now I need to go get the shot. I know. Good thing they made that, right? They're going to save a lot of lives with that one. That's good. I could agree with that. I did realize the necessity after. I was like, I should vax that thing up. You know what I'm saying? But it was China's demand. And then when they devalued it, we hit a crazy play, but it led to one of the fastest corrections. And at the time, it happened on August 11th, 2015. You want to know what the market did in August 11th, 2015? And again, I made my video at the beginning of the year. I said this looked like, this year reminds me almost of 2015, 2016 to the T. I said that months ago. Girl, you look good once you vax that thing up. Man, I'm going to keep saying that. Maybe they're smarter than we think. Because now, I'm not going to be like, hey, little mama, you got a lot. I'm going to be like, you want, honey, once you vax that thing up. She like, what? Too catchy. Some women will get offended. I would be offended that they ain't vaxxed that up at this point. God. Would you vax that thing up? That was that was a line? That was a direct quote from, are you kidding me? I thought you were just getting out of pocket. That's actually in there? Oh, no. No. That's crazy. But here it is. So this is the flash crash I'm talking about. Just take a look. In 3 days, with a market that had so much stability, this was a huge crash. It was a correction, and then it led to the next 6 months of being annoying. But the deval came in on August 11th. So what happened on August 11th? The market slipped in before, and then those 3-4 days, the market actually ripped right back up to all-time highs after slipping up. Do you see that? So China devalued. China pretty much, China devaluing their currency back then, what that essentially meant was that their economy was slowing down. It was the same exact logic as right now. Because why would you weaken your currency if your economy isn't slowing down? And they did the reserve requirements and the cuts and all of that. They did the exact same thing, but they did a bigger devaluation. And at the time, at 2015, nobody knew what that meant. Even Jim Cramer, he said, who cares what's going on with China? He said China is not going to affect us. I think I could probably find the clip. Everybody would say that. And this was in 2015. It was the humor of how people regarded China and the economic effect. Everybody underestimated it. And then again, the next 4 days, the next trading week, all the market did was bounce up slowly, leading and following earnings. And then 3 days later, you go from 210 on the S&P to a low of 180 in 3 days off of no news, off of zero news. Isn't that crazy? So it wasn't like something happened. There was no virus. There was no repo crisis. There was no money showing up. You just literally had a full-blown, it took everybody a week to process that, holy shit, that means something about global demand and everything else, and everybody got clapped. And then global markets did the same thing, and then everything eventually bounced, but it did lead to a pretty wild year. And then even the next 12 months, their SPY already crashed at that point. So even before that, their stock market dropped 70%. And people said, and that's why people ignored it. Because people said, who cares what happens to China? They just dropped 70%. Every global market didn't even budge. So why would we care? The real question is, what's the play when that happens? When that happens, do you remember COVID? Right? Like, we had a very educated play on TLT. We hit it out the park. But I also had 5 other plays that hit. If that happens, you could fucking throw a dart at anything on the low ticker and make a lot of money. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just what you need is the confirmation of genuinely, yeah, okay, the biggest economy in the world is slowing down, and now they're actually taking political action when this is a country very, very, very specific on what actions they take. It says a lot of things, just like the Fed. So if that occurred, that's the harder part to spot than the play, believe it or not. The play is easy once we have that. I had a whole week to buy up everything. That's why I got a letter from the SEC after that, because I bought so many puts that the nominal value, you know, when I showed you that value on the MOSO, so when I show you the most active options here, so where is it? You see nominal or notional value. It's how much that contract is worth. Me as an individual, I had over $100 million in notional value at the money, because I had pretty much, they alerted me on the day I got the letter, because the market went to 180, 181, and all of my puts were at 180. I had thousands of them. So they said I would have well over 100 million in notional value, because I bought them for pennies on the dollar, and the stock market did a surprise, 20% drop in 3 days off of no news with no other IV preceding that. Can you show the letter? I probably could if it's somewhere. It's even, I know it's even through E-Trade had to contact me and they gave it to me. That's it. They were making a fucking huge deal about it. I had to report every year since then now. How did they settle that? They didn't. I had to file a specific SC13. It's like a SC13H or 17H. I forgot what it is. But then from then on, I had to file all of those forms. I remember you were so excited when you went to bed. You were there? Brian S? You were there? Oh, yeah, bro. That shit was crazy. That one, I was up so much. And then that was another one in 2016. See, Brian, if you were there, we didn't have a public stream. We had a private stream then. So, a lot of people got to still watch this, but it wasn't public. But that day, I was supposed to be up I think I was up 40, 50 grand in the money on the election, because when Trump won, markets dropped 1,000 points on the future. I got a bunch of puts. I was like, fuck yeah. And then I woke up, and then the fucking futures were up 1,000. And I was like, what? Wait, what? I was disappointed. I was disappointed as hell. I was so disappointed. So actually, believe it, I really did. I was very mad at Trump for a long time. I was like, you motherfucker is supposed to drop. He robbed me. He robbed. I was like, why does anybody even like this dude? God. Why do you think it was gonna go up? Man. So what are you waiting now? How do you confirm China slowed down? Because China's gonna fucking cut China's gonna cut rates. China's gonna cut rates. Their currency's gonna weaken, and then they're gonna change the RRR, and all. It's the same thing as the rates practically. And once they do that, you don't do that. It's just like America. You don't cut rates unless you want to spur economic activity. The difference is, anytime that China has mentioned a rate cut in an official capacity, just like they did yesterday night, then in no longer than 2 weeks have they not acted on it. Oh, they changed the RR. Yes, I thought they talked about changing it. I don't think they changed it. I'll have to double check. But I know they talked about it, and that right there, and they talked about cutting rates again and cutting the policy. So that right there is just signaling, that would signal that it's there. The play is it has to fucking happen, though. The play is you need to watch it happen, watch the rest of the world brush it off, and then we're going to get our window. That's probably, even then, even I could tell you right now what's going to happen, and if it did occur, people would still ignore it, and the market will still go up for at least a couple days. And then you will be able to buy every single put in the world for pennies on the dollar. But there will be, and that's because there will be inherent fear with that trade, because you'll see it happen. It'll go down a little bit and it'll shoot up, and then you're gonna be like, I don't know, man, I'm not really feeling that one. So that's why you just wait. That's why right now any moves we're making, we're trying to get ahead of it, but it's better to be late than wrong. All you need is that economic data. That's it. Again, it's once in a decade, once in a 50 years, 20 years that this even happens. So if it did occur, there's your window. Kind of like today, but nothing happened today, unfortunately. Bonds moved up. People are trying to front run bonds, but there's nothing really happened. They just talked about it. China talked about it, but they did not do anything. The bonds moved up. People are getting worried, but nobody did anything. So there's no official political governmental action. So 100% priced in. That's what they'll probably say. But again, if it happens though, if that does occur, if they cut their reserve requirements, if they start cutting rates, again, it is a very easy one of these is not like the other. Europe and the States all raise. Every country's not cutting rates because they all are recovered. Well, we got a show for you. You see, so that's if China cuts when the whole world is nowhere near cutting and everybody's thinking the exact opposite, that right there is a divergence. Can you print your way out of it? Yes, you can. But it won't change the effect, the negative effect initially. So they will respond to it by printing or currency agreements of some sort. Honestly, everybody is going to have to help out China if it was there. They wouldn't bluff. You don't bluff economic slowdown in communism. You can't afford to. That's kind of like the unholy trinity. You could do certain things. You could kill people. You could kidnap them. You could put them in a camp. You could go clap IPOs. But you don't play with a fake slowdown, because now if people get mad, people are losing money, people can't make money, and people can't eat, and it upsets their life. Communism now, your state as an institution is now threatened. And you want a good look for the rest of the world and your citizens. Minding to confront growing strategic rivalry with China and other nations, must foster on bolstering its basic abilities. Can you teach me? I teach you. China bonds. China bonds. Gotta cut them out. Mm-mm. And some mofos just don't feel you. Most educational stream. I mean, listen, I didn't feel myself. Hold on. Let me say that again. I didn't quite understand. It took me a while to understand this stuff too. Most of you, if you either got an idea of it, you'll get to learn it along the way. You'll get it, but at the same time, it will. Some things are better experienced and felt. That's why, a lot of people here, even when, if you're newer, sometimes you'll think I'm talking out of my ass, but a lot of people in here have actually got to witness some of this stuff come to life, more than just once. And that's where the education comes from with it. So if you may not feel it now, but that's why, but there also isn't the events, you know what I'm saying? So you have to wait till those once in a lifetime events occur, or very big economical, and then I could show you. Then I could really tell you, look, pay attention to this. Again, I did it yesterday. At the end of the day, look at the watch list. I told you I closed the watch list with it. I started the watch list with it, but I said the bonds are crazy right now, and this is important. You could see it. And then you wake up today, that's in the short term. You're watching it very quickly, but wait till certain things happen. Again, emergency rate cuts, stuff like that, those are once in a lifetime, and those are the moments. So if you don't get it now, time in the game is definitely going to help you, but you will get to see. But that's part of the real strategy of this. I'm blending two very difficult things. I'm blending, yes, the economics of it all and understanding it, but then I'm also trying to trade it. Do you realize most economists are not fucking trying to buy puts or calls? You see? So the timing of it now is that's the trinity right there. That's the key that we need to be able to have economic data, have economic analysis, but then make f of x translate to the function of y, making it profit. So that's what we need. But it'll be good. We'll see. But we're making our way downtown. Walking fast. China slow. Ooh. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. I will go 1,000 miles for you to ban D. Xi Jinping. Dog, I'm disappearing in like 1 month, okay? I'm just telling that's if I do, you know what it is. That's all. I'm not willfully disappearing. I'm just saying. I'm just saying right now. Josh, with that conviction, why not front run the move? Because I know my enemy. I know who I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with China. You have to wait till they do it because they could change anything at any moment that they want. And it's not, they talked about it. There is a trend. They may go ahead and do it, but we need it to happen. You see what I'm saying? There's not, you could and I'm also very confident I have just as much conviction that the move will hit and everybody will ignore it. Essentially. That's what I'm saying. I don't underestimate that at all. Where everybody, again, I'm even talking about it now. You know how many it's already priced in motherfuckers are going to show up? So but once I have the piece of gold, I already know what to do. You see what I'm saying? I'm thinking right now. I'm hypothesizing. I'm speculating. I am taking data. But right now, give me the economic slowdown indicator. Cut that shit. I've already said it. I've said it even with the same thing applies for America. Right? Remember what I told you? I said it on the first time, with the rate cuts. I said the minute they go watch a video I have from 2018. I say the minute they cut the rates, you're gonna have a problem. We made money first, TLT. Then the minute you woke up and they said emergency rate cut, you already know that's it, because that's the signal. That's the piece of gold that you need. Once they cut, it's symbolizing an action. You don't do it for no reason, especially when you could talk your way out of it. Especially China. So that means something fundamentally is twisted and fucked up. Why would they ignore it, though? Because most people won't understand it. Again, or people aren't going to jump to that conclusion, or the smart people will even understand it and just say they'll write it off. I mean, you've seen Wall Street do it many times. That's where I'm not too, again, that's why as long as you give me a macroeconomic indicator that actually hits, that is signifying slowdown, and there's some historical context of a negative market reaction within the first one week to 30 days, that's all we need. We bought TL. Yes, that's why we made so much money on TLT, because we got it before the rate cut. We were setting up, and we were noticing the bond. We front ran it in March, and then after that, we knew how to hold it because then he kept cutting, and that's why TLT went crazy, because Powell started buying the damn bonds to save everybody. And then that's why the yield shot down, and TLT moved more than it ever has in history. I still do not get it. Do we buy puts or calls? Okay. Maybe this. Stay put until you hear the call. Ooh. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. That's it. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. That's it. So hopefully you subscribed. YouTube.com/the stock market. That's good. You'll be good. You'll be good. You'll be good. That's how you do it. Stay put until you get the call. It will be very good. But this is where we're entering. I mean, that's why. Again, even I'm not the only one saying it here, where people are saying, where was it? The country on Wednesday shocked traders by indicating the economy needs additional central bank support. That was a surpriser today. That came out of nowhere. So even though the bonds have been moving, markets really didn't reflect it. You've been going all up. Look at that. Like, do you see that's a surprise? You see what I'm saying? Right there. That's a surprise. You could see it. Look at the trend. Why did we just stop? That's like you're walking and then you trip. You're like, whoa, shit. Why? And that's what happened with China today. But this is just it's a clue. It's one step of the story. Everything hasn't played out just yet. Power hour, not really. We got an hour and a half left. Damn, it's early. If I could just buy puts. Dee. How am I smart with this? I'm smart. It's insane. I feel dumb. Patrick, you're pretty young, right? I've probably been trading for half of your life. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you shouldn't feel dumb on any of this. It's just this is like I even said to the first person. People don't feel me on some of this. Let experience will. I mean, I've gotten even smarter through experience and being here every day. I mean, that's think about it. The clock has been running for me where I'm putting in the time on this, but you see the market. Every single month, every single week, something's new. Every single year, right? I could go back and give you stories from way, way back then. That's why I like the bonds a lot. Yeah, and the fact that you're listening means you're doing good, man. Puts on a video for the split. I don't think it'll get clapped like heavy. I think it might do pretty decent, actually. I looked at my truck clock. Still daylight savings. Is the China theory going to be on the watch list? We're going to talk about what happened in China and how to look forward, but there's no theory until it happens. No, nothing. That's the problem. If you heard everything I said and you took it as all I'm saying is something's happening with China now, so just that's what you need to watch. That's it. Any assumption outside of that is gonna land us in trouble probably. That's all. It's just there's something just happened. It's shock traders today. What they do from there, yes, we need a confirmation. Otherwise, it's literally there's a cough. That's it. You're like, yo, is this Delta? So China have the Delta? I don't know. They coughed. This was a big cough, and now they're going to the doctor. So let's see what it comes back as. You said it so when it happens, you say, I told you. If not, it's speculation. No, I say it so you could understand the impacts of economic developments and what certain central bank actions have on financial markets. So now they are talking about central bank action, yet none has occurred. What do you want me to fucking say? Nothing has happened. That's all. What you could learn from it is the same effect, and thankfully for some people who've been here, you could compare it back to March and other central bank action in the United States and back to what China has done in 2015 as well too. I don't care if I'm wrong. I burn 10 grand on fucking Google puts. You've seen me be more wrong than anybody with a smile on my face. Like we said, it's education here so you could learn it. And if I could get a fucking awesome play out of it, I will. But if anything, I'm cautioning and making sure that people don't understand this and misunderstand it and then fuck up a play or fuck up their thing because they didn't understand something. I mean, that's the basic element of all of it. Like, and even then, people were talking about it yesterday with the whole some people on YouTube getting in trouble and all of that. And you got to really think about it. Like, any play that I've done, not only do I have a scrolling indicator telling you it's not a recommendation, I tell you not to buy it, I tell you it's not a recommendation, I always introduce doubt into every single one of my ideas. I personally bring in doubt to my own ideas. I do not pump it, force it on you. Do not even try to claim the credit with it. If it hits, it hits. I mean, most of the time it speaks itself, and you've seen what the fuck I've done. So it's not, I have introduced doubt into my own plays, and inherently and intrinsically, you don't even see my face and I purposely hide from you. That in and of itself should introduce a whole level of doubt for you when investing and using your money, because that is a main thing we want to teach and what we've always taught. That's why be fucking careful, be smart. Nobody cares about you or your money as much as you do. So don't believe everything you see, and you should have doubt on every single idea or thesis or play. That's just, that goes without even speaking sometimes, but it is said every single time. So that's the benefit here, is understand it, and I could speak on this theory, but quite frankly, nothing has happened. However, what we are talking about is what did occur today, and that is China did something. You know what I'm saying? China did make a movement. That's what we're talking about. Anything else, we're saying what could potentially happen, but we do not know a course of action until it is actually executed by the government of China, and then we'll go from there. And then, even better, we might get to see a world where Powell is forced to deal with this. That's the next level. Think about that. Think about that. Think about that. Powell has not even had to deal with any baby mama drama with China. Imagine now Powell gets pushed into a corner. Now that's what I'm saying. We don't know if this will. China has not done anything yet. But man, ooh. That's gonna be exciting. Who knows? I mean, think about if Powell now, if China's central bank does a move that could affect us, he might be now forced to operate differently. That's something people might be ignoring right now. But again, you need something to happen. Trying to cut RR last time. They did it a couple times. Let me see. I got a couple I could pull up. Yeah, wait. I think this was here. This is the RRR there. So yeah, it's pretty. It hasn't. This is for all. There's a couple of these data points we could go over, but they cut it. What day was that? January 16th. Yeah, so they cut it in November. In May 19. Looks like the only 2020 they barely touched it. But again, here's 2014. This is that time frame I was telling you about. They did 2 little cuts, but then they started this cutting process, and this was the first flash crash there. Right? And then they leveled it out in 2016. They made an agreement, and then they began again late 2018. That was the repo crisis. See that? So again, this even correlates with most things and how they moved, but there's another one. I think it's the same one. Give me chart. Come on. Yeah, President of Haiti got assassinated last night or yesterday. 2 days ago, essentially. Let me see how much. There's a couple. There's deposit ratios for major banks. There's a couple. There's 2 different index. That's why I'm trying to find this data here. I can only show 80. I'm trying to pull it up. Yeah, there's major banks, smaller, and rural. I'm trying to pull it back to get the comparison to 2015. They don't, the RRR, it doesn't go back up. So last time, even that chart I showed you, think about it, they started cutting from 2015, the timeline, again, I last related this to, and it hasn't gone up since then. It's a pseudo, it's like a rate cut. And again, they also have central bank rate cuts. Let me see. I fucking love China. You want to see their rates? It's like ours, but a little different. So look at 821 again. Y'all don't feel me. Look at the day it first changed. This is like their rates. It was at 485, and this is their central bank rate. So it's not, or this is their baseline, their benchmark lending rate. And again, August 20. This is where I made all that money. August 21st, 2015. They dropped it heavily, and then it was so bad that another month later, 2 months later, they cut it again to spur the economy, and then has not fucking moved since then. That's it. From then on, from that last story I told you about me doing all of it, think about it. It hasn't, the story is still going. No, it just hasn't moved. It's still at 4.3. Last time it moved was August 2015. That's the benchmark. They don't want to touch it. So How does it move us that much? Because they don't move it often, and that is a lot of money, and you have to read in between the lines. If that's the benchmark that they're doing, China is doing a lot of shit that you don't know about. So that, this is a big effect, and if anybody cuts, it's a big deal. That's just central banks 101. You don't cut rates unless you need to spur economic demand. So a half a basis point on an economy their size with lending and printing money left and right, it's very, very big if you think about it. But again, too, they want to save faces, as we call it. So take a look. It hasn't moved since then. That's why if they move the RRR and then they cut the benchmark, like, dog, that something's happening. But now if the RRR starts moving first, RRR does move before benchmark as far as China is concerned. I didn't play TLT in 2015. I didn't give a shit about bonds in 2015. Like, as far as it was, nobody gave a shit about. Bonds were actually going through a weird run because of 2010 to 2015. But I did not, it wasn't really, yeah. I have most available data in the world. There's an AI built into it. So, like, you could give me a phrase to search it, and I could search it, and it'll bring up something. So, like, what do you want? Like, give me a random thing you want to know that's, like, economic data related. Give me even something related to China. Like, that's why China average population age. China pigs for sale. I don't even know. No, nothing came up on that. China reserves. See? So it'll give me everything. China reserves, I can see the total. And this is going up, which is contrary to 2015. 2015, it actually declined heavily. So there is some different factors here. Again, this is from May 2015. Back in August, what started happening, the reserves were dropped. Actually, the reserves are a lot lower, but usually you saw a preceding drop, but that was because of their current. They didn't know what to do back then. They were more rookies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the last 5 years, they've learned how to do a lot. China exports, you get monthly foreign exchange, reserves in millions, required deposit for major banks, interest rate on excess reserves, the required deposit banks for, I think that's the regionals. So that's what pulls up when you search it. China people missing. I'm searching it. No data came up. No data came up on that one, actually. See, this is the one, and lately it's been similar. Back in the day, this one used to do very, very good. But like, take a look. Onshore yuan, China onshore yuan. This is the normal quote rate that you're getting, right? The onshore is what is onshore is what they're saying on mainland China, right? And then there's offshore currency. That's what a lot of people don't know about. Offshore, still the same. It'll be quoted, I believe, at the same price. But you can see it's going to fluctuate, and it's more real time. It's not updated every 15 minutes by the government. And this is a more realistic offshore, showing you what people are trading the Chinese currency for outside of China. So that is key data, because back when there is real big fluctuations, this was one of the big data I wanted, because back in the day, what would essentially happen is China's currency would be quoting a certain price, but if you looked at offshore data with how it was actually trading through Hong Kong and Asian countries, it was trading a lot weaker than what was quoted. This is live, I believe. Yeah, 1240. No, this one, the currency's live. You can see that's why it keeps updating, whereas the onshore is not updated live. China GDP 0.6. You have economic indicators, constant price year over year. You have the economic forecast. What do you want, Habibi? Anything you need. Anything you need, Habibi. You could do a lot. You could do a lot of it. China food consumption. That's a good one. There it is. Here's China food consumption. We could look at anything you need. Food consumption, feed consumption. Damn, they eating a lot. Why y'all eating so much in the last? Damn, that's in billions or something. The hell y'all eating? SPY is coming down here, actually. SPY do not look good. Yeah, but that's where, like, again, the little stuff like the food consumption, this is what I got my idea from today with the population and all of that, is that this is the data sets that you could go through and we could possibly find the error in the sense that you could probably spot a data trend occurring before anything. Like if we notice food consumption, population growth, and, you know, take a bunch of random metrics and they are all declining, it might give us some insight into really what's going on over there. And no buyer's remorse just yet. I'll make my first million? Drug dealing. I'm only saying that because that's what somebody asked me that yesterday. I went to the gym, and the girl at the gym, she's like, "Okay, I have to ask you, what do you do for a living?" And I told her that I just said I sell drugs. And then she looked at me and said, "Are you serious?" And then I just walked away. So, because that's how I feel about that question. That's just how I feel. It should always be answered, no matter what. Okay? That's it. So, you know what I did. It's fucking real estate and stocks. Like, what do you... It's real estate. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's not how I made my first million. Okay. Cannon Will's all your money. My mom asked you about my new job. You actually tell her that? Of course. I'd say that. I used to say it all the time. You know, that entire story is fake. You don't work out. Bro, y'all should see. Bro, you want me to post this right now? I don't. You lucky. I felt bad for you. You know that? You know, I didn't want to flex on everybody, bro. Girls don't talk to me. I don't talk to them. That's it. That's it. I've mastered my lane. That's it. I do it for the short kings. Man, you crazy. You crazy. It's not working out. You crazy. Yeah, get it in, Ernest. Show him. I'm 8 foot tall. Beep. Look up soy purchases. I wanted to see one more thing. Nothing comes up for that one. How much you bench though? 225, baby. 225. That's it. We back. We back. I can't hit it as easily, but I can still put it up. We good. I'm better at pull-ups. Yeah, TLT can't even do more pull. I'm pound for pound. I shit on everybody. That's it. Moo can't even compete. TLT could out bench press me reps. We did a rep comp. I wasn't even as strong then. We did 135 reps. He beat me by like 10. I think LT is actually pretty built. LT could put up a lot. But then I killed him on the pull-ups. Killed him. We're coming down again. Be careful here. Hold on. If we sell off red, we're actually in the danger zone. I'm trying to see the thing.
Obviously, a sign of a return to normal as well, having these companies be able to bang the gong here in Hong Kong. Just starting here, we are seeing.
You guys want to watch Bloomberg China? Y'all want to look at this? You guys have no idea. Look at y'all. Look at this. Y'all no idea how different y'all are, huh? When it comes down. Look at this. This is the IPO. This is ringing the bell. This is ringing the bell right now. That crazy? That's it. They're getting hyped. You know, ding, 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 ding. This is dong. They're hyped. I feel. 18, 17, 16. Xpeng IPO in Hong Kong. Yes, they would fall in. They are a part of the 14 to 65 demographic. They say, yeah, let's go, baby. Run it. See, so this is just Bloomberg China. So this is what they would be watching, and this is all just Bloomberg talking about China. China open.
company out with prelim earnings. I'm not kidding, that's true. Beating analyst estimate.
Me too. One happy IPO. No more App Store though. Sorry, you gotta pick one. Oh no, they translate it in the beginning. They have American speakers and then Chinese, or Mandarin. So I'm trying to see. So here's the initial. I'm trying to get the China stuff for you to show you kind of the context of what has happened today. Again, China pivots on central bank easing. This is the original article. As Fed heads for taper, bond yields drop in China as more support seen for economy. State council shifts suggest subdued second quarter activity. China made a surprise shift Wednesday by signaling the economy needs additional central bank support, a warning for the rest of the world about how cautious the exit route from COVID is proving to be. State Council equivalent to China's equivalent of a cabinet hinted the People's Bank of China could make more liquidity available to banks to boost lending. It's a move that puts the PBOC at odds with the Federal Reserve's discussion around tapering bond buying, suggesting that monetary policy in the world's two biggest economies could be headed in opposite directions again. Economists pinned China's pivot on emerging signs that a robust recovery is starting to cool as commodity prices soar, consumers remain cautious, and global supply chains hit business. Sporadic restrictions to contain viral outbreaks continue to hamper sentiment. The State Council suggested the PBOC could cut the amount of money banks must keep in reserves, the so-called reserve ratio requirement, or RRR. While the shift in tone doesn't mean the restart of broad-based easing in China, it's about to turn for a central bank that had been tapering its support as growth accelerated. So again, this is why they're saying nothing has happened yet, but this is signaling a turn. That's why we need the turn to happen. As central banks around the world tiptoe toward the pandemic policy exit, they will do well to heed the experience of the PBOC, says Frederick Newman, co-head of Asian Economic Research at HSBC. Better proceed with caution in withdrawing policy support while the economy gets back to its feet. Let's see, government bonds. China and U.S. can't both go for growth at the same time. Commodity inflation won't allow it. Michael Evie, Global Strategies at Robobank, said China seems to think the U.S. is stalling on that front, so it could go for growth again. Ooh. Ooh. What Bloomberg economists say, meeting may signal a turning point for liquidity conditions is approaching. PBOC may marginally ease liquidity from a previously tight tilt to a neutral or marginal easing. That's the thing. And that right there could even tell you a lot. Well, or they're saying that America's not growing, so they want to go back to growth. Not that they want to act first, but then what that's also saying is, think about it. If China starts cutting those rates, this is why I told you people might take this positive, and it might be for a little bit, or it might be negative initially and then positive in the longer run. Why? Does anybody know? Let's think. Think about it. So how could that be positive? What I just read, and understanding of what them doing would think about them, of them cutting rates in that sense, or the reserve, what would be positive about that in a global front? Sounds like market going much higher. Well, this is about China, not us. But it would free up capital, actually. So if anything, it could add more global liquidity. However, China's trying to control the capital. That's the problem. So it could lead to more liquidity if China has more money to throw around. But we'll see. Detailing its shift, the State Council agreed at a meeting chaired by Premier Lee to use monetary policy tools, including a cut to the reserve ratio, at an appropriate timing to enhance financial support to the real economy, particularly to smaller businesses. According to a statement on Wednesday, that's aimed at helping firms deal with the impact of rising commodity prices. A shift to some kind of policy evening in the second half is no surprise, Nomura Holdings economists said, but using a high-profile tool such as the RRR cut is a big surprise to markets and us. Nomura expects central bank most likely will deliver a 50 basis point cut universal in the coming weeks. The State Council comments came a day after former PBOC official called for China to cut interest rates in the second half of the year to safeguard the recovery and create policy room to deal with the Federal Reserve's anticipated tightening. Authorities are still wary of overstimulating the economy, with the State Council saying it will refrain from flooding the economy with stimulus and will maintain the stability and effectiveness of monetary policy. So again, look, they got the charts for us. They give you a little bit. 1-year bank prime rate. Last time they cut was where? I don't know about that. March 2020, and then a little bit leading into 2020. You already saw the trajectory. Watch if the SPY comes down again. So the PBOC hasn't cut the official RR since mid-2020, trying to boost the economy after lockdowns that contain it. The central bank hasn't always followed through with RR cuts. Last time, State Council suggested reducing the ratio was June last year, but no action was taken because they did it in May. That's the outlier right there. Even so, the mention of RR cuts after more than a year was notable and probably increases the chance of actual implementation of the cut. That's what I was telling you guys. So again, the fact that they're mentioning it makes it a lot more probable. The State Council sentiment had a clear pro-growth shift, focusing on the need to increase financial support to the real economy. The economist said central banks have refrained from changing its policy interest rates since cutting them early last year, choosing instead to guide credit growth lower to curb financial risks. The central bank said last week it maintains a steady policy and prevents external shocks from overseas policy changes. So a reserve, while not immediately lowering the cost of borrowing in China, is a rapid way to free up cheap funds to lend and has been one of the central bank's favored tools in recent years. They could cut the ratio different types for different types of banks and lending, such as inclusive financing, which is done annually since 2017, and that's it. Ta-da. So yeah, how do you like it? That whole thing I just read. That's the reason why people panicked today. And then China bonds dropped, our yields came down because now that is a big economic shift between the two world superpowers. If you think about it, you know that's what you got going on. Moxie. Would it be better to see what China does? I mean, I'm waiting in it. How'd you buy that first house, though? We do all of that. He's like, how'd you get that first house, though? Hard money loan with sketchy Arabs. That's how we did it. That's it. Boom. You find a house. You got to get, we took economic data. Back then, I looked at mortgage applications during the crisis. I got my first house flip, and then I had to work and save money. So shout out my Arab parents. They instilled that in me. So we did some work. We got some money saved. You could have made money doing anything, because I know that's the next question. You could have sold something. You could have worked at McDonald's. Could have worked at Taco Bell. Could have worked at Foot Locker. I'm just and these are personal examples. I'm just saying. And then you take it, and then go to the other sketchy Arab guy that you call him Ummu. I'm not related to him, but I call him Ummu. That's just what you do. And then you tell him, hey, I need this loan for this house. It's worth this. He said, okay, 15% interest. You're like, isn't that a lot? And he said, do you want it or no? You're free to shop around, child. And then you're like, okay, give me it. And then you buy it, and then boom, that's it. No, not a bank. Not through bank. Ummu. You need the ummu, not a bank. That's it. Will I be my sketchy lender? Of course I will. If the property has value, you fucker. That's it. That's the problem. Y'all go into the wrong lender. Y'all come in with the wrong collateral. You're like, yo, can I have $1 million to buy this $500,000 house? No. Give me a $500,000 house and you only need 200 grand. I will write that for you today. He says, what do you think? It's Mickey Mouse. Go shop around. Tell me. You go. If you have better deal, take it, Habibi. Take it. Well, I'm not scalping. I'm waiting to see if anything snaps here. How we close will be very, very key. I have a couple ideas, but I just don't want to be too early. And we still got some other exposure to a degree. CBOC, Central Bank of Chad. You do loaning? I do, but lately I haven't because, like, everybody's been asking for stupid shit. So, like, some normal ones, we have another, like, for normal purchase. But if you're talking, like, do I give hard money loans? Yes, but a lot of people are asking for stuff that I'm just like, go to somebody else. That's it. You could be too late. Amor Fati, my friend. Amor Fati. JP, Mohammed, and Hasim. It's very good. It's very good. When you're starting real estate, use high leverage like 95. No. It's the same thing I'm going to go back to. You're going to hate it. It's get a good deal. Go find something with value. Like, use what you know about value to get a house. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I got that hard money loan is, I saved up money. I had it, but I found a property that was below market value, and I could reasonably assess that it was going to go up more in the future. There was a value add to the play. I could take that property, add value to it, and sell it for substantially more. But the fact is, it has the value in it. That's why I was able to get the loan with limited capital or even a decent amount of capital, but without having every other checkbox there that most people think you knew that most people think you need. Ugh. Email new toy. Dude, what is that? That thing's crazy. Is that censored? That looks, that's dope. Look at Wall Street stocks over here. Young Buffett. That's really dope. That's actually how it looks. It's a Chinese yuan blurred out. That's really cool. That's so deep. That has so much meaning to me. I like it. That's like meaningful. It's like, wow. You can't see anything. It's censored. It's China. I got $10K in the long term to liquidate and get out of my apartment. How can I make this happen? I could tell you right now. It's going to be annoying, but I could give you the answer. And you could do it so easily. It's just, do you want, it's just like, ugh. You have to really just be a sicko. You have to be a sicko. Go call 100 houses a day. Go find houses for sale that you want to live in, and then go find a house for sale or that just sold, and then go talk to every one of the neighbors. Go look at for sale by owners. You could go, but literally go door knocking. Go post on your Facebook. Go ask your friends' parents. Ask anybody you know. Ask them for a house. Say, you're trying to sell a house. I need to buy one ASAP. Let's make a deal. You do that every day and contact minimum 100 people. At the end of the day, you'll be good. See, how'd you find them? I already said. Go find a house that just sold and go knock on all the neighbors' doors. I bet you they heard about it. Not in this market. You could do it in any market. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't like this answer, or anytime I give it, it's like it's very possible to do it, but very few people will jump on it. That's what I did. That's it. We found a house. We were looking at the real estate market in general, but then we still have to go out and that is part of my basic habits that we do, is contacting people. You make it easy. It is easy. I mean, have you ever done it? You need cash to close the deal. You need value to close the deal. That's it. That's like saying you're going to go up to a girl and ask her out on a date. Do you if you wanted to go ask out the hottest girl in the world and you walked up to her and asked her, "Hey, would you like to go out on a date? Let's go Nobu." Do you need the money to go on the date right when you talk to her? Do you need the cash in hand? No, you need to get the date first. So if she says, "Yeah, let's go to a date." Oh, I'm down, and she's actually interested. Now we'll find out. Now let's go get the cash. Now let's go see what we need. But not, what do you mean? You could to go walk up and say, "Hey, trying to sell this house? You trying to go on a date?" No one will look at them until you send the lender the money. That's your problem, because you're going up to girls and saying, "Hey, I'm broke as shit. I got no money. Let's go on a date. I don't have the money to take you anywhere." Like, come on, that's not going to work. Duh. Like, you talking too much. You need, the main point is, hey, are you trying to go out? Are you free this weekend? That's it. Are you trying to sell this house? I would like to buy your house. Are you interested? That's it. That's all you need. And then we'll figure it out. Then you could either bail, you could flake, you could find something from there. But we'll talk about it when we get there, but you do not need to tell her your financial situation upon the first introduction. That is a little too much, honestly. He's like, "Would you like to go out a day? I have a recent printout from my Credit Karma. Here it is. It's not looking too good, but I think with the right support, we could get there." You know what I'm saying? So I think y'all could do it. I think it's just, you have to do it. That's all. Everybody gives me answers to not do it without trying it and trying it consistently. It's like going to the gym. Just go to the gym every single day. Like, you're not going to get skinny instantly. You're probably going to look like nothing is going to happen. You're going to go for the first month and nothing's going to change. But then the point is, you're getting in the habit of doing it and then actually doing it. But you will see what comes into it. Like, someone is going to say, you're going to get some lead. That's it. Only time it doesn't work if people quit. Call 100 people. Calling is very difficult too. Let me tell you this. Make it easier. Go knock on doors right now. Go find a house for sale. Go talk to the homeowners. Go talk to personal people and just talk to people. If you're not doing it, of course, you're not going to find a house. I guarantee then every single doubt is correct. If thy is not seeking, you will not find anything. If you seek, you will find equivalent to that. You will reap what you sow. It's very, very simple. It's just difficult in the sense that it's the actual action is not difficult, but going through and staying committed to it is difficult. Lifting weights is not hard. Going to the gym every day, doing it when you're tired, doing it when you don't see results, all of that stuff, that is difficult. So if you could do that and just, again, start with whatever number, but I just know the higher amount of numbers, the better. SPY is coming down. That's not good. If we break below and we end up closing back to 1.5 down, tomorrow is going to be a bloodbath. I don't believe it, though. I think we might get a little slip. You need the RRR. It's a scary shift, but it's not enough to fully clap us. Just knock on people's door. Be like, hey, I'm here to talk to you about the vaccine. And be like, no, I'm just kidding, man. Do you want to sell your house? So that at least you have a reason to knock on the door. Just be like, I'm taking a survey. But no, don't even come up with any bullshit to like find a way to talk to anybody. Just ask them and just say, hey, I'm trying to buy. Are you down? That's it. Come on, shooters shoot. I need y'all to just pull up and shoot. Again, worst thing that happens, they say no, or you get verbally assaulted. That's it. I have been physically threatened a few times, but still, nothing ever happened. So it's very simple. If they say yes, what percentage below market do you offer? You don't offer them anything. You say, perfect, let me get in contact with you. We're going to see how we can make this work for both of us. And let's see what it really is. And then I'll give you a call back. And then you could go talk to people. You have advisors. You have people in the chat who will give you advice for free. I will give you advice. I'll put you in touch with people. Again, you even see it. I'm not even here to take them. Again, I'll help you with it, or you could just sell it to me. Or most of the time, I don't even have time to respond to some of them, especially if it's not even a real deal that people are getting. That's what I'm saying. Some people, and what I've been offered lately is just they're not even real deals. But if you have one, I will tell you. And even anybody in here who's actually had a good deal, I've instructed them, and I've never asked for anything. I mean, believe me, I want to see you guys succeed at this and do it because you are going to make money and you're going to join our real estate team and you're going to be fucking like Tyler Royke. You're going to be like anybody else in there and you're going to turn this into a career and build our network out even further. And that's it. And then if you find me a good deal in my area, I will buy it. Like that's as simple as that. So, but you got to do it. I mean, and again, the sad part is I've been using this same fucking pitch to all of you since like 2017. Like, and I've been saying the same shit over and over and over again. I'm telling you, that's why it's like some people did it, some people had. Like, UMAD knows what I'm talking about. Hey, man, UMAD knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's not, but like, it's just, you got to do it eventually. It's either take little steps towards it or you don't. But that's all. And you've seen what real estate has done in the meantime. Since then, it's, like, go listen to some of those old uncle songs. It's funny. Like, he's talking about buying houses back then. That was a very unappealing time, too, to a certain degree. But people would say the same bullshit they're saying now. So do it. If you want to do it, if it catches your attention, just try it. That's all it is. But you can't sit in doing nothing. You will reap nothing. I ain't know it yet, down, but we did it like we knew it. Whew. We were moving clueless, but we did it like we knew it. Amen. Amen. How do I get a Bank of Chad loan? If you want it, if you would qualify for a normal loan for a normal residential property, hit up Lending Tips, because then he has pretty much his own bank. So he could have more flexible lending standards to get you a almost conventional loan, essentially. If you want hard money from me, it has to be, I need value. Because I don't trust people on the internet. You shouldn't either. And in general, not even just the internet, the real estate market, people are batshit insane. I've seen people try to take on some deals, and I'm just like, what? Like, some people are out there trying to do house flips and get high interest loans for like a $30,000 margin on a $500,000 house. I'm like, it's not worth it. After taxes, fees, and you miss one payment, or if you have to take one extra month, you're fucked. It's not worth it. You need equity in that deal, because then it's a no-brainer for both of us, right? If you come to me and this house is $500,000 and you could buy it at $300,000, I will give you the $300,000. Pay me back 10%. That's fine. I'm going to get easy 10% in 2 months on $300,000. That's fat, right? But then you're going to have $200,000 that you can make on that house. See what I'm saying? So it's a win-win for both parties. I won't even make 10%. It's not even 10% upfront fee. I'll probably walk away with 3% in 2 months. to be realistic. But that it doesn't matter. It's a good safe return because I know it's backed by 300 grand in equity. You see what I'm saying? So it should be a win-win if you want a hard money loan. But if you could qualify conventionally and you just might need like non-QM or something along those lines, hit up Lending Tips. He could do that. The view op, I didn't even take a look. It's right there. I'm not liking it. If we sell off, it's going to get ugly. Moo was flipping houses, but then he switched to Yeezys. No, my email is just tradingfraternity@gmail.com. What's the volume like? Slow it down, but a bigger volume day. This was May. That was June. May got us the big tick. No, but I mean, you guys want a crazy story with Mumu? Mumu, are you here? Can I tell him about your house? Mumu actually made a good deal. It's only one of his only good ones. But I told him, I was like, good. He listened to me on one thing. So he bought the house 2 years ago. 3 years ago. You know, when we were saying, I think it was like 2 years ago. When we were talking about buying cheap houses. You guys remember that? That sound familiar? So he bought a house back then. And he lives in Ohio. So there's nothing in Ohio. No. So it was cheap. So Mumu bought a house for $20,000 in like 2019. $20,000 Ohio house. He's still holding it. The house is rented. It just became vacant for him. But he was getting paid $900 a month. One of the best cash flows ever. Yeah, $20,000 for a house. It's Ohio. And again, houses were cheap like that. But again, I made a video that year talking about it. Yeah, the house is over $100,000 today in 2 years. Now he has a wardrobe filled with Off-White. Jesus Christ. But there you go. How you just buy it. It's this it's like buying Amazon. It's a good stock. You buy something good, even then, even if it doesn't have crazy appreciation, it's going to rent out very, very nice. But think about it. Even then, in that case, you know, you hold it on, you see what the real estate market did. You put yourself in the right position, you'll get lucky. That's it. How much work? I think not too much. He got it at a pretty good deal. Again, this was back then when the real estate market, when you used to offer on stuff, but I don't think he put more than $5,000 into the house to get it up and rented. And then he had to rent it out for the last like year and a half. For the most part, it was turnkey, or it was turnkey for that, you know, $20,000. It's just not going to be the nicest house, but it's not going to be the worst. No, you could get loans on a $20,000 house, yeah, if you want to. You paid that off with 25 payments and $900. Yeah, 2 years, essentially. That's why he even asked me to sell it. I told him, God, no. And then all of my friends, thankfully, he got to hear it from other opinions. He told some other people, and they were all like, don't ever sell that. Because he wants to sell it and go put the money into more investments. I'm like, you're fucking no. You're going to blow your youth. You didn't do it, Habibi. No. I said, hold that, maybe cash out refinance, but that's one of the best cap rates ever. You could get all the money. You could get it, and it's just that's just a good monopoly piece to own. He's like, yeah, but you know how many off-white shirts I could get with this? So he didn't lit it. No, yeah, he just rented it out. He bought an investment property. I said, go look at cheap properties, you know. He had that, you know, it's in our Arab culture. We all just buy houses for some reason. So then, you know, his family, you know, they got him a little in there too. But he did it. He actually went and got it. Just bought it for $20,000, rented it out. $900 a month, almost 2 years it was rented out, paid for most of itself. And then now it's vacant right now, so he has to either get a renter. But that's why he's like, yo, I want to sell it. But I'm saying, no, don't. You make Mumu seem dumb when he's smart. I don't make... Mumu makes Mumu seem dumb. Nah. He's not... I mean, again, that is... If... Thankfully, he did that house thing. If he didn't, he would have really been dumb. But at the same time, it also goes to show you how one good long-term investment can save you. That's the whole point. You know, I wish he got some other stuff at the same time, but I was like, you did good, bro. As long as you get that one piece, and that's to show you could be dumb, smart, it don't matter. You get a good long-term investment, that's it. You get a good house, you get a good long-term, you buy stock at the right price, hold it for the long amount of time, take advantage of the timing. You could be dumb, smart, any in the middle, it don't matter. That's just all about a good, solid, long-term investment. Boeing edges towards China return as test flight nears. Boeing China news? The fuck is this? Hold on, it might pop this stock there. That just came in pretty early. Jet still grounded in China. Status of MAX seen as harbinger of U.S.-China relations. People were familiar with situation on China describes the moves. China ban remained long after other nations. They were the first to ground the MAX too. Oh shit, I put BABA, not BA. There it is. There it is. How are we looking? All right, I did it. What's the last trade? I paid for the same price as the ones before. I like that. That's a big pop. Nah, so we're still, that's a fun. Now I got the next week's on that. You guys probably saw me do that live. Yeah. Which ones did I get? Those are already doubled, I think. That's July 16th. Eggs towards China. Look at that. We're fast on the news, baby. I even put in the wrong ticker. I was looking at BABA. I'm going to flip those too. Because I'm probably already up 100% on that. Or at least I got, what, 50? Oh, yeah, I already got 100%. I'm going to flip out half. So I haven't even put out a stream alert. So you guys are getting to watch this. That's just $400 right there. Yep. Perfect. So now I got 5 free for next week. You guys just watch me do that right in front of you. So about a minute, $400. Yalla. So there we go. Now it's free. We can ride that out. So be careful. It's 255s. It has not hit CNBC yet. I caught that instantly. I saw it right away. I know the news is fast while it's motivate. See, look at that. We were just talking about real estate. You get the news, you're good. But that one was quick. I think it's even going up even more. I have another 100. It's still up 100%. So as you see, I bought up 10 of them at 48 cents. 1 minute later, sold 5 of them at 85. Got most of my money back. Again, and you watched all of that. I didn't. You saw that on the screen the whole entire time. You could pull it back on the DVR if you want to go watch it again. But I even pulled up the wrong ticker. I put up BABA instead of Boeing. I mean, and I read you all the news. That was good. That was good. We'll take it. What are we? We're at 255. So they're up 130%. That one I just knew I had to be quick after Boeing popped because I thought Boeing didn't move. The news is important, but I thought it was going to be a dud. But right when I saw Boeing pop, I wanted to go. I'm testing out getting used to our fast news. Remember, I've usually been going further out the money playing conservative. I just threw $400 on that. We had the confirmation. I know the type of news it is, so I am still experimenting a little bit. So keep that in mind. But not a recommendation. You will lose money. You watched it all, but yeah. That was cool. That was cool. I like that one. Yeah, BA News. That was gone in 60 seconds, man. Gone in 60 seconds. It's getting crushed right now. How are the premiums? The premiums are still up 100%. We got that even before the rush. Either way, we got our money back. So, if you did, but be careful on that. I mean, it hasn't. Tell me when it hits CNBC. Have you got it on CNBC yet? And now it's hitting the bigger ones. It's getting up there. 737 edges towards China ban return. Got 2, get a 1, made them both free. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I would burn it now. It's already up 100%. No, we got lucky on that one. Lucky, skill, timing, whatever, but we got it before the premium rush. And you've seen me get burned on some of the other. Again, I've been playing around with it a little bit. CNBC's on commercial. So yeah, wait till they come back. It's going to hold this level. That helps the market out a lot here. But 737 MAX edges towards China return as the test flight nears. So China was the first one to ground the 737 MAX, and people are looking at the 737 MAX as it'll tell us a lot about China-America relations. So Bloomberg drops the news the quickest. Kind of, you have to understand how news works. Where it's coming from somewhere, right? So there's official ways to put news out, and then it hits a news wire. So there's several news wires to access, right? So that's what happened. That's why CNBC has this news now. They're probably getting an article, getting a script, but then at the same time, they're on commercial. So it has to, how it gets disseminated, then usually every 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes on the hours, that's when things are going to get released. So it all depends on the level if it's breaking news or not. This was breaking news. It's coming from the wire. This is a statement. So you could have got this anywhere, but it's organization, and that's it. Like I have my little setup here again, we got it within seconds. So, and to get access to it is different, but you also have to be able to skim through it. That was just quick. CNBC coming back on. They're probably going to pump it. Get ready. It's still up 100%. Nate and baby for the plug. We love you. Ord. Back to commercial. It's called BA. Rain has been waiting for that one. for like 2 weeks. He switched to Yeezys. Oh, Derek is still listening to Moo Moo. Fuck. That live DVR. Now people are really going to get mad about live DVR. Imagine that. We just hit that Bowen play. Then someone's like, haha, Moo Moo. Fucking Yeezys. BA time stats the 240 weekly at 18. Ooh. Horn. Let's go, baby. I wanted to go for the weekly, but I always know getting an extra week. I just instinctually, I did that one a lot quicker, taking in all of the mistakes I've made over the last week or two. Remember my Google fuck up and then the Microsoft fuck up yesterday? So I paid for it. You know, that's why I was like, okay, don't go for the weekly. Go for the next week. If you get you have to confirm it's big news. We need the stock to actually move, and then that's about it. So that's why I went for that one. And then also looking at the price. So we see. The news was 737 is getting they're about to get the Chinese return for their test flight. They're doing it. So that's a good future insight. It may not really lead to anything. It could sell off here, but obviously you see the reaction. Wait till the rest of the world picks this up. I got that from my news scanners. So that one, I was the one that called that one out there. But then you guys, I had Baba up, and then you guys were like, it's popping. I was like, oh, oops. I was really slow, honestly. Yeah, CNBC's like, how do we drop this when we already have the cult in it? This is going to be, they're like, how do we make this sound worse than it is? BA got that dough. Is not confirmed, so be careful. That's probably what they'll say. Either way, I made it free. Make it free. If you can make it free, that's it. It cost me nothing. I spent $400, got my $400 back in a minute. Now I have $400 of extra play in there for next week. I'll hold it. That news may double pop if it does come out. So I would make it free. It's going to be volatile. We hit it too early, so you could make it free. If you're not free on it, maybe ghetto spread or something, but that's the best idea I would do, not a recommendation. Yeah, they got to burn one. We got to it first. Any of the ones we've got to first, they've burned it. Like fucking my ass fucking Jedi contract isn't good. Oh yeah, Microsoft gonna benefit. Okay, for sure. $10 billion a year. Yeah, got it. Oh, wow, there's only 20 minutes left? Oh, that's beautiful end of the market news. Oh, fuck yeah. That's okay. We got a little bit of time. I didn't even realize that. Shit. So the BA puts, you'll win on, you sold the two, you sold the in the monies? Those are, it's going to work a little bit. You'll probably get 10, 20% on that. But those probably have high credit. CNBC not talking about it. They might wait till after hours, burn it for 20 minutes. I mean, that could make it jump, especially, again, it is kind of a big deal. Remember, China has banned a plane there. That they can't sell to China if it's banned. No, BA did not get the Jedi deal. They're getting their test flight in China for the 737 MAX is approaching. That was the headline. So Chinese aviation officials have signaled they're open to conducting test flights on Boeing. That's a big deal right there. So the fact that the Chinese officials are willing to conduct the test flight is a very positive sign. Step towards lifting the plane's grounding in that nation after more than 2 years. According to the people familiar with the matter, details of a validation flight for the MAX in China are still being worked out, but the decisions are a sign of possible progress on what has become a lengthy standoff over the plane, said the people who asked not to be identified because the decisions are private and they'll get killed. That's my addition. Boeing is prepared to send a delegation of around 35 pilots and engineers to meet with regulators in late July after they undergo weeks of quarantine, one of the people said. It could still take many months after such a flight before air regulators wrap up the work and lift the flying ban, particularly if there's no break in the heightened tensions between the world's two biggest economies. The timeline could be months. They have BlackRock CEO. I think that's why they're not talking. What timing? It still could take many months. China regulators in March said they had major concerns about the plane, including design changes, new pilot training of the 2 MAX crashes, but they said they have little about why they're taking so much longer to access, redesign, and clear the plane than regulators in U.S. and Europe and Canada. Their lengthy review has fanned speculation that politics is a factor now that the plane has been cleared by more than 170 countries. It has nothing to do with aviation or safety, says Richard Abdulifia, a longtime watcher of aerospace at the Teal Group. He said in a recent interview, it's way above our pay grades, way above our heads. It's geopolitics. So the fate of the plane is not only entangled in U.S.-China relations, but seen as a possible bargaining chip in negotiating between the two countries over aviation, trade issues, and jet orders. China relies heavily on U.S. technology for its jetliner. The implications are enormous for Boeing, which is leaning on the commercial comeback of the 737 to fund the company's financial turnaround and pay down $64 billion in debt. Another person familiar with discussion said China authorities are in talks about performing MAX simulator sessions, but declined to say what the prospects are for an actual flight. This is a big article. So that's just like the summary of everything. They're probably using older Boeings or Airbuses. It's coming down, but it's not really selling. It's not selling off as a reversal, but it's only been dropped one place so far. Disregard the law was on DVR. It happens. I feel bad for whoever still hasn't seen the play yet. They're like, fuck this guy. He never talks about stocks. It's bullshit. Like, well, he's talking about Mumu in fucking Boeing just shot up. Man. Stupid. August XLF's gaining premium. And this is why people don't like Mumu from time to time. Like, I can't believe I put Baba up. You guys should go back and see that. I legitimately put Baba up, and I was like, it's not moving. I was like, that's weird. And then you guys were like, it's popping. I was like, oh, I put Baba. That's crazy. That's crazy. I need to go pee now. Yeah, CNBC is going to wait till close. I could tell. I think so. Why wouldn't I don't think it's anywhere else too. There's only been the follow-up article, but nothing else. And it's all just been on Bloomberg. It hasn't been touched on anywhere else. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you like the video. Hopefully you guys got a little bit from that. That was good. But I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Like the video. Know you blessed. Ooh. The cult comedy. Nancy Pelosi, that's great. The DVR got you. So how do you guys want to handle this for tomorrow? Do you want DVR or no? Because then some days it may not hit like that. No DVR. I just constantly check. No is easier. Pros and cons. Really, very, very bad. It's been bad today. Sorry. It's nice because you get to, like, if I ever say something, you could come back, you know? All right, I just know how we're going to do that. Every morning, we'll flip a coin. And let's just let fate decide. Amor fati. I'm down with that. That's it. We'll just flip a coin every morning and call it a day. Whatever happens, happens. Then that way, you know, we get to mix it up. Whoa, fuck. 10-minute move. Market's selling off there right below V, but that's not good. With the balance. How much did that SPY put go down? $140, $80 maybe. BA got that dough. Why isn't anyone else sending the jets? It's like, wait, what? Levi pricing in 240 move. How am I going to do this? Kramer tweet about Boeing. That's what they're gonna give us a tweet. They're gonna give us a Boeing tweet. It's really big news. Again, I mean, they've been banned for 2 years there, and any of the analysts covering it, at least, you know, you have analysts on our side on this play. It's big news. Figure out Boeing really has orders from China, or whether it won't have to do with the equity offering. Oh, see, why are they trying to? No, it's not. It is a unconfirmed report, but it is talks about again getting it and moving forward on them testing the flight. It has nothing to do if they have orders. No, the report is nothing about orders. Nothing about orders. This is about starting the process, and that it's looking like it's actually positive that they're doing it prior. Because it's been 2 years. Every other nation in the world has reapproved the 737, and one of their biggest customers has not. So I mean, that's easy to figure out, Jimmy. You got this. Again, the reports are unconfirmed, but you even have a timeline for late July to hear about it, or if anything, any other steps taken with China, we will hear about it. Yeah, they're sandbagging. It's holding up. Boeing should sell off. If this was bullshit, it would have sold off. It's enough. It's hype. It's not as if it's good. You know, they got orders, but it's more news that it's a positive. It could factor in positive expectations that a lot of people were not pricing in before. Nobody up until 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, was pricing in the China getting back open for Boeing. That just wasn't there. Schumer tweet on weed reform. A little bit of a pop. Schumer's full name, Chuck. He's a Chuck. he's one. You know, I don't know too many Chucks, but Chuck Schumer. Here's Chuck. Option flow 295 calls someone knew something. We'll see though. I mean, we saw K-Web. We saw a $30 million K-Web trade, and that dude got waxed in the next 4 days. So you got to be careful with the option flow. Like you remember that was a big trade, and that dude is just K-Web did not do anything of that nature going in that direction. Like that one was bad. Who was that? I don't know, but they got probably a lot of money, and it probably wasn't that bad. He's a Chuck. Hey, he's a Chuck. Everybody has a Chuck, you know? Yeah, tweet from Kramer on BA. I think it's going to look good coming into tomorrow. You're going to get, give that after hours to digest, but it didn't sell off. You could see it. I mean, you saw Microsoft, you know, quickly. If we're early and the play has no legs, it turns around very, very fast. So, but I made it free just in case. That's why, you know, got to be cautious. Don't get too confident. This is future news, and this is about future expectations, but it's not anything crazy. Tesla's on the high right now. UAO, they might benefit off a little sympathy, but mostly it hooks up Boeing very, very fat. Again, 170 countries have all cleared the 737 MAX except for China, and China is one of the biggest customers. Tesla's still going. Oh, Wild Green. Good thing bonds chilled out. I don't know how Wally World is sold off like this, though. Like, that's a bad sell-off. CNBC talking rail stocks. Why y'all so shy? What y'all so shy about today? I don't get it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be making this final approach here and coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 84 and sunny, a little bit hot outside there. Could get a little bit higher, but weather is always beautiful and awesome views and restaurants. We're making this flight here on an approved 737 MAX brought to you by Boeing, but you made it safely, so you are okay. But As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Wrap Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. It's a 10. I don't even, bro, I got a 6 yesterday. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I'm kind of scared, honestly. I'm not fully good to go. 1 minute! It was a 9. It was a 9. I fucked this. I said it weird. It was like a weird 1 minute. You guys could now go back on DVR. That was a 9. A 10, y'all trying to gas me up. Y'all just happy about the Boeing play. That's fine. I'll take it. But I think a 9. I think we'll set it at a 9. I'll take it. Better is that, dude? That's like 50% from a 6. So we're making moves, baby. We're making moves. 15 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. We're staying at VWAP. The fact we didn't sell off heavy kind of gives me some hope here. You got positive BA news. So we'll see how it is. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ding 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Yes. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's your day. It was a great day. A lot of excitement in the morning. A lot of scariness, but it chilled out. And then we got an epic news play at the end, baby. You got to watch it live. The day is over. And 1.7 thousand likes. On. Let's go, baby. Let's go. GG. GG in the chat. GG, GG. Yes, hey, don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something. And guess what? Not everybody gets a trophy, but everybody gets to try again tomorrow, baby. Amen? Amen. Oh. But before you go, please don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. I have something to tell you. It is God bless you and thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me your ear. I don't care if you liked me or not. You gave me an opportunity. You put me on the speakers, your car, your work, wherever it was. And hopefully you were being productive in the meantime, baby. But either way, you gave me that opportunity. I appreciate it. I cannot complain for it. Eternally grateful. Shout out to all the people who kept it positive. Shout out all the people who contributed. You had a lot of people. They got their opportunity too. We got people posting news. Shout out even Charlie Poe. You know, we got some early call outs and there's a lot of you. I know some names. I can name them off the top. I know Graham too. You know, you get some people in here, they posting it. They post. There's Graham. There's someone else like it. All the beautiful mods and all the names, you know, honestly, some of y'all, I know your names so beautifully. You know, it's just, we see you every day. It's beautiful. So y'all keep it up, man. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you all. Shout out to all the members, baby. All the people rocking the badge. They support the channel. They make it possible for everything to be freemium. And at the same time, the freemium fastest news in the world. Let's go, baby. Look at that. That's all people willfully supporting, all independent. You see that? This is the real hive mind, baby, in the chat. So God bless all of you guys who do support. God bless everybody on the stream alerts. First link, special shout out to them as well. And shout out to the people who give their time, baby. Again, like we said, it's freemium. We do not expect anything from you at all. It is not an expectation nor a requirement. So for those who give your time with respect and all of that, we love you and thank you for being here and making it an environment where we could all learn, facilitating good discussion, and having fun too, baby. Did you smile? Did you smile? Come on, smile. Huh? Okay, yeah, smile. Come on. There you go, man. Lion Semiconductors acquired by Sirius. Let's see what Boeing do. Let's see what Boeing do. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That's our day. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course, as well as free long-term alerts. If you want it, you want it. I mean, that's it. That's it. If you want it, you want it. That's all I'm saying. It's free. It's free. Free text messages. Tell me, nobody's going to, just do what you want. It's first link. First link. Second link for the watch list. Nightly watch list and main channel. We're going to have to cover all of this. I'm sure we're going to get after hours updates. There's a lot coming in tomorrow. We got economic data coming out of China. You saw what happened today. We've been on a 4-day streak of escalation coming in every single day. So tomorrow's watch list will be key. We'll go over the play that we made today too. That was literally $400 in 1 minute. Okay. That was gone in 60 seconds. A minute and 5 seconds. We purchased at 131, 12:31:02, executed 100% out of there at 132:07. That's it. So we'll go over that one. That was gone. That was beautiful. That was fast. Fast news, baby. Fast news. But, it don't matter because you got a cult, baby. We love you. Second link, Nightly Watchlist main channel. We better see you there, baby. Third link for the membership badge. You are beautiful. I love all of you. Fourth link for that merch. Check out all the new channels. Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars, Cult PHILO, Cult Music, baby. And follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Let's go, man. Let's go. Hit me up. Say what's up. I have a TikTok. I posted a funny TikTok. I posted a Robinhood TikTok. So not all of you have seen it yet. I could tell when all of you do. Or maybe it wasn't that funny because usually you're like, OMG, John, you have TikTok. So I guess it wasn't that funny. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take my L. That's fine. Woo! But how option pricing works, this is a very epic tutorial. If you haven't checked it out yet, don't play yourself, baby, but we still love you. How to set up the long term. And finally, man, the prayer request wall. Okay? Prayer. I have a new prayer goal I haven't shared with you, but it's very important. But me and my mom like to pray for you, and I want to pray for you. But honestly, man, y'all should pray for yourself today. Okay? I want you to fill this out. Believe me, we're still going to do the prayer request. Ain't nothing changing about that. I mean, honestly, I love praying for you guys. It even excites me even with my goal. But you should pray today. Like, actually really pray today, okay? And think about the PHILO, man. There was a time it just shit didn't work like this. You got to pray. That's all I'm saying, please. Okay? Can you do that? Can you do that? Just relax, too. You can fill it out, but pray for yourself. Okay? Just pray for something small. For a little small one. You know what I'm saying? A little just small one. Just a small little change. Okay? You guys got the PHILO. Some of you got a second chance. I please take it. Please take it. You're not that old. You're not that old. And you know it's possible for you to get older and to actually get worse, but actually be better than where you are today. It's an amazing concept. Amazing concept. I can relate to it accurately. So I hope you guys do it, man. Okay? I hope you do it. It's going to be key. It's going to be very key. The little prayers, man, and just little habits is what success is. And you're not going to realize it. So honestly, if you think you have success right now, you do not have it. If you think it just showed up instantly. If it is not reflected in these habits and what you desire, it says a lot. And that right there, if you get the desire, you'll get anything. You'll get the desire, you'll get the dollar. Oh, yeah, don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. Small, good decisions. Exactly. And that's why I'm saying pray. Just pray today. I don't care if you don't want to pray. Maybe you hate God. Maybe you don't believe it. That's fine. Even then, you can't hate. If you don't believe in God, you can't hate God because then logically you're giving him some level of credence. You know what I'm saying? So don't do that. Just go meditate. Okay? But just really think about a small, good decision that you can make. And just think about it. If you're ready for it, though. You know what I'm saying? If you're ready for it, if you really got to the point where you're like, okay, like I am sick of it. I do want to change because you're not. You may be there, you may not be there, but if you're on the borderline, it's hard to finesse there. You just got to just find a small, good decision to make. Just build one little habit. Again, I could give you an easy one, okay? I could give you an easy one. Go work out today. Go on a walk. Don't even go to the fucking gym. Go on a walk. Go take a walk every day. If you don't walk, if you don't move your body, go take a walk. That right there is a good habit. Look, that's not even spiritual. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying go build up Bible habit. Go build up this. I'm saying the principle of a small positive decision in your life in that direction. Go take a walk. If you don't move your body, go take a walk. Go walk around your neighborhood. Go walk a quarter mile, a half. It's light work. Go listen to music. Go listen to the Watchlist while you're walking. Do whatever you want. But that's a little one. That's a little one. Maybe you eat fast food all the time. Go eat one better meal. Just a little thing. Be like, I don't want this anymore. I don't feel good. I want to feel better. I want to go eat a fucking carrot or some shit. But seriously, I'm telling you, it is funny now because that's really, honestly, that's how my logic was back then. I really got to the point. I was like, I'm sick of it. I'm like, give me a fucking carrot, dude. Give me a piece of celery. This is bullshit. I don't want to feel like this. Okay? So run it. Just run it, baby. A small, good decision. This is the time. This is the time. And see what happens because I want it to accumulate into something that will be big for you and then something that will never be taken away, okay? So stay in the game, Chad. Stay in the fucking game, baby. Amen. Woo! I use the YouVersion Bible app. I think it's the most popular one on the App Store. BAA. Boeing to continue to work with the FAA and global regulators in support of efforts to safely return the 737 MAX to service around the world. There it is. There it is. But that is all, man. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. Go read Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation. You could get that on the YouVersion app. Strangest Secret in the World, and Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale, baby. Those are some good recommendations for you. Take it in, have it, but y'all know what you need to do now, okay? You need to continue today with the energy. Take that hype. You see what's possible every day. You see what you could do, but take the energy and hype. Take all that energy, get fucking hyped to put it into one small little decision. Isn't that funny? Oh, y'all don't feel me. They don't feel me. So let's go, baby. Okay? You are not a chameleon. You do not wake up and then react to whatever stimuli, and that determines the rest of your day, month, week, and year. Fuck that. No. You determine it right now. Wake up and drive. It's game time, baby. It's game time. So that's it. That's it. That's it. Whew. You got the whole day to be excited. Look how blessed you are. You're alive. Y'all got access to something, too. You know that? Not only the information and knowledge. You got... They don't feel me, man. You alive. You were born today. You know that? You were born in this day and age. That's what I mean. I know some of y'all get specific. But you are born today. In this day and age. Why were you alive in this moment? Why didn't you get born when there was flappers? Why didn't you get born when the Federal Reserve didn't exist? How come you weren't born but into the 80s? Some of you were. But why do you now? Why are you still alive? Oh, y'all don't want to hear this. Y'all don't want to hear this. Stop. Stop. I don't want you to realize something you don't want to realize too early yet. I'm just saying, why? You think it was a coincidence? Huh? Interesting. 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 You think it's a coincidence and I no longer have Kobe Bryant. Fuck you. Okay, there's a reason. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Everybody, there's a time for everything. Amor fati. Okay? They don't feel me. I know they don't feel me. It's fine. It's somebody. Some people do. If one, but that's it. So let's go. Let's go, baby. Run it. Game time. So God bless all of you. I love all of you. And don't ever forget why we here and why we keep going. Ooh, and you know that access you have. And if anything, oh, believe me, you'll get more when you go in the right direction of a little habit. You will be surprised the support you'll receive along the way. And why do I say that? Because it's why we do everything and why we keep doing everything, baby. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen, baby. Woo! Amen. Let's go. Eat carrots. Go to sleep. Pray. Amen. Hey, man, I don't care. To each his own, man. To each his own. And I hope you realize that. All of you, we are all very similar, but very, very different. So to each his own. But you know the concept. Take the principle. Take the principle. You don't need the play. You just need the principle. Oh. I don't want to keep going. I could keep going. I don't want to keep going. I don't want to do it to him this long, okay? So go. Go. Have fun. And smile, baby. And fix that damn posture. Whew. But I love all of you. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. You have a wonderful evening. And get ready for the end of the week and another exciting week next week, baby. Yeah, go do something positive. Go shed that light. Go be a beacon. Go do something positive. They don't feel me, man. I love it. I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, I'm back. Yeah, fuck yeah. Hey, I want a pony. In a minute. Okay, love you. Bye.